Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos.
The main character, after dying in his previous life, he wakes up inside of the world of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and he soon finds out he is Mahoraga, the Divine General from JJK. Mahoraga from JJK is summoned through the 10 Shadows technique, and his main ability is to be able to adapt to all phenomenals in the world as long as his wheel spins enough times.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, What If My Stand is Mahoraga? Chapter 1, The Streets of Naples. When I woke up, the sound of scooters, distant chatter, and seagulls filled the air. My head throbbed. The last thing I remembered was a truck's horn and the impact that tore through me. The taste of iron and asphalt still lingered at the back of my mouth. I sat up, my palms brushing against warm stone. Cobblestone. Old, worn, uneven. Italy. I looked down at my hands, slender, unfamiliar, pale with faint veins tracing across the skin. I blinked hard. My reflection shimmered faintly in a puddle nearby. My hair was dark and short, face younger than I remembered. Around 18, maybe 19. The world felt too sharp, too vivid. Like someone had turned the contrast up. A voice cut through the noise. "Hey, you gonna sit there all day, buddy?" I turned my head. A man in a taxi waved irritably before driving off. Naples. I knew this place not from travel, but from memory. From manga pages. The graffiti, the color of the sky, the slanted sunlight against the rooftops, it matched exactly. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Part 5. My stomach tightened as the realization settled. I was in that world. I stood, brushing off dust. My heart raced, but I kept breathing evenly. I scanned my surroundings, the plaza, the distant port, the alleys. Somewhere in this city, Giorno Giovanna had just fought Bucciarati. That meant the arrow, the gang, and the path to Diavolo had already begun. I needed to know what I could do before getting dragged into that chaos. I focused, testing the feeling that had been resting quietly under my skin since I woke. Something was there, coiled, patient. When I concentrated, a faint hum resonated around me, and the air rippled. The sky seemed to darken slightly. Behind me, a massive shadow appeared. A towering figure stood there, its presence heavy and silent. It had 8 arms and a rotating wheel of symbols above its head, each etched with ancient marks that shimmered faintly. Mahoraga. I knew that name from another world entirely. It shouldn't exist here, but it did. The figure's eyes glowed faintly blue. I looked at it, my pulse steadying. "So, you're mine," I said quietly. The air trembled slightly, but it didn't respond in words. The aura pulsed, acknowledging me. I glanced around quickly. People walked past without noticing. So it followed the same concealment rules as other stands. Good. I took a deep breath. "Let's test you out later," I murmured. I started walking toward the busier parts of Naples, where the sound of laughter and traffic filled the streets. My mind was clear. I wasn't going to panic. I knew what happened in this world: every death, every betrayal. The trick was to survive quietly. At least until I understood how this stand worked here. The day passed with the sun sliding across the sky. I spent hours walking, studying. The way people moved, the way the city breathed. The faint metallic smell of the sea mixed with the sweetness of pastries from a bakery nearby. I stopped at a cafe, ordered an espresso, and leaned against the counter. The bitter taste grounded me. That's when I heard a voice from the next table. "Bucciarati didn't report in again, hey?" I froze slightly but kept my face blank. 2 men in casual suits sat near the wall, talking low. They had the confident posture of gang members. "Word is, he ran into some kid with weird powers," the other said. "Golden hair. Calls himself Giorno." I turned my cup slowly. So it really had happened. The gum scene. The test of resolve. If Bucharity was still alive, then Giorno was about to be invited into Pass Ione. That meant the team's gathering was close. I paid, left a few coins, and walked outside. Evening came. The air turned cool, the light orange. I leaned against a railing overlooking the water. The city reflected in the waves. So this is where it all starts, I muttered softly. Mahoraga stood quietly behind me, visible only to me. It didn't move unless I called on it. Its presence was calm but immense. I wondered how it would fare against the kind of stands in this world gold experience, sticky fingers, king crimson. Its adaptive nature might make it impossible to kill. But until I tested it, I couldn't rely on assumptions. A voice came from behind me. You talking to yourself? I turned. Giorno Giovanna stood a few steps away, golden hair in neat spirals, his violet suit immaculate. His expression was polite, but sharp. Just thinking, I said, turning toward him fully. He studied me briefly. You're not from around here, are you? I smiled faintly. Guess not. You. He tilted his head slightly. I was born here. His tone was calm but probing. I could feel it, the same quiet calculation I'd read about. He was measuring me already. Name's Giorno Giovanna, he said after a moment. I nodded. Nice to meet you. I paused, realizing I didn't have a name yet. Call me Ren. He nodded once. Ren. You seem calm for someone wandering these streets alone. I chuckled lightly. I could say the same about you. His eyes flicked briefly, interest sparking. Then his gaze sharpened, like he was testing for reaction. You're aware of what kind of people walk these streets? I am. A brief silence stretched between us. Then he looked away, scanning the water. You look like you've seen more than most. I could say the same about you, I said again, smiling faintly. He looked back at me, clearly realizing I wasn't just making small talk. For a moment, his guard shifted slightly. I have somewhere to be, he said finally. If you're smart, you'll stay out of trouble. He turned to leave. Giorno, I called casually. He stopped, glancing back. If you're planning something big, I said, keeping my tone light, make sure you win. Naples doesn't forgive losers. He watched me for a second, then smirked faintly. I intend to. Then he walked off into the fading light. I exhaled slowly, my expression neutral again. The first meeting had gone well enough. He hadn't seen Mahoraga. He didn't suspect anything. But the air had changed slightly when I spoke, like he'd sensed something off. That was fine. I looked at the sea once more. He's exactly as sharp as I thought, I murmured. Mahoraga's wheel rotated faintly once, a quiet hum filling the air before fading. That night, I found a cheap apartment near the outskirts. Small, dimly lit, but quiet. I sat on the floor, legs crossed. I called Mahoraga again. It appeared behind me, tall and still. I spoke aloud, though it didn't answer. Your strength isn't from this world, but you exist here now. You'll follow the same laws. You'll be a stand. The wheel above its head spun again, once. I raised my hand. Come forward. It moved slightly slow, deliberate. I could feel the weight of its presence through the air, as if gravity thickened around me. When it swung one of its arms forward, the motion left a faint gust that rattled the window. I caught my breath. You're strong enough, I said quietly. No one in Pass Ione could face that directly. But power alone wasn't enough. In this world, trust and timing mattered. Giorno's charm, Bucharity's loyalty, the team's bonds, all of it formed their survival. I couldn't stand alone forever. Still, I couldn't reveal too much. I leaned back against the wall, watching the faint shadows Mahoraga cast across the room. Tomorrow, I'll find Bucharity's team. If I can get close before they go after Polpo's treasure, I can help control how things unfold. I thought of Narancia, Mista, Fugo, Abisho. Each had their strengths and tempers. Joining them outright would be hard. I'd need a reason, maybe something simple. A favor, a job, or a shared enemy. I looked down at my hands again. No shaking. No fear. I smiled faintly. It's going to be interesting. Outside, a vase roared past. Somewhere, a radio played softly. Morning arrived with pale sunlight through the curtains. I cleaned up, put on a simple shirt and jacket, and stepped out. By noon, I was near a cafe I knew Bucharity's team often used as a meeting spot. I sat outside, pretending to read a newspaper. Minutes later, I saw them. Bucharity in his white suit, calm and focused. Abisho following behind with his usual distant stare. Narancia eating something from a paper cone. Mista talking animatedly. Fugo adjusting his sleeves with quiet irritation. They moved naturally together, a rhythm between them that came from time spent surviving side by side. I watched quietly. Then Bucharity's eyes met mine. His expression didn't change, but his gaze lingered half a second longer than polite. I lowered the paper, met his eyes, and nodded lightly. He said something low to Abisho, who glanced over too. They walked past without stopping. Good. They noticed. I waited a few minutes before leaving, taking a different route through the alleyways. As I turned a corner, I stopped. Bucharity stood waiting at the end, hands in his pockets, calm but alert. You were watching us, he said plainly. I kept my tone casual. I was curious. That's not a good reason in this city, he replied. I shrugged lightly. I heard rumors about Pass Ione. I wanted to see who runs things. His expression stayed neutral, but his eyes sharpened. You shouldn't say that name out loud. Then I won't, I said with a small smile. He studied me, then stepped closer. You're not afraid? No reason to be. He stopped right in front of me. What's your name? Ren. He watched me a few seconds longer, then tilted his head slightly. If you're smart, you'll go home. Stay out of what's coming. I don't plan on getting in your way, I said evenly. He gave a small nod, then walked past me, his zipper stand flickering faintly at his wrist before fading. When he was gone, I exhaled quietly. That was twice now. I was on their radar. Exactly as planned. As night fell again, I returned to my room. The city outside glowed orange and gold. Mahoraga appeared silently as I called it once more. We're close, I said softly. Soon, the team will be given their next mission. That's my chance. The wheel above Mahoraga spun once and stopped. I smiled faintly. Yet. Let's be ready. The air settled into quiet again. Chapter 2, Shadows in the Alley. The morning air in Naples felt sharper than usual. The streets were half empty, sunlight cutting through laundry lines and cracked shutters. I walked with a steady pace, hands in my pockets, eyes scanning every corner. I knew what day it was, the start of Polpo's treasure mission. Bucharity's crew had split up to search for the hidden stash. Narancia was scouting alone. I moved through the alleys, pretending to be another face in the city. The cobblestones were still damp from an early cleaning truck. The faint smell of oil mixed with bread from a nearby bakery. I kept my head low. Mahoraga stayed hidden behind me, silent and still. I turned the corner into a narrow passage. A faint voice echoed ahead. Man, this sucks. I don't even know where to start, someone muttered. I smiled slightly. Narancia Gurga stood halfway down the alley, one hand in his pocket, kicking a pebble across the street. His orange outfit caught the light, and his purple hair stuck up unevenly. His movements were restless, too much energy, no patience. I walked forward slowly. You're out early, I said casually. He turned fast, defensive. Hey? Who the hell are you? His hand went toward his hip, ready to summon Aerosmith if needed. Relax, I said, raising my hands slightly. Just another guy walking through. He squinted, not lowering his guard. You've been following me? No, I said calmly. But I did see you around Bucharity yesterday. So I figured you're one of his men. His eyes narrowed, suspicion mixed with curiosity. You know Bucharity? We've talked, I said. He frowned. He didn't tell me about you. I'm not surprised, I said. He keeps his circle tight. Narancia shifted his weight, still unsure. You some kind of spy? I laughed quietly. Do I look like one? He looked me up and down. You don't look like much, but that doesn't mean anything. True, I said easily. You're Narancia, right? His expression stiffened. Yeah. So what if I am? Nothing, I said, smiling faintly. Just good to put a name to the face. He frowned again. Why do you know my name? I pay attention, I said. He crossed his arms, trying to appear in control. Whatever. You got business with me or what? I shook my head. Just walking. You look like you're searching for something. He glanced at the map in his hand and sighed. Treasure or whatever. Bucharity said it's important, but he didn't tell me where to look. Just said to check the old blocks. I nodded. Mind if I walk with you? These streets can be dangerous. He looked unsure. I don't need help. I got Aerosmith. I know, I said. But 2 pairs of eyes are better than 1. He hesitated, then shrugged. Fine. But if you try anything weird, you're dead. Fair enough, I said lightly. We started walking side by side. He kept glancing at me, still suspicious, but his curiosity was stronger than his caution. You sound kinda calm, he said after a while. You in Pass Ione too? Something like that, I said. Freelance. He made a small sound. Freelance? Never heard of that kind of member. It's rare, I said, smiling. I work when people need me. He grinned slightly. So like a part-timer gangster. I laughed quietly. Something like that. He chuckled. The tension between us eased a little. He started talking more as we walked about how he hated being stuck with boring errands, how Bucharity always gave him the short end of the stick, how Mista wouldn't stop bragging about his shooting accuracy. I listened, occasionally nodding. His energy filled the air, light but genuine. He kicked a rock again. Still, Bucharity's cool, you know? He looks out for me. I owe him. I know, I said. He blinked. You do. I've seen the way he treats his people. He's different from most. Narancia nodded firmly. Yeah. That's why I follow him. His expression softened for a moment, the stubbornness replaced by a trace of pride. We turned another corner, entering a quieter part of the city, old walls covered with faded posters, vines creeping up the sides. I recognized the spot immediately. Formaggio was nearby. I slowed my steps slightly, scanning the surroundings. Narancia didn't notice. He was humming to himself, spinning a coin between his fingers. So, Ren, what's your deal anyway? You don't look like some tough guy. I smiled faintly. Looks can be misleading. Yeah, but usually the scary ones look scary, he said. You'll find out eventually, I said lightly. He grinned. Ha. We'll see. Then, faintly, I heard the sound of a small kin rolling across the ground. A whisper of movement too quiet for normal ears. I knew that sound. Formaggio had already released little feet. Stop walking, I said quietly. Narencia blinked. What? Why? Something's wrong. He frowned, looking around. You see someone? I scanned the alley. Nothing visible yet, but I could feel it stand energy, faint but sharp. I stepped slightly in front of Narencia. You're being followed, I said evenly. He tensed, instantly serious. You sure? Yes. He glanced around quickly, then pulled out a small remote from his pocket. Aerosmith's miniature fighter plane materialized in the air, wings humming softly. The plane circled once above us. Narencia's focus sharpened completely. You better not be messing with me, Ren. I'm not, I said. Aerosmith made a sharp turn, its radar blip flashing. Someone was close hiding. There. Narencia shouted, pointing. The man stepped from the shadows, smiling faintly. Formaggio. His hair was slicked back, jacket open, tone casual but eyes sharp. Relax, kid. I just wanted to talk, he said. Narencia stiffened. Who the hell are you? Just another member of Pass Ione, Formaggio replied, his voice easy. You're one of Butch Charity's boys, right? Heard you're looking for Polpo's stash. Narencia frowned. Why do you care? Because I used to be part of the same team, Formaggio said. Before your boss went soft. Narencia's jaw tightened. You're lying. Formaggio smiled thinly. You can ask him yourself if you live long enough. Narencia's stance changed instantly. Aerosmith. The tiny plane roared forward, guns blazing. Bullets ripped through the air, striking where Formaggio stood, but his body shrank instantly, vanishing from sight. What the Narencia started, eyes wide. Little feet, I muttered under my breath. Formaggio had already jumped onto Narencia's shoe. Narencia looked around wildly. Where'd he go? Stay still, I said quickly. He froze, confused. What are you? I stepped forward and grabbed his ankle, flipping it up so I could see the small movement near the sole. There tiny, barely visible Formaggio stood, no taller than a few inches, smiling up. Found you, I said quietly. His eyes flicked up at me. Who the hell? Before he could move, I summoned Mahoraga. The air rippled sharply. The massive figure appeared behind me, its presence crushing the narrow alley with invisible pressure. Formaggio froze, his instincts screaming before he even understood what he saw. The wheel above Mahoraga's head spun once, then stopped. Formaggio leapt from Narencia's shoe, enlarging himself midair, his knife flashing. What the hell kind of stand? He didn't finish. Mahoraga's arm moved once, hitting the ground where he'd been standing. The impact cracked the cobblestones, sending dust into the air. Narencia stumbled back, stunned. What the hell is that? My stand, I said shortly. He looked from me to the towering figure, still wide-eyed. That's insane. It's huge. Formaggio had vanished again, retreating into the shadows, clearly shaken. Narencia looked around quickly. He's still here somewhere. Aerosmith darted through the air again, scanning the space. The radar blipped twice, showing 2 life signatures, ours and Formaggio's. There! Narancia shouted, pointing toward a garbage bin. The plane fired a round. Formaggio reappeared, bleeding slightly, teeth gritted. "You little punks," he growled, "you don't even know who you're messing with." "Don't care!" Narancia yelled. Aerosmith, full burst. The plane's machine guns opened again. Formaggio dodged, shrinking once more, disappearing behind debris. I stepped forward, keeping my tone calm. Mahoraga. The stand's wheel spun again, and one of its arms brushed the ground lightly. The air shimmered energy, tracing faint lines that followed movement. I could feel Formaggio's direction through it. "There," I said, pointing toward a drain pipe. Narancia reacted immediately, sending Aerosmith downward. Bullets rattled through the narrow gap, followed by a sharp grunt. Formaggio's body grew again, tumbling out from behind the drain, bleeding from the shoulder. "Damn it," he muttered, trying to shrink again. Before he could, Mahoraga moved faster, this time one arm striking down, stopping inches from crushing him. The ground cracked again. Formaggio froze. His breathing quickened. He looked from Mahoraga to me, realization dawning that he had no chance. Narancia glared. "You're done." Formaggio gritted his teeth. "TCH, this isn't over, brat." He shrank again suddenly, darting away through a crack in the wall. Narancia yelled, "Damn it! He's getting away." I raised a hand. "Let him go." He turned to me, frustrated. "What? He attacked us." "He's wounded," I said. "He won't get far." Narancia hesitated, then sighed heavily. "Fine. But next time, I'm blasting him to pieces." He looked up at Mahoraga again. "Man, your stand's insane. You could crush buildings with that thing." I smiled faintly. "It's strong enough." He grinned. "I'm glad you were here. That guy's stand was freaky. I almost didn't catch him." "You would've," I said. "You're fast when it counts." He laughed. "Hat. Guess so." Aerosmith circled once before fading. Narancia stretched his arms. "Still, thanks for the help. I owe you one." "No problem," I said. He smiled wider. "You know, Bucharity might wanna meet you again. You should come by." "I might," I said lightly. He nodded, still looking curious but less suspicious now. "Seriously, that stand of yours, scary stuff. I wouldn't wanna fight you." I chuckled. "Let's hope you don't have to." He grinned. "Yet." We started walking back toward the main street, the city slowly coming back to life around us. Cars honked, people chatted, the tension fading behind us. Narancia shoved his hands into his pockets, relaxed again. "You got a weird calmness about you, Ren. Like nothing surprises you." "Maybe I've just seen too much," I said simply. He looked at me, half smiling. "You don't talk much about yourself, hey?" "Not much to tell." He shrugged. "Fair enough. You're all right, though." "Thanks," I said, smiling. When we reached the corner, Bucharity and Mista were waiting near a parked car. Bucharity's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw me beside Narancia. Narancia ran up first. "Boss. That guy Formaggio from the old crew showed up. But Ren helped me beat him." Bucharity's eyes shifted toward me. "Ren," he said calmly. "You again?" I nodded. "Seems I was in the right place at the right time." He studied me quietly. "I see." Narancia nodded excitedly. "You should have seen it, boss." His stand was huge. totally flattened the ground. But Charity looked back at me. I'll remember that. Mista whistled. You really showed up just in time, hey. I smiled faintly. Guess so. But Charity looked thoughtful. We'll talk later. Of course, I said. Narancia grinned at me before climbing into the car. As the car started, But Charity gave me one last look before turning away. I watched them drive off, the hum of the engine fading into the street noise. Mahoraga faded behind me, silent once again. Chapter 3, The Invitation to Talk. By late afternoon the heat had softened, and the city was settling into that familiar rhythm between rush and rest. I waited near the corner cafe where But Charity's car had disappeared earlier. The breeze carried the smell of coffee and sea salt. I leaned against a lamppost, calm and patient. Mahoraga stayed quiet inside my range, its presence muted. Half an hour passed before a familiar voice came from behind. Ren, But Charity said evenly. I turned, smiling slightly. Didn't think you'd come yourself. He stood there in his white suit, gold zippers gleaming faintly in the sun. His posture was relaxed but deliberate. I wanted to speak without interruptions. I can do that, I said. He gestured toward the cafe. Inside. We went in. The cafe was small, old wooden tables lined with scratches from years of customers. The waiter nodded at But Charity in recognition and left us alone. But Charity took the seat by the window. I sat across from him. He folded his hands, eyes steady on me. You've shown up twice now. Once watching us, then again during Narancia's mission. I nodded. That's right. Coincidence? Not exactly, I said simply. He watched me carefully. Explain. I knew Formaggio would target one of your men, I said. He used to work with you. He'd come for revenge eventually. His gaze didn't waver. How would you know that? I held his stare without flinching. Word travels. People talk about La Squadra Esecuzioni. Everyone knows they're not happy with how the boss handled their situation. He stayed silent a moment, eyes narrowing just slightly. And you happened to be nearby. Yes, I said. He leaned back, crossing one leg over the other. Narancia said you saved him. I did what anyone should, I said lightly. I wasn't going to let one of your people get killed. That's generous for someone not in my crew, he said quietly. I smiled faintly. I don't like seeing kids die. But Charity didn't smile back, but his expression softened by a degree. He studied me again, measuring. What's your connection to Passione? Freelance, I said. That word again. I take small jobs, sometimes guard work, sometimes cleanup. I don't work for one capo. He nodded slowly. Independent. That's rare. Less politics, I said. He looked out the window briefly, then back at me. Narancia mentioned your stand. He said it was large. Very large. I nodded. It's not subtle. He tapped his finger against the table. What does it do? Strength and defense mostly, I said truthfully. I can summon it for protection or attack. It's not quick, but it doesn't break easily. He studied my expression carefully for lies. I kept my tone relaxed. I saw what it did to the ground, he said finally. That kind of force is dangerous in a crowded place. I know, I said. That's why I don't use it unless I have to. He looked thoughtful. You seem calm about this life. I've seen worse, I said casually. He nodded once. You don't seem like a man chasing money or power. Neither, I said. Just trying to survive clean. He was silent a few seconds. Then he said, you understand what kind of group passione is? Yes. You understand what happens to people who get involved with my team? I nodded. I do. He exhaled through his nose. Then why help us? I told you, I said evenly. Narancia would have died. His expression remained unreadable. And if it had been anyone else, I would have done the same. The silence that followed stretched a few moments longer. He leaned forward slightly. You're either honest or very good at pretending. I don't lie, I said. He nodded again. Narancia trusts you. That's unusual. He doesn't warm up easily. I smiled faintly. He's straightforward. Easy to talk to. He is, Bucciarati said. The waiter came by, setting down 2 espressos. Bucciarati thanked him quietly, then stirred his drink. He said, my men are loyal, but they're also reckless. Narancia especially. He acts before thinking. That's something I have to manage. He listens to you, I said. He does, Bucciarati said. But trust alone isn't enough to keep them alive. I nodded. I get that. He looked back at me. You knew Formaggio's name. You knew who he was. That isn't something a random freelancer would know. I read the patterns, I said simply. If someone's missing and someone's angry, it's not hard to guess where the next hit comes. He sipped his espresso slowly, still studying me. Finally he said, you remind me of someone who used to work under Polpo. Do I? I said. Yes, he said. Kept quiet. Stayed calm. Never asked for more than what he needed. Died because he didn't choose a side fast enough. I met his eyes. I don't plan on dying. He gave a small nod. Good answer. I leaned back slightly. So what now? He set down his cup. You helped my man. That earns respect. But I can't invite anyone near my crew without knowing their intentions. Understandable, I said. He folded his arms. If I let you close, you'd be under me. That means following my rules. I nodded. That's fine. His tone stayed even. No interference. No hidden deals. You answer when called and disappear when told. Can you handle that? I smiled faintly. Yes. He considered for a while. Then I'll give you a test. You'll accompany Fugo tomorrow. Watch him, assist if needed, but don't take over. If he reports that you're reliable, I'll speak with you again. All right, I said easily. He nodded once. Don't take this lightly. I don't give second chances. I won't waste it, I said. He finished his espresso, wiped his hands with a napkin, then stood. One more thing. I looked up. He said, if you cross me, I won't hesitate. That's not a threat, just a fact. I stood as well, smiling slightly. Good. I prefer clear rules. He gave a small approving nod. Then we understand each other. We left the cafe together. Outside, the light was softer, streets busy again. Cars moved lazily along the waterfront. Bucciarati checked his watch. Fugo will meet you near the library district at 10 tomorrow. Be on time. I will. He turned to leave, then paused. Narancia said you didn't hesitate when Formaggio attacked. No reason to, I said. He nodded once, then walked away, calm and measured as always. I watched him go, feeling the faintest pull of respect. He moved with purpose in every step. When he was gone, I slipped my hands back into my pockets and started walking toward the harbor. The sun was low, reflecting off the water. I could hear faint shouting from a nearby market and laughter from passing kids. I thought briefly about the mission ahead. Fugo was intelligent but quick to anger. His stand, Purple Haze, would kill indiscriminately if unleashed. I'd need to be careful around it. I stopped by a railing, leaning against it. Mahoraga appeared faintly for a moment, its outline visible in the reflection of the glass nearby. "Tomorrow," I said quietly. The stand remained still, silent as always. The next morning came early. I walked through the library district as the city woke. Vendors set up their stalls, sweeping sidewalks clean. Pigeons gathered near the fountains. I reached the meeting spot a few minutes early. Fugo was already there, standing near a parked car, flipping through a notebook. His purple suit was neat, his expression serious. He looked up when I approached. "You're Ren." "That's me," I said. He nodded curtly. "But Charity told me you'd assist. Don't get in my way." "I'll follow your lead," I said easily. "Good," he said shortly. "We're checking a few storage lots near the north side. There might be activity from rival groups." I nodded. "Understood." He glanced at me briefly. "Narancia said you have a strong stand." "It's strong," I said. "Don't draw attention unless necessary," he said firmly. "Got it." We got into the car. Fugo drove, focused and silent. He handled the wheel neatly, the engine quiet. "You seem calm," he said after a minute. "I like quiet mornings," I said. He gave a small exhale that might have been amusement. "Narancia likes loud ones." "He does," I said. Fugo glanced sideways at me. "He said you handled yourself well." "That's rare praise from him." "I just helped where I could." "He exaggerates sometimes," Fugo said. "But if you really took on Formaggio, that's no small feat." "He ran off before I could test him properly," I said. "Good enough," Fugo said. We drove for a few minutes in silence. The road curved along the waterfront. Fugo spoke again. "But Charity trusts people slowly. You'll need to earn it." "I don't mind working for it," I said. He nodded slightly. "Just don't expect praise." "He's not the type." "I don't," I said. Fugo parked near a small warehouse complex. "We'll start here," he said, stepping out. We walked side by side through the lot. The air smelled of metal and salt. As we passed one of the side buildings, Fugo's sharp eyes caught a flicker of movement near a container. He raised a hand slightly, signaling me to stop. "You see that?" he asked quietly. I nodded. "Two men." He frowned. "Keep back." He approached first, steady and careful. I followed a few steps behind. The men turned as Fugo called out. "You two. This is restricted property. State your business." They froze, then bolted toward the fence. Fugo cursed softly. "Damn it." I moved faster, cutting off their path. Mahoraga's presence flickered briefly, unseen but felt. The air shifted just enough to make them stumble as they tried to climb. Fugo caught one by the collar, slamming him against the metal container. "You work for who?" The man stammered. "No one, man, we're just looking for scrap." Fugo's tone stayed calm but cold. "Scrap?" "In a passion-controlled area." The man didn't answer. Fugo's hand twitched slightly, the faint shimmer of purple haze visible. The other man saw it and froze, terror obvious. I stepped forward. "They're not worth killing." Fugo shot me a sharp glance. "You think I don't know that?" "Then let them go," I said. He held the man another second, then released him. "Get out. Don't come back." The men ran fast, not looking back. Fugo sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Idiots! This whole city's crawling with desperate fools. It keeps things interesting, I said lightly. He gave me a brief look. You're strange. I get that a lot. He didn't reply, but there was a faint smile on his face now. We checked a few more buildings, finding nothing. The rest of the morning passed quietly. By noon, Fugo turned back toward the car. That's it. Reports clean. Good, I said. He nodded. You followed orders. But Charity will like that. I try to make things easy, I said. He gave a short laugh. You might actually fit in. I smiled faintly. We'll see. Chapter 4, The Delivery Job. The next morning came early. Naples was still quiet when I left the small apartment I had rented. The air smelled faintly of salt and engine smoke. A soft hum of scooters drifted from the main road. I headed toward the cafe where Charity had told me to meet his team. Inside, I found them already gathered. Charity at the center table, calm as always, Abisho drinking coffee with a bored look, Fugo writing something in a small notebook, Narancia half asleep beside him, head tilted back against the chair, and Mista leaning back, gesturing with both hands while talking about something animatedly. Charity looked up as I entered. You're on time, he said. I try to be, I said. He nodded toward the empty seat beside Mista. Sit. I'll keep this short. I pulled out the chair and sat down. Mista gave me a casual grin. Hey, it's the guy with the big scary stand. Ren, I said. And you're the guy with the guns. He smirked. You heard right. Narancia opened one eye and mumbled, Man, it's too early for this. Abisho rolled his eyes. You said that yesterday. Yeah, and it's still true, Narancia said, yawning. Charity cleared his throat lightly. The chatter stopped immediately. We have a job today, he said. It's simple. A delivery from a contact in the Southern District. Mista will handle the transfer. Ren, you'll go with him. Mista raised an eyebrow. Me? Yes, Charity said evenly. You work well under pressure, and I want to see how Ren handles himself. Mista shrugged. Fine with me. Charity looked at me next. You'll follow Mista's lead. The contact is neutral, but the delivery has value. No mistakes. Got it, I said. Abisho leaned forward slightly. What's in the package? Charity glanced at him. Confidential. It's not for us to ask. Abisho smirked faintly. Right, as always. Narancia straightened up. Want me to come too? No, Charity said. You and Fugo will check the train station. I heard some of La Squadra's old associates are sniffing around. Narancia nodded reluctantly. All right. Fugo closed his notebook and stood. Understood. Charity looked at all of us in turn. Stay alert. Don't draw attention. Dismissed. The group split up. I followed Mista out into the street. He walked with his usual loose rhythm, hands in his pockets, hat tilted slightly forward. So, you really got picked up by the boss, hey? Seems that way, I said. Not bad, he said. Most people don't get that far. We turned a corner, heading toward his car parked along the curb, a red convertible that looked well kept but used. He slid into the driver's seat and gestured for me to get in. I settled into the passenger side. The seats were warm from the sun. So, he said, starting the engine, you and Narancia took down that Formaggio guy. He got away, I said. But not clean. Mista grinned. Good enough. Those old squad guys are all trash anyway. But Charity mentioned they used to be part of the same organization, I said. Yeah, Mista said. Before they got greedy. Thought they deserved more money. You know how that ends. I do, I said. The car pulled into traffic. The city was awake now, buses moving, shopkeepers opening shutters, tourists already crowding the squares. Mista drove fast but steady, weaving between scooters with practiced ease. You seem pretty chill, he said after a minute. You don't talk much. I talk when there's something worth saying, I said lightly. He laughed. Fair enough. You and Abisho would get along. He barely talks either. He seems like the quiet type, I said. More like the grumpy type, Mista said, still smiling. You'll get used to it. We reached the southern district within 15 minutes. The streets here were narrower, the buildings older. Mista parked near a small shop with faded paint. This is the spot, he said, cutting the engine. Guy runs a small delivery service as a cover. We're picking up a sealed case. I nodded. Simple enough. Yeah, Mista said, climbing out. Simple until someone decides to make it complicated. We stepped inside the shop. A bell jingled over the door. A man in his 30s stood behind the counter, wiping his hands on a cloth. Mista, he greeted. Right on time. Always, Mista said. You got it. The man ducked behind the counter, pulling out a metal briefcase about the size of a toolbox. It was locked with 2 clasps. Here, he said, setting it down. Make sure it gets to Charity. Mista lifted it, testing the weight. What's inside? Didn't look, the man said. Didn't want to. Good answer, Mista said. We turned to leave. Outside, I caught movement at the edge of my vision. 2 men standing across the street, pretending to read a newspaper. Their shoes were too polished for laborers, and their eyes kept flicking toward us. I touched Mista's arm lightly. We've got company. He followed my gaze, his grin fading into a focused line. I see them. He walked toward the car casually, briefcase still in hand. Stay loose, he murmured. If they follow, we'll handle it. I nodded. We got into the car. Mista started driving again, slower this time. In the mirror, the 2 men moved. A black sedan pulled out from the curb behind us. Yep, Mista said quietly. Tail. I looked back. How do you want to play it? Let's see if they bite, he said. He took a few random turns through narrow alleys, but the sedan kept a steady distance. They're not giving up, I said. Then we give them something to chase, he said, smirking. He pressed the accelerator, speeding up suddenly. The engine roared as we tore down the narrow street. The sedan followed immediately. Fast, I said. They think we're scared, Mista said. Let's change that. He made a sharp turn into a back road leading toward the docks. The path was rough, lined with old warehouses. He parked abruptly behind a stack of crates. Out, he said quickly. We got out of the car and moved behind cover. Mista set the briefcase down and cracked his knuckles. They'll be here any second, he said. I nodded, scanning the street. The sound of the sedan grew louder. When it turned the corner, the doors opened immediately. 3 men stepped out, each wearing dark jackets. The one in front called out, "Hand over the case, and we'll let you walk." Mista smirked. Bad deal. He raised his hand. Sex Pistols. 6 tiny bullet-like figures appeared, each grinning and hovering in the air. The men froze, startled. I stepped out beside him. You sure you want to do this? I said evenly. They didn't answer. The leader pulled a pistol. Mista's grin widened. Wrong move. He fired. The bullet spun through the air before one of the tiny stands kicked it mid-flight, changing its trajectory. It curved and struck the man's gun hand, knocking the weapon away. The others ducked for cover, returning fire. Bullets shattered crate edges around us. Mista crouched. Keep them pinned. I'll hit from the side. I nodded. Mahoraga appeared behind me, tall and solid. The ground vibrated faintly under its feet. The gunman froze again. What the hell, one started, but Mahoraga moved first. A single swing of its arm sent a shock through the air, scattering debris and knocking one man off his feet. The others panicked, shooting wildly. The bullets bounced off Mahoraga's frame harmlessly. Mista whistled. Damn, that thing's like a tank. Something like that, I said. He aimed again, firing 2 more shots. Sex pistols ricocheted them perfectly. Both hit clean one man's shoulder, another's leg. The last man dropped his gun, hands raised. Smart, Mista said, walking forward. Now tell me who sent you. The man hesitated. Mista fired one more shot that missed by an inch. The man jumped. Okay. Okay. Someone from Polpo's old crew. Said there was money being moved today. Mista frowned. Names. I don't know names, the man stammered. I swear. I just take orders. Mista lowered his gun slightly. Then your boss is sloppy. The man nodded rapidly. Mista looked at me. You think he's lying? No, I said. He's too scared to fake it. Mista holstered his gun. Then get out of here before I change my mind. The man ran, limping. Mista stretched his shoulders, letting out a long breath. Well, that was fun. Not bad shooting, I said. He grinned. I don't miss. We checked the area once more. The briefcase was still where he'd set it, untouched. Mista picked it up again. Boss'll be happy. Let's not make him wait, I said. We drove back through quieter streets this time. Mista rolled the window down, letting the air hit his face. You're all right, Ren. Come under fire. Thanks, I said. You shoot well. He laughed. Best in the team. Fugo's smart, Narencia's got energy, Abisho's got attitude, but no one beats my aim. I believe it, I said. He grinned wider. You're easy to talk to. Most new guys freeze when the bullets start flying. I've had practice, I said lightly. Yeah, I can tell, he said. We reached the cafe again by late afternoon. But Charity was still there, sitting at the same table, now reading the newspaper. He looked up as we entered. Report. Delivery made, Mista said, placing the briefcase on the table. Had a tail, handled it. But Charity looked at him, then at me. Any injuries? No, I said. He nodded. Good. You both did well. Mista smiled proudly. Told you I had it covered. But Charity gave him a calm look. You did your job. Mista shrugged, still grinning. Same thing. But Charity turned to me next. You handled yourself. I try, I said. He paused briefly. You've proven reliable twice now. I'm offering you a temporary position with my team. You'll work under me until further notice. I'll take it, I said immediately. He nodded once. Then welcome aboard. Mista clapped me on the shoulder. Looks like you're one of us now. Narencia, from another table, waved half-heartedly. Great, another serious guy. Fugo looked up from his notebook. At least he's not loud. Abisho didn't even look up. We'll see how long he lasts. I smiled faintly. Nice to meet everyone again. But Charity stood, picking up the briefcase. Get some rest. We may have new orders soon. Mista stretched his arms. Finally, something good. But Charity gave him a small, knowing glance. Don't celebrate too early. Mista laughed. Come on, boss, we deserve one break. But Charity didn't answer but allowed a faint smile. I watched them all quietly, the way they interacted, the subtle rhythm between them. It was organized chaos, but it worked. Mista leaned toward me. You'll get used to the noise. We fight, we argue, but it's fine. I can handle that, I said. He grinned. Good. You're all right, Ren. Chapter 5, The Breaking Point. The afternoon sun was high and bright when Charity sent us out again. The order was short and simple: check the storage lots near the Northern Rail District for any leftover traces of Polpo's assets. It was supposed to be routine. No one expected trouble, which usually meant there would be some. Mista, Narancia, Fugo, and I went together. But Charity stayed behind to report. Abisho drove the others earlier toward the next checkpoint, leaving us to sweep the area in pairs. The air was heavy with heat, even the asphalt looked tired. We stopped by an abandoned lot fenced with rusting bars. Fugo had the key. He walked ahead briskly, coat sleeves fluttering slightly in the wind. He looked calm, but I knew from his sharp steps that he was irritated. He didn't like loose ends. Narancia lagged behind, tapping at his radio and muttering. I still don't get why we gotta check these places. It's empty, man. Orders are orders, Fugo said, unlocking the gate. And you'd know that if you actually listened during meetings. Narancia frowned. I do listen. Mista grinned. Sure you do. Every time Charity talks, you nod like you're following, but your eyes are empty, dude. Narancia glared. What's that supposed to mean, hey? It means, Mista said, walking past him, you nod a lot and don't hear anything. Shut up! Narancia shouted. Both of you, quiet, Fugo snapped. We're here to finish the job, not make noise. Mista raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, teacher. Calm down. Fugo turned sharply. Don't start with that, Mista. I stayed silent, following the group into the yard. Crates and half-collapsed sheds lined the lot. The faint sound of traffic hummed beyond the fence. Fugo opened his notebook and started making notes. We'll split up. Mista, check the back section. Narancia, the east side. Ren, you're with me. Got it, I said easily. Narancia kicked a loose can and sighed. Fine. They went their separate ways. Fugo and I moved between the crates. He checked each lock and wrote quickly. His movements were exact, almost mechanical. You take this seriously, I said casually. He glanced at me. Someone has to. But Charity trusts you for a reason, I said. He nodded but didn't answer. His jaw was tight. I watched quietly as he continued his inspection. Every so often he'd mutter something under his breath about missing paperwork or unreported containers. You don't like disorder, I said with a small smile. I don't like stupidity, he said shortly. I kept my tone calm. Fair. We reached the back corner of the lot. A stack of crates leaned unevenly against the wall. Fugo crouched to check the tags, frowning. These weren't logged. I crouched beside him. Maybe abandoned. He reached for the lock. It came off easily, too easily. His eyes narrowed. Someone's been here. Before I could reply, Mista's voice came from the other side of the lot. Hey! You two find anything? Fugo called back, possibly. Stay put. Narancia's voice followed, I'm bored. There's nothing here. Fugo clenched his teeth. Of course he's bored. He lifted the crate lid. Inside were several smaller boxes wrapped in paper. He pulled one out, peeled it open, and froze. Stacks of bills lira wrapped tight. I whistled softly. Polpo's leftovers. Fugo exhaled slowly. If this is what I think it is, we should call Bucharity immediately. Narancia called again from across the yard. What did you find? Nothing you need to touch, Fugo snapped back. Mista chuckled somewhere out of sight. That sounds like a yes. Don't move, Fugo shouted. We don't know if this place is clean. I stayed next to him. You're expecting an ambush. Always, he said flatly. He was right to be cautious. A second later, a faint sound broke the still air, a metal door clanking open at the far end. Mista's tone changed immediately. Fugo, someone's here. Narancia cursed loudly. Told you this was gonna suck. Fugo stood fast, snapping his notebook shut. Ren, cover me. Got it. 3 men appeared near the entrance, all armed. Not Pasione uniforms, mercenaries, probably scavengers after leftover money. Mista had already taken cover, revolver in hand. 3 targets, he called. Guns out. Narancia pulled his Aerosmith controller, face bright with excitement and panic. Let me handle it, Mista. You'll blow the whole place up. Mista yelled back. Shut up. I got this. Stay focused. Fugo barked. Narancia ignored him and sent Aerosmith flying. The small plane darted into the open air, bullets spraying. The men ducked behind a crate. Stop wasting ammo. Fugo shouted, stepping out beside me. Narancia didn't answer. His shots chewed through the walls, splintering wood. Mista fired twice, calculated and clean. 1 enemy went down. The second man ducked, shouting in Italian. 2 left. Mista said. Fugo's hand twitched. Narancia, I told you. Relax, I hit 1. Narancia interrupted. You didn't hit anything. Fugo yelled, stepping toward him. Did 2. Narancia turned, distracted. A gunshot cracked. The third man fired at the movement. The bullet grazed Fugo's arm. He froze, eyes wide for half a second before anger surged across his face. You idiot! Narancia's grin faded immediately. What? I didn't. Fugo grabbed him by the collar, fury breaking through his composure. You don't listen. You never listen. Hey, chill. Narancia tried to pull away, but Fugo's grip tightened. Mista called from behind cover, guys. Fight later. Fugo didn't let go. You could have gotten us killed. You aim like a child. Narancia shoved him back, eyes flashing. I said I'm sorry. You're not sorry. Fugo snapped. You're careless. Every damn time. Narancia looked hurt but angry. Why are you always yelling at me? You think you're better than everyone. I think you should grow up. Fugo shouted. The argument rose over the sound of gunfire. I saw the last man moving, aiming for Fugo's exposed side. I acted immediately. Mahoraga appeared behind me, silent, blocking the shot with one arm. The bullet flattened harmlessly against its skin. Fugo turned, startled. Focus, I said firmly. He snapped back to reality, drawing his stand. Purple haze appeared, tall and menacing, fists clenching and unclenching. The enemy froze mid-step, realizing too late what had appeared. Fugo's voice was cold now. Purple haze. The stand lunged forward, striking the ground. The vial on its knuckle shattered. A purple mist spread fast. The two remaining men screamed briefly before collapsing, bodies dissolving as the virus took hold. The stench hit immediately burnt, acidic. Narancia covered his nose, eyes wide. Gross. Damn it, Fugo. Mista grimaced. You always go too far, man. Fugo stood still, breathing hard, watching until the mist settled. His anger hadn't cooled. I waved the air clear with one hand. It's over. He didn't move. His jaw stayed tight. Narancia stepped forward. You didn't have to do that. Fugo glared at him. If you'd stayed quiet, none of this would have happened. I said I was sorry. Narancia yelled again. Stop acting like I'm stupid. You are stupid. Fugo shot back. Mista stepped between them, palms out. All right, enough. Everyone chill. The boss is gonna kill us if you keep yelling. Fugo's breathing was sharp. He looked ready to explode again, but after a few seconds he closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. Mista looked at me. He gets like this sometimes. I nodded slightly. I noticed. Narancia muttered, he's always mad. Fugo's voice was low but controlled now. Narancia, I don't yell because I hate you. I yell because you don't think. That's going to get you killed one day. Narancia crossed his arms. You don't have to scream every time. Fugo rubbed his forehead. You don't listen unless I do. Mista sighed. You two sound like an old married couple. That broke the tension enough for Narancia to laugh awkwardly. Gross. Even Fugo cracked a small, reluctant smile. Mista clapped him on the shoulder. There, see? We're fine. You just needed to burn some anger off. Fugo muttered, you make it sound easy. For me it is, Mista said cheerfully. I checked the crates again to make sure no more threats remained. We should call Bucharity. Fugo nodded. Right. He pulled out his phone and stepped aside. Narancia crouched by the fallen briefcase one of the men had dropped. Hey, this one's got some kind of pass card. Leave it, Mista said. We'll let Bucharity handle it. Narancia shrugged. Fine. Fugo finished the call. He's sending Abisho to confirm the cleanup. We're done here. Good, Mista said, stretching his arms. I hate getting shot at before lunch. Narancia kicked a broken plank. You hate working, period. Not true, Mista said, grinning. I just like when it's exciting. Fugo looked at me. You didn't say much. No need, I said. You handled it. He gave me a faint nod. Thanks for the cover. Anytime. He wiped his arm where the bullet had grazed him. It's fine, he said quickly when Narancia looked worried. You sure? Narancia asked. I said it's fine, Fugo repeated, though his tone was calmer now. We left the lot together. The sun had shifted, shadows stretching long across the street. Narancia spoke again after a few minutes. Sorry about before. Fugo walked beside him silently for a moment before replying. Just, pay attention next time. Narancia nodded. Yeah. Mista smirked. Look at that, actual teamwork. Shut up, they said together. I smiled slightly. The four of us returned to the cafe by early evening. Bucharity was waiting, as usual, sitting by the window. He looked up as we entered. Report. Fugo answered first. Encountered resistance. 3 hostiles. Neutralized. Bucharity's gaze moved to his bandaged arm. Injured. Minor, Fugo said. Bucharity nodded. Narancia. I'm fine, Narancia said quickly. Mista set the recovered crate list on the table. No major losses. Ren covered Fugo, so no one got hit worse. Bucharity's eyes shifted to me briefly. Good. He turned back to Fugo. You lost your temper. Fugo's jaw tightened. Yes. Bucharity's tone stayed calm. Control it next time. Anger wastes time. Yes, Bucharity, Fugo said quietly. Bucharity nodded once. Rest for the day. We have a meeting with Pericolo tomorrow. We all nodded. As the team dispersed, Mista patted Fugo's shoulder. You're good, man. Just breathe next time. Fugo gave him a faint look of annoyance but didn't protest. Narancia followed them out, muttering about getting food. I stayed a moment longer. Bucharity looked at me. You're adapting fast. I do my best, I said. He nodded slightly. Keep it that way. This group's only as stable as its weakest link. I understand. He gathered his papers and stood. Get some rest. Will do. When he left, I stepped outside. The evening air felt cooler now, the street lights flickering on one by one. I walked slowly through the alleys back toward my apartment. The city was loud again, voices, scooters, and distant music. For now, everything was calm. Chapter 6, Orders from Pericolo. The safe house sat behind a shuttered bakery near the quieter end of Naples. It was small, 2 rooms connected by a narrow hallway and a balcony that overlooked the street. Inside, the smell of coffee and cleaning solution mixed faintly. Mista was leaning against the wall, checking the chambers of his revolver, humming under his breath. Narancia was sprawled across the couch with a comic book, feet up, still eating from a paper bag of chips. Abisho sat at the small table, a cigarette balanced between his fingers, the smoke curling lazily toward the ceiling. Fugo stood by the window, arms crossed, face serious. I was sitting at the end of the couch, half turned toward the door. The late morning light cut through the blinds in clean lines across the room. The place felt lived in but restless. Hey, Ren, Mista said, loading another round into his gun, you ever wonder if Bucharity actually sleeps? I chuckled. He probably does, just not when anyone's watching. Narancia laughed, mouth full. Yeah, the boss probably just stands there all night like a statue. Sleep is for the weak. Abisho didn't look up. He probably stays awake to deal with your noise. Narancia pointed his chip bag at him. Hey! I'm not that loud. Mista grinned. Yes, you are. Shut up, gun freak. Make me, plain boy. Fugo sighed heavily. Can you two ever have one quiet hour? Narancia shot back, you could leave if you hate fun so much. Fugo glared. Fun? You call yelling fun? Abisho smirked slightly without turning. They call everything fun until they break something. Narancia groaned loudly. Man, you're all boring. I laughed lightly. You should pace yourself, Narancia. You'll run out of energy before lunch. Never, he said proudly, sitting up straight. I'm built different. Mista snorted. Built stupid, maybe. Narancia threw a chip at him. Mista dodged easily. The front door opened before they could start another round. Bucharity stepped in, calm and composed, his usual expression giving nothing away. Behind him came a man I recognized, Pericolo. His sharp features and slicked back hair made him look older than he was, dressed neatly in a dark coat. The room went quiet immediately. Everyone straightened up. Sit, but Charity said. We have a guest. Narancia scrambled upright, Mista pocketed his bullets, Abisho stubbed out his cigarette, and Fugo moved away from the window. Pericolo nodded at each of us before looking at Bucharity. Everything is secure. Yes, Bucharity said. No surveillance, no tails. Pericolo gave a small nod. Good. He placed a black envelope on the table. This comes directly from the top. Everyone's attention sharpened. Bucharity sat, opening the envelope carefully. Inside was a folded letter and a small photo. He read silently for several seconds. Then he looked up. We're being assigned a protection job. Protection. Mr. repeated. That's new. Pericolo spoke then, voice even. This isn't an ordinary protection detail. The target is of high importance to the organization. You are to ensure her safety until further notice. Narancia frowned. Her. Pericolo nodded. Trishuna. The name meant little to them yet. I already knew who she was, the boss's daughter. But I stayed quiet, keeping my expression neutral. Fugo leaned slightly forward. We're guarding a girl. Pericolo's tone didn't shift. She is the daughter of someone whose security matters greatly to the organization. Abisho asked, why us? Bucharity answered before Pericolo could. Because we can be trusted. Pericolo gave a small approving glance. Correct. No one outside this room must know who she is or where she'll be kept. That includes other Pass Ioni units. Mista whistled softly. Sounds serious. It is, Pericolo said flatly. You'll pick her up this afternoon. Keep her hidden. That's all you need to know. He looked around the room once more, his gaze sharp enough to cut. If anyone leaks information, the punishment will be immediate. Narancia swallowed audibly. Got it. Good, Pericolo said. That's all. Bucharity, the rest is in your hands. Bucharity nodded. Understood. Pericolo left without another word, closing the door quietly behind him. The sound of his footsteps faded down the stairs. The room stayed silent for a few seconds after. Mista broke it first. So, we're babysitters now. Bucharity's tone was calm. We're protectors. Same thing, Mista said with a grin. Except this time the kid's probably spoiled. Narancia laughed. You think she's hot? Fugo turned immediately. Narancia. What? Narancia said innocently. I'm just asking. You're hopeless, Fugo muttered. Abisho leaned back in his chair. This is exactly why Bucharity didn't tell us anything yet. You'd turn it into a circus. Mista snickered. Too late for that. Bucharity ignored them and turned to me. Ren. Yes. You'll assist Mista and Fugo when we collect the girl. I'll handle the contact. All right, I said. Everyone else stays here, he continued. We'll bring her back tonight. Prepare a separate room. Nothing flashy. Narancia frowned. Can I at least meet her? Later, Bucharity said. Man, you never let me do anything fun, Narancia complained. You cause enough trouble without trying, Fugo said sharply. Narancia glared at him. You still mad about yesterday? Always, Fugo said flatly. I grinned. You two really get along well. Mista laughed. They fight like brothers. Shut up, Mista, they said in unison. Bucharity's calm voice cut through again. Enough. Get ready. We leave in 20 minutes. We met again by the car. Mista took the wheel, whistling as he drove. Fugo sat in the back, checking a folded map, while I leaned against the door, watching the streets pass. So, Mista said cheerfully, we're picking up the boss's secret kid, hey. Fugo sighed. Don't say it like that. I'm just saying, Mista continued. She must be important if the boss wants us watching her. She is, Fugo said simply. Mista grinned at me through the mirror. Ren, you think she's trouble? I smiled lightly. Trouble always finds us anyway. Exactly. Mista said, snapping his fingers. Might as well enjoy it. Fugo groaned quietly. You two are impossible. You're too uptight, Mista said, still smiling. Relax a little. I'll relax when we're done, Fugo said. Mista chuckled. That'll be never. We arrived at the designated spot, a quiet villa on the city's edge. But Charity was already there, speaking with a man in a grey coat. They shook hands briefly, and Charity turned toward us. She's inside, he said. Ren, stay near the entrance. Mista, cover the side path. Fugo, check the perimeter. We moved quickly. I took my post near the door. Through the half-open shutters, I could see her Trish. Pink hair, stylish clothes, sitting on the couch with crossed legs and clear impatience on her face. About time, she said sharply as Charity entered. Do you people always make others wait? Charity stayed calm. We came as fast as we could. She glanced at him with mild annoyance. I hope this place isn't disgusting. It's safe, he said simply. She sighed dramatically. Safe and ugly, probably. Mista whispered beside me, yep, spoiled. I smirked. You called it. Charity glanced our way once, silencing any more jokes. Trish stood, brushing invisible dust off her skirt. Fine. Let's go then. Charity nodded. Stay close to me. Don't speak to anyone outside the car. She rolled her eyes but followed. When she stepped outside, Mista gave a polite but amused nod. Welcome aboard, princess. Trish shot him a sharp look. Don't call me that. Sure thing, miss, Mista said, still grinning. Fugo muttered, you're going to get punched one day. Mista shrugged. Worth it. I opened the car door for her. She glanced at me briefly, expression unreadable. Thanks, she said curtly before sitting. No problem, I said cheerfully. The ride back was mostly quiet. Trish stared out the window. Charity sat beside her, calm as ever. Mista hummed along with the radio. Fugo gave him a disapproving look but didn't bother to argue. After a while, Trish spoke suddenly. I want mineral water. And a bathroom that doesn't smell. Mista looked back. You got it, boss. Charity said evenly, we'll take care of it once we're secure. She huffed. It better not take long. Narancia was going to love this, I thought quietly. We reached the safe house just before evening. Narancia was waiting by the door, waving. Hey! So this is her. Trish ignored him entirely as she stepped inside. Narancia's face fell. Rude. Mista laughed. Told you, kid. She's royalty. Royal pain, maybe, Narancia muttered. Fugo gave him a warning glance. Don't start. Trish surveyed the room like a critic judging a painting. It's small. Abisho, sitting by the counter, raised an eyebrow. We'll redecorate next year. She ignored him too. Charity directed her toward the back room. You'll stay here. It's the safest part of the building. She frowned but complied. When she was out of sight, Mista flopped onto the couch. Man, this is going to be fun. Narancia laughed. She already hates us. Fugo adjusted his glasses. Let's just keep her alive. That's our job. Mista stretched his arms. Yet. Abisho stood. I'll take first watch. But Charity nodded. Good. The rest of you rest up. We start shifts at dawn. Narancia yawned. Finally. Mista leaned back, eyes half closed. Wake me when dinner's ready. Fugo muttered, you'll sleep through it anyway. I leaned against the wall, watching them with quiet amusement. But Charity glanced my way. You handled yourself well again today. I smiled. I try. He nodded once. Keep it up. We'll need everyone focused for this. I nodded back. Understood. The room settled into a comfortable hum of quiet conversation. Narancia kept talking about how he wanted to show Trish his plane later. Mista teased him about it. Fugo tried to shut them both up. Abisho ignored them entirely, flipping through a magazine. But Charity started writing notes at the small table, already organizing their rotation schedule. I stayed nearby, listening to the noise, smiling faintly. It was loud, messy, and real, the kind of noise that kept this group alive. Chapter 7, Trouble on the Errand. Morning came with the smell of coffee and the sound of Narancia arguing with Fugo again. I sat at the small table, half listening while Mista leaned against the counter, checking his gun and spinning one bullet between his fingers. But Charity came out of the back room, his steps measured as always. We're low on supplies. Mista, Ren, you'll go into town. Food, water, and basic medicine. No unnecessary stops. Mista grinned. Finally, something to do. Narancia raised his hand quickly. Can I come? No, but Charity said without looking at him. Narancia groaned. Why not? You'll attract attention, but Charity said simply. Stay here. Narancia threw himself back onto the couch. This sucks. Abisho muttered, so do your listening skills. Narancia sat up. I heard that. Fugo sighed. Good. Maybe there's hope for you. Mista laughed. All right, kids. We'll bring you souvenirs. Bring snacks. Narancia shouted. The good kind. No promises, Mista said cheerfully as he grabbed his jacket. I stood, stretching a little. Let's go before he gives us a full shopping list. But Charity handed Mista a folded paper. Stick to this. Don't take long. Got it, Mista said, slipping it into his pocket. Come on, Ren. We headed out into the sunlight. The street was already busy. A few vendors were setting up stalls, the air thick with the smell of fruit, bread, and sea salt. I walked with my hands in my pockets, keeping pace beside Mista as we made our way toward the main square. Mista glanced at me. Feels nice to get out, hey? Yeah, I said easily. That place gets loud fast. He laughed. You get used to it. They're like a family that yells a lot. I've noticed. We stopped by a stall selling produce. Mista picked through a few apples, inspecting each one like he was choosing bullets. These look fine, he said. Narancia'll eat half before they even hit the table. He's got energy to burn, I said with a small smile. Yeah, but he burns it wrong, Mista said, chuckling. But Charity's patient, though. I'd have thrown him out by now. You wouldn't, I said lightly. You like him? Mista smirked. Maybe. Don't tell him that. I grinned. Your secret's safe. We moved on to the next stop, a small corner shop where Mista greeted the clerk like he'd been there 100 times. He picked up bottled water, instant meals, and first aid supplies. I carried most of the bags while he handled the cash. As we stepped back onto the street, he stretched. All right, that's everything on the list. Maybe we can grab lunch before heading back. I looked around. You really want to eat out while we're on a job? It's just pasta, man, Mista said. Relax. We're invisible. Nobody's looking for us. He wasn't entirely wrong, but I'd learned better than to trust quiet streets in Naples. Still, his grin was easy and the sunlight felt good, so I followed. We sat outside a small cafe. Mista ordered carbonara for both of us. The food came quick, steaming and rich with the smell of pepper and cheese. Mista dug in. See? Worth it. Not bad, I said, eating casually. You always eat this much. Gotta stay ready, he said between bites. You never know when a fight'll break out. You eat like Narencia, I said cheerfully. He pointed his fork at me. Hey, don't compare me to that brat. I laughed quietly. He'd take that personally. Good. Maybe he'd finally train harder, Mista said, grinning. The conversation was easy. He talked about shooting practice, about the time he met Bucciarati, about Sex Pistols giving him attitude when he tried to focus. I listened, amused. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something: two men across the street, pretending to browse a newspaper stand. Their glances were too regular, their posture too alert. One reached into his coat. Mista, I said quietly, setting down my fork. We've got company. His smile vanished instantly. Where? Across the street. Two men. They've been watching us. He glanced casually, eyes narrowing. Yeah, I see 'em. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, voice low. Finish your drink. Don't look again. I nodded. What's the play? He stood, stretching like nothing was wrong. We walk. If they follow, we move to the alley near the old church. Less people. I followed, matching his calm pace. We turned the corner, heading toward the quieter side streets. I could hear faint footsteps behind us. They were following. Mista's tone dropped to a quiet edge. 3 now. One more joined them. Want me to handle it? I asked. He shook his head. Let's see what they want first. We reached the alley. The sound of the city faded behind the walls. Mista stopped halfway down, turning slowly. All right, boys, he said loudly, you've followed us long enough. The 3 men entered, spreading out. One had short blonde hair, another a scar across his cheek, and the last looked young but nervous. The blonde one spoke. We don't want trouble. Just the package. Mista's expression turned sharp. What package? The man said plainly. You're with Bucciarati's crew, yet? Hand her over. Mista smirked faintly. Bad answer. He reached for his revolver. Sex Pistols. The air shimmered as 6 tiny figures appeared, grinning and hovering near his shoulder. He said hand her over, one of them shouted. Yeah, another yelled. Let's shoot 'em already, Mista. Mista smiled tightly. You heard them. The first shot cracked before the men could even move. The bullet curved mid-air as one of the pistols kicked it, striking the scarred man's gun clean out of his hand. The next bullet hit the blonde's shoulder, spinning him back. The younger man panicked, summoning a stand a shape like a rope coiled around his arm that extended outward fast, whipping toward us. I stepped forward, my tone calm. Mahoraga. The massive stand appeared behind me, its presence pressing against the narrow alley walls. The rope stand lashed toward it and wrapped around its arm. Mahoraga pulled once, yanking the man off his feet and slamming him into a wall hard enough to knock him out. The blond man stumbled back, clutching his shoulder, trying to reach for another weapon. Mista fired again. Another precise shot. The man dropped instantly, clutching his leg this time. 2 down, Mista said. 1 left. The last man hesitated, staring between us and the collapsed bodies. His breathing quickened. You don't understand our orders. Mista cut him off. Don't care. The man took a step back, shaking his head. He'll kill us if we fail. Mista lowered his revolver slightly but didn't look sympathetic. Then you already failed. The man bolted. Mista didn't shoot, watching him go. Let him run, Mista said, sliding his gun back into the holster. He'll tell whoever sent him that we're not easy targets. Mahoraga's presence faded quietly. The alley fell still again. Mista exhaled, brushing dust off his sleeve. So much for lunch. I smiled faintly. You said it'd be easy. Hey, it's not my fault people keep trying to kill us, he said with a grin. We left the alley, heading back toward the car. Mista carried the bags again, humming like nothing happened. I kept an eye on the street corners, but no more tales followed. As we got closer to the safe house, Mista spoke again, his tone lighter. You handle yourself pretty well. That stand of yours still gives me chills. It's handy, I said. Yours is more fun, though. He laughed. They've got personality, I'll give them that. One of the tiny stands popped out for a second, floating near his head. We saved your butt again, Mista. Yeah, Mista said, rolling his eyes. You're all heroes. Damn right, it said before vanishing again. I chuckled quietly. You talk to them like they're friends. They are, he said simply. Annoying friends. When we reached the bakery, Narancia was already outside, pacing. He spotted us and waved. Finally. You were gone forever. Calm down, kid, Mista said. We brought your snacks. Narancia's face lit up. Yes. He grabbed the bag immediately, digging through it. You actually got the good ones. Of course I did, Mista said proudly. Abisho looked up from the corner of the shop. You're late. Got delayed, Mista said. Some idiots tried to follow us. But Charity came out from the back, calm as ever. Details. Mista set the bags down. 3 guys, probably from a rival group. Wanted Trish. We handled it. But Charity's brow furrowed slightly. Any sign of who sent them? No, Mista said. One ran. Maybe he'll talk to someone. But Charity nodded slowly. Good work. I'll tighten the patrols. Narancia stopped eating. They're after Trish already. But Charity glanced at him. It was only a matter of time. Trish stepped into the room then, looking unimpressed. What's going on? Nothing you need to worry about, but Charity said. Stay inside. She crossed her arms. If people are after me, I'd like to know. Mista grinned. She's got a point. But Charity gave him a look that shut him up instantly. It's under control. Trish sighed and walked back to her room without another word. Narancia whispered, she's intense. Better than scared, I said quietly. But Charity turned to me. You kept him alive, I assume. Mista laughed. Barely. I grinned. He handled himself fine. But Charity nodded. Good. Stay sharp. The enemy will try again. Always, Mista said lightly. But they'll regret it. Abisho muttered, just don't bring them back here next time. Hey, we didn't, Mista said defensively. We lost them clean. Narancia looked between us. So, we're still doing supply runs, right? No, but Charity said. We'll lay low until further notice. Narancia groaned. Come on. Fugo cut in. You'd complain either way. Narancia pointed at him. You're the reason we never have fun. I'm the reason you're still alive, Fugo said flatly. Mista laughed, slapping Narancia's back. Don't worry, kid. You'll get your chance. Narancia brightened. Really? Sure, Mista said with a grin. Next time someone tries to kill us, you can go first. Wait, what? I laughed quietly, watching them bicker again. It was loud, as always, but the tension had eased. Even Bucharity allowed himself a faint smile before turning back to his notes. Chapter 8, The First Clue. The next morning started quiet, but it didn't last. The city noise reached the safe house before sunrise, horns echoing from the main road. The team had gathered early, even Narancia was awake, though he looked half asleep with his head on the table. Bucharity stood by the window, reading a short message folded twice. His expression didn't change, but the silence in the room sharpened. Giorno sat beside me, calm as always, his hands resting neatly on the table. He hadn't spoken much since joining. Everyone still watched him like a puzzle they hadn't solved yet. Bucharity folded the message carefully and looked at us. The men who followed Mista and Ren yesterday weren't local. I've confirmed it. They were working under La Squadra Esecuzioni. Fugo frowned. That didn't take long. They were sloppy, Bucharity said. One was caught last night trying to buy medicine for a gunshot wound. Mista smirked. Should have aimed better. Abisho's tone was dry. What now? Bucharity looked toward me and Giorno. You two will check the northern docks. The wounded man was spotted near a warehouse there. Find out who's giving him orders. Giorno nodded immediately. Understood. I stood. We'll be careful. Mista leaned back, crossing his arms. You sure you don't want backup? Bucharity shook his head. 2 is less suspicious. If he's still alive, he'll talk easier without a crowd. Narancia lifted his head lazily. Man, you always give the fun jobs to other people. Stay here, Bucharity said. Keep Trish safe. Narancia sighed loudly. Yet. Mista grinned. Don't let her boss you around too much. Narancia groaned. She already does. Trish, sitting on the couch nearby, shot him a sharp look. I can hear you. He flinched. Sorry. Bucharity turned back to us. Move quickly. I'll follow once I've secured our route south. The boss is sending new instructions soon. I nodded. Got it. The northern docks were half empty when we arrived. Giorno walked beside me, quiet and observant. The sea air was sharp, carrying the faint smell of oil and salt. Old fishing boats rocked gently in the water. We moved between the warehouses. Seagulls perched on rooftops, crying out in intervals. Giorno stopped near one of the side alleys and crouched to look at a small smear of blood along the stone. He came this way, Giorno said. I looked closer. Fresh. Not older than a few hours, he replied. He's moving slowly. We followed the trail deeper into the dock area. The further we went, the quieter it became. Stacked containers blocked most of the view from the street. Giorno's pace stayed steady, careful. He glanced at me briefly. You fought them yesterday. 3 of them, I said. 1 got away. Guess that's our guy. He nodded slightly. You work well with Mista. He's easy to read, I said with a small smile. Giorno's tone was even. He trusts you already. That's not common. Guess I make a good impression. Giorno gave a faint smile. Maybe. We reached a warehouse door left half open. The blood trail ended there. Giorno stopped beside it, listening quietly. Inside, I could hear faint breathing, uneven, shallow. He's in there, I said softly. Giorno nodded. We'll go slow. I pushed the door open. The light inside was dim, filtered through high windows. The air smelled of rust and seawater. In the far corner, a man sat slumped against a crate, holding his side. His jacket was stained dark. He looked up at us, startled but too weak to stand. Stay where you are, I said calmly. He tried to lift his gun, but his arm trembled. Giorno stepped forward and touched the ground near the man's foot. Golden vines grew up from the floor, wrapping gently around his wrist, disarming him without force. The man froze. Who? What the hell are you? Giorno's voice stayed calm. You were seen with 2 others yesterday. Tell us who you work for. The man laughed weakly. You already know. La Squadra, I said. He smirked. You think you can stop them? You're already dead. Giorno's tone stayed quiet. Names. The man's eyes flicked between us, weighing his odds. Formaggio tried first. Now they're all moving. Illuso's next. Giorno's gaze sharpened. Where? The man hesitated, then exhaled heavily. South, near Pompeii. They said something about a mirror. He's watching for you. Before we could ask more, his head slumped forward. He'd bled out. Giorno checked his pulse, then stood. Dead. Figures, I said quietly. At least we got a name. Giorno turned toward the door. Illuso. That means they know we're moving. Then Bucciarati's right, I said. They'll come for Trish next. He nodded once. We should report back immediately. The drive back was quiet. Giorno sat with one hand resting on his chin, eyes focused outside. The wind tugged faintly at his blonde hair. He finally spoke. La Squadra won't stop with one attempt. The boss must expect that. Yeah, I said. But the rest of the team doesn't know how bad it'll get. They'll find out soon enough, he said calmly. You sound ready, I said with a small grin. He looked at me briefly. I have to be. I nodded. Fair. We reached the bakery safe house by noon. Mista was cleaning his gun on the steps. Narencia sat on the railing, eating something fried from a paper bag. Mista waved. Back already? Found a lead, I said. Giorno added, the wounded man confirmed La Squadra's involvement. He mentioned Illuso, near Pompeii. Mista's grin faded. That creep with the mirror thing. Yes, Giorno said. He's waiting for us. Narencia frowned. Pompeii's far. You think Bucciarati will send us there? He might not have a choice, I said. The door opened. Bucciarati stepped out, already buttoning his jacket. What did you find? Giorno handed him the notes he'd written during the drive. Bucciarati read quickly. Then it's confirmed, he said quietly. La Squadra is moving together. They know about Trish. Abisho appeared in the doorway behind him. So we're finally going after them. Bucciarati nodded once. Yes. We can't wait for them to strike again. We'll intercept Illuso before he reaches Naples. Mista stretched his arms, grinning. Finally, some action. Narencia jumped up. I'm coming too. Bucciarati's tone was firm. No. You'll stay with Trish. Fugo will lead you on watch duty. Narancia groaned loudly. Again. Fugo shot him a glare. You almost shot me last time. I said I was sorry. Abisho sighed. Every day with you too. Mista laughed. Hey, I'll go. I'm not missing another fight. But Charity nodded. You, Ren, and Giorno are with me. Abisho, you cover our route. Abisho nodded. Got it. But Charity looked at Trish, who had been standing quietly by the table. You'll stay here. Don't open the door for anyone. She crossed her arms. I'm not helpless. I know, he said calmly. But this is necessary. She hesitated, then turned away without answering. Mista whispered, she's mad. She's always mad, Narancia whispered back. Fugo muttered, both of you shut up. But Charity ignored the noise. We leave in 20 minutes. Pack light. The road south stretched long and straight. But Charity drove, eyes on the horizon. Mista sat in the back seat, fiddling with a bullet. Giorno sat beside me in the front, silent again. The fields outside were dry and golden under the afternoon sun. Mista leaned forward between the seats. You ever been to Pompeii, Ren? Not yet, I said. Heard it's quiet. He snorted. Quiet till people start dying. Giorno said calmly, Illuso's ability isn't direct. If he catches one of us in his mirror world, it'll be hard to escape. But Charity nodded slightly. Which is why we'll stay in pairs. No one moves alone. Mista tapped the window. You got it, boss. We reached the outskirts of Pompeii an hour later. The ruins stood silent under the sun, stone arches and broken columns scattered across the field. The place was empty except for the wind. But Charity stopped the car near a cracked archway. We move from here on foot. Stay sharp. We spread out in pairs as instructed, but Charity and Giorno ahead, Mista and I following close behind. The stones crunched under our boots. Mista spoke quietly. I hate places like this. Too open, too quiet. Yeah, I said, scanning the ruins. Perfect spot for a trap. We moved carefully between the columns. The air felt still, heavy. Giorno stopped suddenly, crouching to look at something on the ground, a small, handheld mirror. Don't touch it, but Charity said immediately. I wasn't planning to, Giorno replied calmly. Mista frowned. That's gotta be his, right? Yes, but Charity said. Stay clear of reflections. He can pull you in through them. Mista looked around quickly. That's insane. It's dangerous, but Charity corrected. Not insane. We advanced slowly. Every broken wall, every shard of glass felt like a potential threat. I stayed close to Mista, ready to summon Mahoraga if needed. Then, faintly, I caught movement, a flicker in the edge of a cracked mirror fragment embedded in the wall. Mista, I said quietly. He turned his head just as Illuso stepped partly out of the reflection, smirking. But Charity's little team. Finally. Mista's gun was up instantly. You picked the wrong day. Illuso grinned. Let's see about that. His body vanished back into the mirror, and the reflection twisted. Giorno shouted, he's inside. Don't look directly. Too late. The light bent, pulling Mista's reflection toward it. I grabbed his shoulder fast, breaking his line of sight. The pull stopped. Thanks, he breathed. That was close. But Charity's voice was sharp now. We can't fight him through the mirrors. Giorno, find a way to destroy his line of sight. Giorno nodded, his stand materializing gold experience glowing faintly in the sunlight. He touched the ground, vines grew fast, spreading over the stone floor, blocking most of the reflective surfaces. Illuso's voice echoed faintly from somewhere unseen. Clever. But it won't help you for long. Don't listen to him, Bucharity said evenly. Stay focused. We tightened formation, scanning for any shimmer of glass or metal. Mista exhaled slowly. You see him again, you tell me first. I'll take the shot. I will, I said. Bucharity raised his hand slightly. We'll push him out. Giorno, Ren cover left. Mista, right with me. We moved forward, each step careful. The mirror glints vanished one by one under Giorno's vines. A faint sound came from behind one of the stone walls, a boot scraping against gravel. Bucharity signaled silently. We turned the corner together, ready. But there was no one. Only another mirror hanging loosely against the wall, cracked down the middle. Bucharity stepped closer. Break it. I nodded and summoned Mahoraga. One swing shattered the glass completely, the pieces scattering across the ground. From the echoing walls, Illuso's angry voice carried faintly, You'll regret that. Mista grinned. He sounds mad. Bucharity's tone stayed calm. Good. Keep him that way. Giorno, prepare your vines again. We'll flush him out. Giorno nodded and knelt, touching the ground once more. Chapter 9, What the Enemy Knew. The air still carried the heat from the fight. Dust drifted between the broken stones where the last shards of Illuso's mirror had shattered. Giorno stood beside one of the fallen columns, breathing evenly, gold experience fading away. Bucharity's jacket had a small tear on the shoulder where a piece of debris had grazed him, but otherwise he looked untouched. Mista sat on the ground, reloading his revolver slowly. That guy was worse than he looked. Creepy mirror junk. Glad he's toast. I crouched beside what was left of Illuso's coat. The body was half gone, twisted at an odd angle. He had bled out fast after Bucharity landed the finishing blow. I checked his pockets, careful not to touch any fragments of glass. Got something, I said, pulling out a small black wallet and a folded card. Bucharity walked over, wiping a faint streak of blood off his hand. Let me see it. I handed it to him. He opened it carefully, scanning the contents. Inside were several Pass Ioni ID tags, one still marked as active. Giorno came closer. He still had an active membership. That means he was never officially expelled. Bucharity's brow furrowed. That doesn't make sense. The boss said La Squadra went rogue. Mista looked up. So the boss lied? Not yet, Bucharity said quietly. But this proves he didn't cut them off like he told us. Giorno's voice stayed calm. Maybe he left them on record for convenience. So he could track them. Bucharity's jaw tightened slightly. Or control them. Mista stood, holstering his gun. That's the same thing. Giorno reached for the folded card still in Bucharity's hand. What's that? Bucharity passed it over. It was a simple piece of paper with coordinates written in neat script and one sentence at the bottom, Target, Trishuna, use discretion. Mista frowned. They got that from the top. That's the boss's handwriting, right? You've seen it. Bucharity didn't answer right away. He studied the paper longer than he needed to. Then he folded it slowly. We'll take this with us. No one outside the team sees it. Giorno's eyes followed the movement. You think he's hiding something about her? I think we don't have the full story, Bucharity said simply. Let's move. Abisho will want to record what happened. We walked back toward the car in silence. The ruins of Pompeii stretched behind us, sunlight flashing off broken glass along the ground. Mista finally spoke. So, what do we do now? If the boss is using us and lying about it, that's a big deal. But Charity's tone stayed level. We do our job. We protect the girl until I decide what to do next. That doesn't sound like you're still taking orders, Mista said, half teasing, half cautious. I'm taking care of my team, but Charity said. That ended the conversation. We reached the car and drove north, back toward Naples. By the time we returned, the sun was setting. The safe house was quieter than usual. Narancia and Fugo were in the kitchen, arguing softly over a half-burnt pan. Abisho sat by the window, writing in his notebook, cigarette smoke drifting lazily upward. Trish was pacing the hallway, clearly irritated. She stopped when she saw us. Finally. You're all filthy. What happened? Mista dropped onto the couch with a tired groan. We met your fan club again. They're gone now. Trish frowned. You mean assassins? Yeah, Mista said. Real ugly ones. She crossed her arms. But Charity set the folded card on the table. We'll talk privately. Giorno, Ren stay. The rest of you, eat. Mista looked up. You sure? I kinda wanna know what's. Eat, but Charity said firmly. Mista sighed but stood, dragging Narancia with him. Fine, fine. Come on, kid. Food time. Narancia complained as usual. You never let me hear the good stuff. Abisho flicked ash into the tray. Go before I make you wash the dishes. They left, still bickering. When the room was quiet again, Charity opened the folded paper and handed it to Giorno. Trish leaned closer, curiosity overriding her impatience. Her eyes narrowed as she read. That's my name. Yes, Charity said evenly. We found it on Eluso. Giorno added, he was ordered to find and capture you. The note came directly from higher command. Trish's expression hardened. You mean from my father? No one answered. She let out a small laugh, sharp and bitter. So he's hunting me himself now. That's rich. But Charity said quietly, do you know why? She looked at him directly. Do you think he ever told me anything? I've never even seen his face. Her voice stayed steady, but her hands clenched slightly at her sides. Giorno folded the paper back up. He's keeping secrets even from his own people. But Charity nodded slowly. Which means we can't trust his version of events anymore. Trish gave a small, dry smile. Welcome to my world. Mr. returned from the kitchen, carrying a plate. What's going on now? We rebelling or something? But Charity gave him a calm but firm look. Not yet. Mista sat down again anyway. Doesn't sound like a no. Abisho closed his notebook, speaking quietly. You're thinking it, but Charity. I can tell. I'm thinking about survival, but Charity said. If the boss wants her dead, that means he's willing to erase anyone who knows her existence. Narancia poked his head in from the hallway, mouth still full of food. Wait, what? Why would he do that? Because she's his weakness, Giorno said simply. And he doesn't like leaving weaknesses alive. The room went still. Narancia swallowed hard. So he'd kill her? His own kid. Trish's voice was sharp now. He would. Believe me. Mista shook his head slowly. Man, this is messed up. Fugo walked in next, wiping his hands. If this is true, we're all already targets. But Charity nodded once. That's correct. Abisho looked at him directly. Then what's the plan? But Charity didn't answer immediately. He walked to the window, looking out at the dim street below. The lamplight cast faint shadows across his face. We keep her safe. We'll play along until I know exactly what the boss wants. Once I have proof, we act. Mista grinned faintly. That's more like it. Finally some direction. Narancia looked confused. Act how? Like, fight him. Fugo sighed. You can't fight the boss, idiot. No one even knows who he is. Narancia frowned. So we just sit here? No, but Charity said. We move soon. Giorno and Ren found coordinates with the note. They point to an island off Sardinia. That may be where he's keeping information about himself. Giorno nodded. If we reach it, we'll have leverage. Abisho leaned back, expression unreadable. And if we don't? But Charity's voice was steady. Then at least we die with purpose. Narancia paled slightly. Man, don't say stuff like that. Mista clapped him on the back. Relax. We're too good to die early. Narancia muttered, you better be right. Trish looked from one face to another, then finally to Charity. You really think you can go against him and live? Charity met her eyes. If we don't try, none of us will live long anyway. She looked away, then nodded slowly. Then I'm staying with you. Whatever happens. Fugo frowned. That's not your choice to make. She glared at him. It is if they're trying to kill me. Mista smirked. I like her spirit. Abisho rolled his eyes. Of course you do. But Charity turned to Giorno. We'll need a new vehicle and new papers. Something untraceable. I can handle that, Giorno said. Give me until morning. Do it, but Charity said. I spoke then, breaking my silence. What about the others in La Squadra? They won't stop. But Charity nodded. They'll come again. But if we move before they regroup, we can stay ahead of them. Mista stretched his arms. Guess we're traveling light again. Exactly, but Charity said. Keep only what you need. Narancia raised a hand. Can I at least bring my CD player? Fugo sighed loudly. Unbelievable. Mista laughed. Let the kid have it. We need some music on the road. Abisho muttered, you're all insane. But Charity ignored the chatter. He looked at me finally. You've been quiet, Ren. Thoughts? I smiled faintly. You already said what matters. We move fast, stay together, and hit back when we can. But Charity gave a short nod. Good. He turned toward the group. We leave before sunrise. Rest while you can. Everyone started drifting off, some to gather things, others just to sit in the quiet. Mista leaned against the doorframe beside me, yawning. Man, this is gonna get messy, hey. Probably, I said. He grinned. You're way too calm for this stuff. I shrugged. Can't waste energy worrying. He laughed softly. Fair enough. Giorno approached, his voice even. But Charity trusts you more than most. He'll need that soon. I know, I said. He nodded once, eyes thoughtful. Then we understand each other. He turned and left to prepare. Mista glanced at me. You two are weirdly serious when you talk. Comes with the job, I said. He grinned again. Still weird. Narancia called from the other room, hey. Did anyone pack the chips? Mista shouted back, they're in the bag, idiot. Fugo groaned audibly. You two are hopeless. Their noise filled the safe house again, louder but familiar. For a few minutes, it felt almost normal. But Charity stood by the door, watching his team with that same calm focus. Then he looked at me and gave a small nod. Tomorrow we move. I nodded back. Ready when you are. Chapter 10, Heat on the Rails. We reached the station at dawn, the air cool enough that I could see Narencia's breath puffing lightly as he complained. He dragged his feet along the concrete, muttering under his breath about wanting more sleep. But Charity walked ahead, steady and focused, the collar of his jacket buttoned neatly. Mista carried 2 bags slung over his shoulder, humming an upbeat tune like we weren't being hunted by one of the most dangerous assassination units in Italy. Trish walked directly behind him, arms crossed in irritation. "This station smells weird," she said. Narencia groaned. "Everything smells weird to you." She shot him a sharp glare. "Because everything does smell weird. This place is old. And ugly." Narencia raised both hands defensively. Okay, I didn't say anything." Fugo rubbed his forehead. "Can you two start the morning without yelling?" Mista laughed. "That's impossible." I walked behind them, hands in my pockets, watching the early crowd shuffle through the doors. The station lights flickered slightly as they warmed up, the hum of the rails vibrating faintly through the floor. I didn't feel nervous, just alert, especially knowing what was coming. I already knew the killers were close. Prosciutto wasn't the type to wait long, and Pesci would be with him whether he wanted to be or not. Giorno walked beside me, calm as usual. "Once we board, we should avoid drawing attention. Mista and Narencia need to stay quiet." "That's asking a lot," I said cheerfully. Giorno gave a small, tired sigh. "I know." Ahead of us, Charity lifted a hand. "Stay close. Train leaves in 20 minutes. Trish huffed. "Can we at least get a private car? I don't want strangers staring at me." "We'll find a car with fewer passengers," Charity said. "That's the best we can do." Abisho walked on her other side. "Be glad we aren't shoving you into a cargo box." Trish glared at him. "Excuse me." Narencia burst out laughing. "She'd flip out if we did that." "Shut up," she snapped. Mista slung an arm around Narencia's neck. "Come on, kid. Don't make her mad before we even leave the station." Narencia squirmed. "Let go." Fugo pointed at them angrily. "Stop messing around. People are staring." They were. But it was normal staring, nothing suspicious yet. Just regular passengers watching a loud group walk by. We reached platform 3, where the long silver train waited, steam billowing out from beneath the wheels. Charity led us down the line until we reached a car with only a few early travelers. He stepped inside first, scanning quickly before nodding. We followed. Inside, the lights were soft and warm. Most seats were empty. A pair of old men were reading newspapers near the back. A woman was carrying coffee to her seat. No one looked dangerous. Not yet. We settled into a cluster of seats. Narencia took the window, pressing his face against the glass. "Whoa! Look at all those pigeons." Mista sighed. "You're such a kid." "I'm not a kid." "You are a kid," Abisho said. Trish sat beside Charity with an annoyed sigh, crossing her legs. "Can this train go any faster? I just want to leave this city." Giorno was near the aisle, checking the small bag of supplies he'd prepared. "Once we start moving, stay aware. La Squadra won't give up." Narencia leaned back. "If they try anything, Aerosmith will handle it." Fugo snapped at him immediately. "Don't summon it here. We're in public." "I didn't say I would," Narencia said defensively. "You were thinking it," Fugo said. I laughed quietly. "This is a great start to a long ride." Mista elbowed me lightly. "Hey, if anything happens, it'll be fun." "Only if we don't die," I said cheerfully. He grinned. Yeah, Yet. The train jerked, then began pulling forward. The station slowly slid away, the morning sunlight reflecting across the windows. For a moment, it was peaceful. Then it began. I felt at first a faint tightening in the air, like something was being squeezed. People around us shifted uncomfortably. One of the old men lowered his newspaper, rubbing his wrist. A woman complained softly that her skin felt dry. Another passenger coughed, a low rattling sound. Narancia scratched his cheek. Man, why does the air feel weird? Fugo looked at him sharply. What do you mean weird? I dunno. Hot. Like, hot. Mista frowned. He's right. It's warm. Giorno stood. Not normal warmth. Something unnatural. Then the first signs hit, deep wrinkles forming suddenly on a man's hands. An older woman gripping her chest and breathing fast. Venous lines rising faintly beneath their skin. Prosciutto's power. Charity stood instantly. It's the Grateful Dead. Everyone stay alert. Don't touch anything. Stay close. Trish's eyes widened. What's happening? Mr. reached into his vest. We're aging. That stand ages anything alive. Narancia panicked. I don't wanna be old. I'm too cool to die old. Shut up. Fugo yelled. Panicking won't help. Giorno grabbed Narancia's shoulder. You're young. You'll be affected slower than adults. Stay calm. Abisho's jaw tightened as he studied the room. We need to find the user. He's on this train. Charity turned to me, his voice low. Ren. Stay near them. I'm going to sweep the next car. I'm coming, Giorno said. No, you stay here with them, Charity said. I need someone steady watching their condition. Giorno accepted it without question. I stepped in front of the aisle as several passengers began collapsing. Their skin wrinkled rapidly. One man's hair shifted from dark to grey in seconds. Narancia clutched my sleeve. Ren, what the hell is happening to them? It's the stand, I said quickly. Stay near me. You'll be fine. He was shaking slightly, but his breathing steadied as I kept my tone light. Charity stepped into the door between train cars and vanished inside. I scanned the cabin. No metal reflections, so Pesci wasn't using Beach Boy here yet. It meant Prosciutto was moving on foot. Giorno knelt beside an older passenger, checking her pulse. I can slow her aging by restoring her cells, but not everyone. Start with the worst ones, I said. Trish stood behind him, arms wrapped around herself. I hate this. I hate all of this. Abisho stood guard near the door, watching every passenger suspiciously. Mista was shaking one leg anxiously. He's close. I know it. This heat, this is his stand's range. Suddenly the train lurched. A metal hook shot out from behind a seat in the next car and yanked the panel off the wall with a loud crack. Narancia screamed, what the hell was that? Mista swore. Pesci. Beach Boy. The hook whipped through the open gap, slicing through a row of seats before retracting instantly. I stepped forward, summoning Mahoraga. The ground shook faintly beneath its weight as it materialized. Abisho snapped, stand back. We don't know his angle. Mista raised his revolver. Where's he hitting from? The hook shot again, darting across the aisle. I moved quickly, and Mahoraga intercepted, its arm blocking the line. The hook bounced away, retracting like a fishing line. Narancia hugged his head. He's trying to reel us in. I'm not going in that wall. Giorno stood beside him, steady. Keep low. Trish crouched behind the seats, visibly shaken. Prosciutto's voice echoed from the next car. I can smell you, Bucciarati. Mista clenched his teeth. He's taunting him. Damn it. Another hook shot past us, this one aimed for Fugo. Mahoraga swatted it aside easily. Fugo staggered back, eyes wide. He almost took my arm. Stay behind me, I said. He can't pull something this heavy. Mista took aim. I can hit him if he shows himself. Just give me an angle. Before he could finish, the intercom crackled. Prosciutto's voice spoke calmly through it. You're all aging nicely. Keep panicking. It makes it easier. Narancia shouted, screw you. Abisho snapped, Narancia. Calm down. Mista punched the seat. He's using the whole damn train as his playground. Giorno stood and pressed a hand to the wall. If we move car by car, we can corner them. Abisho growled. They're cornering us. The hook suddenly reappeared, striking from below through the floor. I jumped back as it tore through the metal between us. Mahoraga slammed its foot down, cracking the floor but blocking the hook's path. Pesci yelled shakily from afar, Prosciutto. I got one. I think I got one. No, you idiot, Prosciutto barked. You missed. Try again. Mista laughed despite the chaos. Those two are insane. Giorno kept observing. Pesci lacks confidence. Wait until he hesitates. Fugo shouted, we don't have time for analysis. We're all getting older. I finally felt it, my hands tingling slightly, skin tightening just a bit. Still slow, but noticeable. Narancia grabbed my arm. Ren. I'm gonna get old. You'll be fine, I said quickly. Stay behind me. The door to the next train car slammed open. Prosciutto stepped inside, calm, composed, adjusting his collar as his stand amplified the heat around him. His hair gleamed under the train lights, and his eyes scanned the car with cold precision. Mista swore loudly. He's here. Prosciutto smiled faintly. Bucciarati's little team. It's over. He reached for the latch on the emergency brake. Giorno took one step forward. Stop. Prosciutto pulled it. The train jerked violently. Trish screamed as she lost her balance. Fugo grabbed her arm, steadying her. Passengers fell into the aisles. Mista fired instantly. Sex Pistols. The bullets shot forward, but Prosciutto ducked, letting them whiz past him as he slipped back into the other car. Damn it! Mista shouted. He's fast. Abisho barked, we need Bucciarati. The aging worsened. My joints stung sharply. Narancia groaned, clutching his back. It hurts. Giorno knelt down, touching Narancia's arm. Stay still. I can heal it temporarily. Prosciutto shouted from the next car, Pesci. Pull the one closest to you. Pesci whimpered back, I'm trying, Prosciutto. I'm trying. Another hook shot through the wall, this time aiming for me. Mahoraga caught it in its hand, the line tightening as Pesci tried desperately to yank it free. Mista's eyes widened. Ren. Shoot the line before he pulls. Mahoraga flexed its grip once and snapped the fishing line clean. Pesci screamed from somewhere ahead, crying out in pain. Prosciutto roared, Pesci, you useless brat. Giorno looked up sharply. This is our chance. Prosciutto is focused on Bucciarati. We need to move now. Abisho nodded. Agreed. I stepped forward. Let's go. Fugo shouted, what about the civilians? Giorno answered quickly, we'll save who we can after we stop them. Narancia staggered to his feet. Let me help. No, Giorno said firmly. You'll collapse halfway there. Narancia groaned loudly, frustrated. Mista spun his revolver. I'll go first. Ren, behind me. Abisho, cover the back. We pushed into the next car, moving quickly. Prosciutto's stand hit us harder now. My hands trembled, my skin tightening with each breath. Mista shouted, there. Prosciutto and Pesci stood near the far exit. Pesci was sweating and panicking. Prosciutto shouted at him, grabbing him by the collar. Pull yourself together. We're ending them here. Pesci nodded violently, raising his fishing rod again. Mista fired. Sex pistols kicked the bullets in sharp arcs. Prosciutto blocked two with luggage. One grazed Pesci's cheek. Pesci screamed, Prosciutto. I can't do this. You can, damn it. Prosciutto snapped. Mahoraga lunged forward, smashing through the aisle. Pesci shrieked and fell backward. Prosciutto tried to jump aside, but the stand's fist slammed into the floor beside him, sending a shock through the entire car. Prosciutto staggered, clutching his arm. Damn you! Mista fired again. This time, the bullet struck Prosciutto's shoulder cleanly. He stumbled back into the door, gritting his teeth. Giorno stepped forward calmly, placing his hand on the wall. Gold experience. Vines burst from the metal, trapping Prosciutto's legs. He struggled, fury burning in his eyes. You won't escape the boss. Mahoraga punched him square in the chest, sending him crashing fully through the train door and onto the tracks outside. Pesci screamed, Prosciutto. He dove after him without hesitation, tumbling out of sight. The heat in the air vanished instantly. Everyone gasped as aging reversed gradually, their skin relaxing, breathing easing. Narancia shouted from behind, Are we good? Is it over? Giorno wiped sweat from his forehead. Yes. For now. Mista slumped down into a seat. Damn, that was rough. Abisho crossed his arms. We should have expected worse. Fugo groaned. We're not going to survive another attack like that. Giorno shook his head. We need to rest before we reach Florence. Bucciarati finally reappeared from the far end of the car, breathing hard, his zipper marks across the wall showing he fought separately. Good work, he said, voice steady. We move again soon. Prosciutto is down, but more will come. Narancia groaned loudly. More? Come on. Mista laughed weakly. Welcome to the job, kid. I leaned back against the wall, smiling faintly. At least we survived. Bucciarati nodded once. Get ready. This was only the beginning. Chapter 11, The Quiet Between Attacks. The rest of the train ride passed in a heavy lull. The temperature returned to normal, passengers slumped in their seats, some groaning, some sleeping off the exhaustion. The bodies of Prosciutto and Pesci were gone from sight, left behind on the tracks, and that was fine with me. Our car felt smaller after the fight. The team spread out but stayed in sight of each other. Narancia lay sprawled across two seats, arms behind his head, still whining every few minutes. My back still hurts, he complained. I swear I felt my bones crack. Fugo sat beside him, arms crossed. You're fine. Giorno fixed you. Narancia turned his head. Doesn't mean it didn't hurt. Mista tilted his hat down over his eyes. Stop complaining. We're alive. That's good enough. Abisho stared out the window, face unreadable. Some of us would like silence. Trish sat across from Bucciarati, one leg crossed, eyes half-lidded. You all make too much noise. Narancia turned over. You were screaming too. Her eyes flashed. I was not screaming. Pretty sure you were, Mista said lazily. She glared at him. Shut up. I sat near the aisle, relaxed but alert. My body felt back to normal, no ache in my joints, no tightness in my skin. Mahoraga rested quietly in its place, not visible, but I could feel the weight of it in the back of my mind. I let myself enjoy the calm for a moment. Calm was rare here. Giorno sat beside me, hands folded, eyes closed as if he was resting, but I could tell from his breathing that he was still listening to everything. But Charity stood, one hand on the rail overhead. We'll arrive near Florence soon. Once we disembark, we'll acquire a car and move quickly. No lingering in public areas. Narancia groaned. Another car ride. You prefer another train battle? Abisho asked dryly. Narancia sank in his seat. No. Mista grinned. I thought it was fun. You think everything is fun, Fugo said. Mista stretched. Yeah. That's what makes life bearable. I smiled. I agree with that. Giorno opened his eyes and glanced at me with a faint, curious look, then looked away again. When the announcement chimed about arrival, everyone got up at once. Bags were gathered, weapons checked discreetly, jackets adjusted. Trish stood slowly, smoothing her skirt, obviously annoyed at the jostling crowd outside our car. Narancia peered out the window. Lots of people. Good, but Charity said. More cover. The train pulled into the Florence station under clear sky. We stepped out into a wave of voices and footsteps. The platform was crowded with travelers. I stayed close to Mista and Trish, letting the noise wash over me while my eyes picked out anything that looked off. Nothing yet. No obvious tails. No strange figures staring too long. But Charity led us through the station without stopping. No food, no bathroom breaks, nothing. Straight through the main concourse and out to the parking lot. Narancia whispered, I'm hungry. You just ate on the train, Fugo snapped. I burn calories fast. We are not stopping, but Charity said. We reached the far end of the lot. Giorno stepped forward, scanning the rows of cars with that calculating gaze of his. He pointed to a black sedan parked near a pillar. That one. Abisho raised an eyebrow. You're just picking something nice. It has a full tank and clean plates, Giorno said. No one has used it in a few days. But Charity nodded. Good. Giorno walked up, touched the door. Gold experience flashed briefly, and the lock clicked open. We climbed in, but Charity driving, Abisho in the front passenger seat. In the back, from left to right, it was me, Trish, Giorno, and Mista. Narancia and Fugo were in another car they'd borrowed, trailing behind us. The engine turned over smoothly. We pulled out of the lot, merging into the highway. The station shrank behind us. Florence's edge rolled by low buildings, signs, patches of trees, long stretches of road. For a while, it was almost peaceful. Mista tapped a rhythm on the door. Trish stared out her window, lips pressed together, occasionally sighing. Giorno watched the road. I leaned back, feeling the motion of the car, letting my mind settle. Mista broke the quiet. So, what's the next stop, boss? Venezia. Eventually, but Charity said. For now, we follow the route provided by the boss. We can't deviate yet without drawing attention. Abisho looked annoyed at that but didn't argue. Trish crossed her arms. Are you sure he won't just send more assassins? He will, but Charity said calmly. But we'll deal with them. She scoffed faintly. You sound confident. Mista grinned. He's but Charity. He's always confident. Giorno added quietly, we've made it this far. She fell silent again, though her shoulders were tense. We drove for another 20 minutes before Charity spoke again. We'll stop at the next service area. Quick restroom and supply check. No wandering. Stay together. Narencia's voice crackled over the radio from the car behind us. Finally. Fugo's voice followed, edged with annoyance. Don't get excited. It's not a break. Yet, but... Shut up and drive properly, Fugo snapped. Mista laughed. They sound fine. I smiled. That's their normal. The service area appeared up ahead, small buildings, a gas station, vending machines, a cluster of parked cars. We pulled off the highway and found an empty space near the edge. Charity put the car in park. Quickly. Don't separate. We got out. The air had warmed since morning. Narencia and Fugo pulled up beside us and climbed out of their car. Narencia stretched dramatically. My legs are dying. They'll live, Fugo said. Trish immediately spoke up. I'm using the bathroom. And I want proper mineral water. Not cheap stuff. Mista smirked. Demanding as ever. She glared at him and walked toward the building. Giorno followed her without a word. Charity gave him a short nod, approving that choice. Abisho went toward the restroom as well, moving with slow, deliberate steps. Fugo checked the pumps. Narencia wandered toward the vending machines but stayed within sight, kicking a rock along the ground. I stayed beside the sedan with Mista, scanning the lot. Cars rolled in and out at a steady pace. No one stared directly at us. No one lingered too long. It's almost too calm, Mista said quietly. You'd rather someone jump us right now? I said, half joking. He shrugged. Better than being surprised later. I grinned. Fair. He pulled out his gun, checking the chamber in the shadow of the car. You feel anything? That weird pressure, like yesterday. I focused, stretching my awareness for any unusual stand presence. For a moment, nothing. Then a faint prickle along my neck, almost too light to be sure. Something's off, I said. But I can't tell where yet. Mista frowned. Great. Inside, I could see Trish at the counter through the glass doors, gesturing irritably at the clerk, probably complaining about brands. Giorno stood near her, relaxed but alert. That calmed me a little. He was good at reacting fast. Abisho emerged from the restroom, hands in his pockets, expression bored. He walked back toward the cars. Narencia came back with a bag of snacks, already eating. They got the good stuff here. Fugo followed, clearly unhappy. You're spending money like it's yours. Relax, we're gangsters, Narencia said with a mouthful. Don't say that out loud. Fugo barked. I heard faint music for a second, a ringtone from somewhere. I turned my head. Across the lot, a man in a hat was leaning casually on a motorcycle, holding a phone to his ear. He looked completely average. Too average. He wasn't looking at us, but there was something about the way he stood, calm and patient, that bothered me. Meloni. I kept my expression neutral. Mista, don't look obviously, but there's a guy near the motorcycle. Don't like his vibe. Mista paused mid-chew on a toothpick. Left or right? Far left, I said. Phone in his hand. Hat. Got him, he said quietly. Want me to shoot him now for fun? Not yet, I said. Could be nothing. We both knew it wasn't nothing. Inside the building, Trish and Giorno finished at the counter. They stepped back out into the sunlight. Trish held a cold bottle of water, looking mildly satisfied for once. This is at least acceptable, she said. Glad to hear it, Giorno replied calmly. They walked back toward us. The man with the phone slipped around the far side of the building and out of sight. Giorno noticed the direction my eyes had been. He glanced that way briefly, then gave a small nod, understanding without needing an explanation. We got back in the cars. This time, Bucciarati told Giorno to drive Trish in the second car. I joined them, along with Narancia. Mr. rode with Bucciarati, Abisho, and Fugo again. Giorno took the driver's seat. I sat behind him. Trish sat beside me, Narancia on the far side pressed to the window again. Finally, some space, Trish said. Narancia chomped on his snack. So spoiled. She narrowed her eyes. What did you say? Nothing, he said quickly. The cars rolled out of the rest area and back onto the highway. Things settled again. Traffic was light. Sunlight streamed through the windshield. We drove in silence for a few minutes. Giorno's hands rested steady on the wheel. Trish opened her water, took a sip, and leaned back. Then, without warning, a strange sensation brushed over my right arm. A slight itch. I scratched absently, then stopped. The skin where I'd scratched felt different, almost hollow. Giorno, I said evenly. Something's wrong. He glanced at me through the mirror. Where? I lifted my sleeve. A patch of skin there looked slightly darker, like a bruise forming too fast. Narancia noticed and leaned over. Hey, that's weird, he said. You hit your arm. No, I said. Trish frowned slightly. It looks gross. I smiled faintly. Thanks. The bruise shifted. It wasn't a bruise. It moved, flowing under the skin. Giorno's eyes narrowed. That's a stand effect. I nodded. Yeah. Feels like it. Narancia tensed. Is it the guy from the lot? The phone guy? Probably, I said. Trish pulled slightly away from my side. Don't let it touch me. I'm not planning to, I said. Giorno turned the wheel slightly, keeping the car steady while he glanced back. If it's remote, he used something to collect your sample. Maybe the air. Maybe a surface you touched. Gas pump handle, maybe, I said. Or the door. Narancia shivered. That's creepy. The dark patch moved again, reshaping into a vague outline, something like a small segmented form. Then it bulged, pushing outward slightly. My arm numbed. All right, I said, voice turning serious. Now I don't like it. Giorno's tone tightened. Don't touch it. It's trying to separate parts of you to learn. Baby face's remote child, trying to form. It targeted me first. That was already a difference. In my head, I ran through the canon events fast. In the original, Meloni used a woman on the train and then targeted Giorno in the van with Trish, disassembling him. Here, it was starting on me. That gave us room to shift the impact. Giorno's hand glowed faint gold for a moment, but he kept one hand on the wheel. If I disrupt it too early, it might switch targets to Trish. Then don't, I said quickly. I'll handle it for now. The patch of corrupted flesh swelled and then opened. Something small and forming pushed itself partly out. It had a vague childlike face forming, shifting as if it was glitching, bits of my tissue and something else fused. Narancia gagged. That is disgusting. Trish's eyes widened, a hint of real fear showing. Keep that away from me. The forming baby face junior let out a broken little laugh, eyes flicking around the car. Its gaze passed over Trish, then back to my face, then to Giorno. It was learning. Giorno said calmly, he's watching through it. Meloni knows our car now. Great, I said. Hi, Meloni. You're annoying. I don't think he can hear that, Narancia muttered. The small forming stand split slightly, separating part of my forearm. The skin and flesh there dissolved into small cubes and slid aside in a clean gap. No blood, just empty space. My fingers twitched, but the pain didn't hit. Just a strange emptiness. Trish gasped. Your arm. I see it, I said, voice firm now. I wasn't joking anymore. Narancia yelled, panicking a little, Ren, what the hell, your arm's missing. Giorno tightened his grip on the wheel. That's Babyface's ability. It disassembles you into pieces, then uses that data to grow stronger. Sounds fun, I said dryly. He glanced back. I'll need you to hold it still. I can do that. I summoned Mahoraga partially, inside my range but not fully visible. Its presence pushed through the air. The incomplete Babyface Jr. twitched, sensing something bigger near it. It tried to retreat back into my skin, but I focused, locking my arm still and refusing the motion. Giorno shifted his position. Narancia, take the wheel. Narancia flailed. What? No way. Do it, Giorno said firmly. I'll guide you. Narancia's eyes were wide. I'm gonna crash us. You won't, Giorno said, already moving. He slid out of the driver's seat just long enough to shift control. Narancia slipped forward, hands sweating as he grabbed the wheel. Keep it straight, Giorno said calmly. That's all. Okay, Narancia said quickly, shoulders hunched in panic. Giorno turned fully toward me now, gold experience materializing in front of him. Hold it. I clamped my teeth together and grabbed just above the disassembled area with my other hand, pinning the forming stand in place against my own arm. It struggled, warping the cubes of my flesh like puzzle pieces. Trish stared in horror. This is insane. Welcome to the club, I said. Giorno's hand glowed brighter. I'll overwrite your dismantled cells with new ones. I can also interfere with its structure. Go for it, I said. Gold experience struck, its fist hitting my arm. Instead of pain, a rush of warmth surged through the limb. New tissue formed, pushing outward, rejecting the foreign pieces. Babyface Jr.'s body warped, flickering, then shrank slightly. It squealed in frustration, its voice broken and static. It tried to slip away, but Mahoraga's pressure held it pinned. Even if it couldn't see the stand, the energy it carried was heavy. Giorno exhaled. Good. I can affect it. It's built on your data. Nice, I said. Let's crush his homework then. Narancia yelled from the front, stop talking about homework when I'm driving a car for the first time. You're doing fine, I said cheerfully. I hate this, he shouted. Trish braced a hand against the seat in front of her as the car wobbled slightly. If you crash us, I'm killing you first. Why am I always the one getting yelled at? Narancia complained. While they argued, the baby-faced child tried one last trick. It slid partway out of my arm and flung a cubic clump of reformed tissue toward Trish. I moved fast, my voice dropping serious. No. Mahoraga's energy surged, and I jerked my arm hard to the side. The piece missed her and hit the window instead, warping the glass into little squares before resolving back to normal. Trish flinched, eyes sharp. Keep that thing away from me. I am, I said sharply. Giorno's face had hardened. That's enough. Gold experience struck again. This time, he focused not just on my cells, but on the structure of the forming stand. The life energy wrapped around Babyface Jr., forcing it to solidify as something else entirely. The cube stopped shifting. The small figure changed shape, shrinking into a harmless lump of living flesh that slid back into my skin and became normal tissue. My arm reformed fully. Fingers flexed. No pain. No holes. The threat inside the car was gone. Giorno lowered his hand, breathing out slowly. There. It's neutralized. Narancia yelled, "Can I stop driving now?" Yes, Giorno said, already moving back into the driver's seat. You did well. Narancia scrambled back to his spot, dramatically clutching his chest. I almost died. You're fine, I said, relaxing. That went all right. Trish eyed my arm. You call that all right? I flexed it, satisfied. I've seen worse. Giorno returned his focus to the road. Meloni will realize his child has been destroyed. He'll be angry, but he's lost this attempt. Narancia leaned back again, panting. Can we get one normal day? No, Fugo's voice crackled through the radio from the other car. Not with you around. Mista's voice followed, amused. Everything still attached over there. More or less, I said. But Charity came on next, calm as always. Report. Giorno gave a condensed version. Meloni used her remote stand to target Ren inside the car. We defeated it. He was likely watching from a distance. Any injuries? But Charity asked. None, Giorno said. Good, but Charity replied. Stay alert. We're nearing the point where we change course toward Venezia. Trish sat back in her seat slowly, gripping her water bottle tightly. So now they're sending remote monsters after us. Yes, Giorno said simply. She looked out the window, the highway flowing by. He really wants me gone. There was no pity in her voice, just anger. Narancia glanced at her, then quickly looked away, uncomfortable. We're not gonna let that happen. Mista's voice came over the radio again, lighter. He'll have to go through all of us first, and he'll lose. I smiled. Exactly. The car settled into a new rhythm. My arm felt normal. Giorno's focus stayed sharp. Trish's annoyance had softened into a quieter, steady anger. Narancia slowly relaxed again, starting to talk about food out of sheer habit. We rolled down the highway together, closer to the next city, and closer to the point where everything would start to change. Chapter 12, Road to Venezia. By the time we left the highway and got closer to the coast, the light had shifted. The sky had that clear brightness that made the road ahead sharp and clean. The baby face situation was completely handled, my arm felt solid, and everyone had calmed down again in their own way. The two cars rolled in a loose formation, ours behind but Charity's. The air smelled faintly of salt now. I cracked my window just enough to let it in and leaned back, feeling the slight change. Narancia had his head tipped against the glass, eyes half closed. Are we there yet? He muttered. Giorno stayed focused on the road. We're almost at the coastal town. From there, we'll switch transport. Trish sat between us in the back, arms folded, gaze distant. About time, she said. I'm tired of being trapped in cars with you people. You people? Narancia grumbled. You act like we're not risking our lives for you. Trish's eyes narrowed. I didn't ask you to. He opened his mouth to snap back. I gently nudged his shoulder with my hand. Relax. You'll get wrinkles. I already got fake old ones, he yelled. I don't need more wrinkles. Trish looked away, but I saw the small twitch of her mouth. She was holding back a smile. Good enough. The radio crackled. But Charity's voice came through from the lead car. We're approaching the town. Stay close. No sudden lane changes. Got it, boss, Mista's voice answered. We followed the curve of the road. Buildings started to appear, low houses, small shops, parked motorbikes. The sea flashed blue in the distance between the rooftops. Traffic got denser but not clogged. Just busy enough to feel normal. Soon, we turned down a street leading toward a parking area in a small harbor. Charity pulled into a lot and parked. Giorno followed and slid into the space beside them. Engines died. Doors opened. Everyone stepped out into the coastal air. Narencia stretched hard, groaning loudly. Finally. I thought my legs were gonna fuse to the seat. You complain every hour, Fugo said with a tired voice. Because every hour sucks. Narencia shot back. Mista hopped out of the front car, hat tilted down, spinning a bullet between his fingers. Hey, at least it's not another train. I liked the train less, I said happily. Too much surprise aging. Mista laughed. Yeah, fair. I stepped around the car. The harbor area had several parked vehicles, a few people walking around, some fishing gear stacked nearby. Across the street stood a row of buildings and signs, one pointing toward Venezia over the water route. Charity gathered us in a loose circle near the cars. His expression was calm as always, but I could feel how focused he was. We proceed according to the boss's instructions, he said. From this point, we'll use a car with a hidden object inside. The key is in a specific parking meter. Once we retrieve it and the item, we'll move toward the dock to board the boat to Venezia. Mista's eyes lit up. So we do get a boat. Abisho glanced at him. You'll complain the moment the waves get rough. I won't, Mista said. I like the sea. Narencia raised his hand. What's the hidden object exactly? Fugo answered before Charity needed to. Information about the boss's past. More specifically, the key to getting that information. Narencia blinked. So, a key for a key. Something like that, Giorno said. Trish looked irritated. I hate this vague explanation. Why can't you just say it? Because we don't know everything either, Abisho said flatly. Charity gestured toward the town. We'll split duties. Giorno and Mista will retrieve the key in the car. Ren, you stay here with me and the others. We'll secure the boat and keep Trish covered. I nodded. Sure. Mista grinned and swung his arm over Giorno's shoulder. Let's go, partner. We got good chemistry. Giorno looked mildly resigned but didn't push him away. We should hurry. If La Squadra is watching this town, they'll strike here. Exactly, Charity said. Move. Stay alert. Don't engage civilians. Giorno and Mista jogged off toward the line of parking meters, blending into the flow of people on the sidewalk. I watched them go for a moment, then turned back to the others. Narencia had his hands in his pockets, rocking on his heels. So we just stand here. Until Charity tells us otherwise, yes, Fugo said. Abisho lit a cigarette, eyes tracking the area lazily. Keep your eyes open. Don't let your brain wander. My eyes are open, Narencia said. And my brain works fine. Trish scoffed. Debatable. Narencia turned to her, bristling. You wanna say that again? Enough, Charity said calmly. Stay focused. Ren, watch the street. Fugo, stay close to Narencia. Abisho, check the harbor entrance. I nodded and stepped a little ahead, hands in my pockets, scanning faces. Old fishermen. Tourists. A couple arguing near a scooter. Nothing stood out yet. Still, after everything so far, I knew better than to relax fully. Ghiaccio was coming next. I didn't know which angle he'd choose in this version, but his direction was clear anywhere near that car. A few minutes passed. Giorno and Mista were still out of sight. The air was bright. The sounds were normal. It almost felt calm. Narancia finally sagged. This is boring. Good, Fugo said. Boring means no one's trying to kill us. Yeah, but I still hate it, Narancia complained. Trish shifted her weight, glancing toward the town. How long do they need to grab one key? Abisho exhaled smoke. It's not a vending machine, girl. She glared at him again. Stop calling me girl. He smirked slightly. Then stop whining. But Charity's phone buzzed. He answered, listening without speaking for a few seconds. Understood, he said, and hung up. Mista's voice came over our small radio next. Boss, we got the car. Heading on the coastal route. We'll meet you at the dock in a bit. But Charity raised the radio. Good. Stay cautious. La Squadra is not finished. Roger that, Mr. replied. Hey, Ren, you jealous? We got the fun job. I laughed. A little. Too bad, he said cheerfully, then the line clicked off. I knew what was about to happen to them. Ghiaccio would strike on the road. The car on the water, the frozen sea, the insane skating. I knew every move, every beat. Part of me felt that familiar restless push to do more, to interfere directly. But I also knew how well those two worked together. They didn't need me to overshadow them. They just needed me ready if things got critical later. But Charity looked at the harbor, then at the road. We move to the dock now. We'll be ready when they arrive. We walked down toward the water. The dock area was smaller than I expected. Several moored boats, a few workers carrying ropes and crates, small offices and signs. The sea yawned wide beyond the edge, calm and blue. Narancia stood near the railing and leaned forward, eyes wide. Whoa! It looks huge from here. Don't fall in, Fugo said. I'm not a child, Narancia muttered. Trish walked slower, keeping some distance from the others, but she stayed within sight. This town is at least better than the last one, she said under her breath. Abisho strolled along the edge, scanning carefully. No suspicious faces yet. But Charity spoke quietly to a man near a small boat, handling arrangements in his usual composed manner. I watched his shoulders, steady and controlled. He didn't show stress, even now. While we waited, Narancia started tossing a stone into the air and catching it. So Giorno and Mista just score the cool driving mission, hey. Giorno earns most of the dangerous ones, Fugo said. He can handle it. Narancia pouted. So can I. Trish snorted lightly. You barely handled the train. He snapped around. Do you wanna fight? I laughed. He did all right. Narancia looked at me, pleased. See? Ren says so. Trish frowned faintly but didn't argue. Minutes passed. The sounds of gulls and engines filled the gap. Then Charity's radio crackled again. His posture stiffened slightly. Mista's voice came through, strained this time. Boss, we ran into trouble. But Charity brought the radio to his mouth. What happened? Enemy stand user. Mista shouted. He's on us now. White Album. The road's iced over, the sea too. We're moving over the water but this guy doesn't slip at all. I heard the background noise, tires screeching, ice cracking, Mista shouting something at Giorno. Giorno's voice came faintly through the line. We're handling it. Don't come closer. That last part was important. They wanted no interference. I knew this fight. Ghiaccio was ridiculously stubborn, and the two of them needed space to run their plan. But Charity's eyes narrowed. Location. About 3 kilometers out on the coastal route. Mista yelled. We're on the water now. He froze it solid. Trish stared at the radio, worried despite herself. They're out on the water already. Narancia grabbed the rail, eyes wide. They need help. Stay calm, Charity said sharply. If we charge in, we'll just add more bodies to protect. We wait and be ready to receive them. Narancia clenched his fists. I hate waiting. Fugo looked frustrated but agreed. If that stand covers large areas with ice, we'd be trapped. Abisho leaned against a post. Giorno and Mista can handle it. Those two keep surviving somehow. I listened to the radio, hearing parts of the fight between Static Mista cursing, Ghiaccio shouting in rage from somewhere nearby, Giorno giving sharp, simple commands. Time stretched strangely. The sea stayed calm near us, but I knew it was a war zone further down the coast. I forced myself to stay relaxed. If I let my nerves spike, it would ripple through Narancia and Trish immediately. So I leaned against the rail and kept my tone light. They've got this, I said. Narancia snapped his head toward me. How do you know? I smiled. Because Mista's too noisy to die quietly, and Giorno's too stubborn to let him. Narancia stared at me for a second, then snorted. That's true. Trish exhaled slowly, shoulders easing just a little. We waited. The radio went mostly quiet except for brief movements, crackles, and the occasional curse from Mista. At one point, we heard him shout, I'm shooting the ice. Cover me. Then, for a while, nothing. But Charity held the radio like he was thinking 10 steps ahead. His jaw set just a bit tighter than usual. He didn't speak, but I could feel his worry. It didn't show as panic, just as heavier focus. After what felt like a long stretch, the radio clicked alive again. Mista's voice came through, breathless but triumphant. Boss, we did it. Narancia cheered immediately. Ha! I knew it. But Charity allowed himself a tiny breath. Report. He's done. Ghiaccio's out, Mista said. We're a little beat up, but we got the key. The car is, well, sort of intact. In the background, I heard Giorno correcting him quietly, probably using gold experience to patch things up. But Charity asked, can you still reach us? Yeah, Mista replied. We're heading along the coast now. 10 minutes, maybe 15. Good. But Charity looked out at the water. We'll be ready. The line clicked off again. Narancia jumped up on the lowest rail and pumped his fist. Those two are insane. Fugo sighed in relief. At least they are insane. Trish's shoulders dropped, tension finally releasing from her posture. She didn't say anything, but her expression softened as she turned away from the water. Abisho took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. One more problem down. I turned to Charity. Want me closer to the dock edge, just in case? Yes, he said simply. If anything appears chasing them, you'll be the first line. Got it, I said. He gave a brief nod of appreciation. Stay sharp. I moved to the frontmost point on the dock, standing near the mooring posts. Waves lapped softly against the supports. The sky was clear. It was almost peaceful again. Narancia sidled up beside me. You really weren't worried, hey? I was, I said honestly, but they're strong. They prove it a lot. Narancia leaned forward. Mista always gets the fun fights. I wanna do something big too. You will, I said cheerfully. You've already done plenty. He grinned, pleased. Yeah. I am pretty awesome. Don't let that go to your head, Fugo called from behind. Too late. Narancia yelled back. Trish stepped up on my other side, though she didn't get too close to the edge. She looked out over the water, jaw tight. If the boss is sending people like this just to erase me, she said quietly, what else is he hiding? A lot, I said. But that just means we have plenty to use against him later. She glanced at me. You sound very sure. I'm not the type to worry about losing, I said easily. I just plan around it. She studied my face for a moment, then looked away again. You're weird. I get that a lot, I said happily. A few minutes later, a car appeared along the coastal road, moving carefully. From this angle, I couldn't see gouges or damage clearly, but I could tell it had been through something. It rolled closer, then turned off toward the harbor path. I saw Mista leaning out the window, waving his arm wildly. We're alive, idiots! Narancia waved back frantically. Hey! Over here! Giorno pulled the car to a stop near us. Up close, the damage was more obvious: repaired cracks, patches of fresh material, the scent of melted rubber faint in the air. Gold Experience's work was visible in the slight oddness of the new parts, but only if you looked deliberately. Mista climbed out, stretching, breathing hard but grinning from ear to ear. That guy was freezing everything. He even froze my bullets. But you should have seen the finish. Narancia ran up. Tell me everything. Later, Mista said. I wanna brag when I can sit down. Giorno stepped out more calmly, wiping a smear off his cheek. We have the key. We should leave as soon as possible. But Charity walked over. Good work. Any sign of other members of La Squadra? Giorno shook his head. Not yet. He seemed alone. Mista leaned on the hood. He kept screaming about respecting the boss and the organization. Crazy loyal type. But he still lost. Abisho flicked ash away. He's loyal and dead. That's all that matters now. Fugo checked Giorno's arm for any damage. You're not hiding injuries, are you? I'm fine, Giorno said. I watched them with a small smile. They were tired, but the energy was better. They were alive, stronger for it, and we were one enemy down again. But Charity straightened. Everyone on the boat. We're leaving. The small motorboat had been fueled and readied. We climbed aboard in an organized mess, but Charity at the front, near the controls, Giorno beside him, Abisho and Fugo toward the middle, Narancia and Mista behind them, Trish near the center, where it felt most stable. I took a spot near the rear, watching both the water and the dock. Lines were untied. The engine sputtered, then caught. The boat eased away from the wooden dock, turning slowly toward open water. The town shrank behind us. The sound of the engine and the water cutting aside filled the space. Narancia leaned over the side, eyes gleaming. This is sick. Don't fall in, Fugo warned again. I'm not gonna fall in. Narancia shouted. Mista stretched his legs out. I'm gonna nap. You just fought, Abisho said. You're not napping yet. Trish wrapped her arms around herself lightly, looking out at the horizon. The wind tugged at her hair. So Venezia is next. Yes, but Charity said. And after that, things will change. Giorno's expression was neutral but intense. We'll reach the truth soon. I sat near the back, feeling the steady motion of the boat. The sea was calm, the sky clear, the energy on board mixed tired, tense, slightly hopeful, and annoyingly loud in a comfortable way. I smiled to myself. Whatever came next, we were still moving forward. Chapter 13, The Tower Above the Water. Venezia looked almost gentle from the water. The buildings rose straight out of the canal, pale walls and dark windows lined up like they had been waiting for us for years. Boats slid past each other in narrow paths. Voices bounced off stone and water. It was busy, but the kind of busy that felt practiced. No one paid special attention to us. Our small boat moved between two larger vessels. But Charity stood near the bow, one hand on the railing, watching the city with that same calm gaze. Giorno was beside him, relaxed but alert. The rest of us were scattered along the boat. Narancia leaned over the side, eyes wide. "This place is kinda cool," he said happily. "The streets are all water." "Don't fall in," Fugo said, tired. "I'm not gonna fall in," Narancia insisted. Mista kicked back against a crate, hands behind his head. "I like it. Feels classy." Abisho sat near the stern, arms crossed, watching the wake. "We're not here to sightsee." Trish stood more toward the center, away from the edges, arms folded. The wind tugged lightly at her hair. She looked around with a mix of irritation and curiosity. "At least the buildings look better here than in Naples," she said. "I'll give you that," I said cheerfully. "Good view." She glanced at me briefly, then looked away with a soft hm. The engine's hum stayed steady. We followed a turn, then another. But Charity gave small nods to the man steering us, clearly following the route Pericolo had laid out before. Soon, a tall bell tower came into view. It rose above the surrounding roofs, simple and straight, attached to a small church built right up to the canal's edge. That was our destination. I recognized it immediately from the instructions and from the quiet weight in Bucharity's posture when it appeared. He turned slightly. "That's the place." Everyone looked up at it. The tower was high, with small windows, an elevator shaft barely visible through the gaps. The church beneath it seemed almost empty from the outside. Narancia tilted his head. "We're really meeting the boss there." "Yes," Bucharity said. Mista whistled. "He's got taste." Abisho's voice was dry. "Or he likes height." We drew closer. The boat slowed as we neared the side dock beside the church. The stone steps were narrow but clean, leading up to a quiet entrance. I couldn't see anyone waiting. The boat bumped softly against the mooring. The engine cut. The sudden absence of vibration made everything feel too quiet. Bucharity turned to us, his expression composed but carrying a weight. "From here on, we follow the boss's orders exactly," he said. "No one moves without my direction." Mista nodded. "You got it." Fugo pushed his glasses up slightly. "What's the exact procedure again?" Bucharity looked at him. "We enter the church. Alone, I will take Trish to the top of the tower using the elevator. The boss will be on the highest level. The rest of you will remain below, in the boat, on standby." Narancia made a face. "We wait down here." "Yes," Bucharity said. "But what if something happens up there?" Narancia asked. "Nothing is supposed to happen," Bucharity replied evenly. "This is a handover. Not a fight." Abisho muttered, "That's what they always say." Trish frowned. "He can't even bother to come down and see me himself." No one answered that. Bucharity looked at her. "We'll follow the plan," he said. "I'll be with you until the very last moment." She held his gaze for a second, then nodded stiffly. "Fine." We stepped onto the dock one by one. Narancia hopped up quickly. Mista swung himself with aboard ease. Fugo climbed with careful footing. Abisho moved slow but steady. Trish came last, taking Bucharity's offered hand without a word. I followed after them, feeling the stone under my shoes again. The boatman tied us off and stepped away, clearly not interested in anything but his pay. We entered the church through a side door. Inside, it was quiet and cool. Rows of empty pews lined the main hall. Dust motes floated in the shafts of light coming in from high windows. At the far side, past the altar, a small door led to the tower's elevator. Narancia whispered, "Creepy." "Be quiet," Fugo said. Mista looked around. No guards. No nothing. Abisho's voice was low. "Doesn't that bother anyone else?" Giorno stepped up beside Bucciarati. "I'll come with you to the tower." Bucciarati shook his head. "No. Only I go. Those are the orders." Giorno held his gaze. "Those orders are dangerous." "Orders are orders," Bucciarati said quietly. For a second, I saw something subtle in his eyes. He had already made his choice. He just hadn't spoken it out loud yet. He turned to the rest of us. "You will all return to the boat and wait. If anything unexpected happens, I will find a way to signal." Narancia frowned deeply. "That's not enough. We should be closer." "We'll be close enough," Bucciarati said. "Trust me." Mista shrugged lightly. "If you say it, I'll go along." Abisho studied him. "You're really going alone?" "I am," Bucciarati said. Trish exhaled, annoyed but resigned. "Get it over with." He nodded once. "Let's go." They walked toward the elevator door together, Bucciarati and Trish side by side. The door slid open with a mechanical hum, then closed behind them. The faint sound of cables moving echoed up into the tower shaft. We watched until the last second, until they vanished from sight. Then Bucciarati's voice came back to us, echoing from earlier in our heads, "Return to the boat." Mista scratched his head. "Man! I don't like this." Narancia clenched his fists. "Me either." Fugo pushed him toward the exit. "We follow orders." Abisho turned toward the door. "Come on. No point arguing now." I glanced back once at the now closed elevator door. For a brief moment, I thought I heard something faint from inside, just a shift, a flicker of presence. Then it was gone. I forced a small, easy smile onto my face. "Let's go," I said. "Boat seats are more comfortable than church benches anyway." Mista snorted. "True." We filed out and returned to the dock. Back on the boat, the mood settled into tense waiting. The engine was off. The boat rocked gently with the water. We stayed tied to the dock in case we needed to move fast. Narancia sat up on the edge of the boat, legs dangling off the side, staring at the church door. "How long is this supposed to take?" "No idea," Mista said, sitting with his arms wrapped around his knees. "Never done a direct boss handoff before." Fugo sat next to him, fingers tapping lightly against his leg. "We'll know the outcome when Bucciarati comes back. That's all." Abisho stood near the middle of the boat, arms crossed, eyes on the tower's height rather than the door. "If he comes back." Narancia snapped at him. "Don't say that." Abisho frowned. "I'm being realistic." Giorno stood near the side, eyes narrowed as he watched the church. He had that focused, quiet air again, thinking through possibilities. I recognized that look. He knew this was wrong in more ways than one. I stayed near the stern, leaning lightly against the railing, keeping my expression relaxed for Narancia's sake. Inside, I was paying attention to every tiny sound from the tower and church. Minutes passed. The waves slapped softly against the hull. The city's noise faded around us, muffled by distance and the church walls. Narancia kept bouncing his leg. "I hate waiting. I hate this. I don't like it. It feels bad." "Calm down," Fugo said. "You're going to wear a hole in the floor." "I'm serious, it feels bad," Narancia said again. Mista tipped his hat back. "I get what he means, though. It's too quiet." Abisho glanced at Giorno. "You feel it too?" Giorno didn't deny it. The situation is unusual. Unusual how? Narancia demanded. Tell me straight. Giorno answered simply. The boss gave us too little information for a handoff this important. We haven't seen a single trusted escort. No confirmations. Just a building and an order. Narancia's hands tightened on the edge. So it's a trap. It's dangerous, Giorno said. Same thing, Narancia muttered. The faint sound of the elevator moving reached us then. It was barely audible, but we all heard it. A soft mechanical hum, a vibration through stone. Narancia shot to his feet. They're coming down. Fugo's eyes went to the door instantly. Stay put. The boat rocked as we all shifted slightly. I straightened, watching the church entrance. The door opened. Charity stepped out alone. Narancia's smile appeared and then froze. Where's Trish? He asked. Charity walked down the steps toward us. His movements were normal, his expression calm, but something about the rhythm of his steps felt slightly off. No limp. No obvious wound. Just something. He reached the boat and stepped aboard like nothing was wrong. Narancia moved in front of him immediately. Where is she? He demanded, eyes wide. Charity looked at him with his usual composed gaze. I left her with the boss. Narancia's face contorted. You what? You left her alone. Charity's voice stayed even. That was the order. Narancia grabbed his wrist. You just handed her over. Just like that. For a second, nobody moved. Then Narancia's expression changed. His eyes dropped to Charity's hand. The skin there was pale. There was a hole clean through the palm, like something had pierced straight through. No blood came from it. Narancia's breath hitched. Your hand. Everyone saw it then. Mista's eyes widened. Hey, wait, that's not normal. Fugo stared, shock flickering across his features. No bleeding. Abisho's face darkened, suspicion hardening. Charity. What happened up there? Giorno stepped closer, his attention sharp. You're injured. Charity looked down at his own hand and flexed it once, as if testing it. He didn't react to pain at all. Then he closed it into a fist like it meant nothing. It's nothing, he said. Narancia shook his head, panic rising. How is that nothing? There's a hole in your hand. Charity's gaze moved across all of us. Focus. We're leaving. The situation has changed. From this moment on, we're moving on our own. We're no longer following the boss's orders. The air on the boat shifted. Mista blinked. Wait, what? Abisho's voice was slow and cold. Say that again. Giorno's eyes narrowed slightly. You're rebelling. Yes, Charity said simply. The boss intends to eliminate Trish. She was never meant to live through this meeting. I intervened. She is safe. Not with him. Narancia's eyes welled with sudden relief and anger mixed together. So he really was going to kill her. Yes, Charity said. And us, eventually. Trish's voice came from the church walkway then. We all turned. She stood at the top of the dock steps, one hand gripping the railing, looking shaken but uninjured. Her eyes were wide and fixed on Charity. Her breathing was unsteady, anger and fear hiding just beneath it. You're serious, she said quietly. He really tried to cut me off like trash. Charity faced her calmly. He did. Her hands trembled. She clenched them into fists to hide it. So what now? Now, Charity said, we protect you from him. Not for his sake. For ours. Narancia jumped off the boat and onto the steps beside her. "We got your back," he said quickly. She looked startled for a second, then steadied. "You people are insane." "Maybe," he said. "But we're your insane people now." Mista scratched his head. "So we're officially traitors?" "Yes," but Charity said. "Anyone who wants to leave now can walk away. No one will be forced into this." Abisho stared at him. "You think any of us are walking away after all that?" But Charity met his eyes. "It's your choice." Abisho frowned, looking annoyed. Then he turned his head away. "Idiot! You already know my answer." Mista laughed softly. "I kinda joined you because you were different. Might as well stick around now that we're really different." Fugo looked conflicted for a second, then sighed. "I think this is reckless," he said. "But if the boss is willing to kill his own daughter, then he's a problem, and we're already deep in it." Narancia grinned weakly. "Like I'd ever leave." Giorno stepped closer to Bucharity. "I joined this crew because of you," he said. "I'm not going anywhere." Everyone spoke. I stayed leaning where I was, watching them all, a small smile pulling at my mouth. Then I pushed off the railing and walked toward Bucharity. "You didn't even have to ask me," I said easily. "You already knew I'd stay. I signed up for this the second I met you." Bucharity looked at me, truly looked, steady and calm. "I did," he said quietly. "But I'll still say it. Thank you." Narancia suddenly grabbed his arm again, less roughly this time. "I still don't like that hole in your hand," he said. Giorno stepped in, reaching for Bucharity's wrist. "Let me examine it." Bucharity allowed it. Giorno touched the palm lightly. Gold experience flickered. The hole closed over, skin reforming into something that looked intact. But when Giorno's hand left, the way Bucharity flexed his fingers was odd, like he was testing something unfamiliar. "How does it feel?" Giorno asked. Bucharity moved his hand. "Numb." Giorno frowned. "There's damage I can't fully undo." Abisho narrowed his eyes. "You fought someone up there?" "Yes," Bucharity said. "I fought the boss." Silence hit the boat again. Narancia almost choked. "You what?" Mista shouted, "You actually met him." Fugo's eyes widened. "You shouldn't even be alive." Abisho said nothing, but his gaze was sharp and heavy. Giorno's tone was steady. "You faced him alone, and came back alive. That means something." "It means we know one thing about him," Bucharity said. "His stand can erase and move through time in a way we don't understand. It strikes before we can react. Small wounds don't matter to him. He can cut through vital points easily." He spoke simply, without drama. He wasn't bragging. Just reporting. Narancia swallowed. "He sounds like a monster." "He is," Bucharity said. "But he is not untouchable." Trish stepped down fully onto the dock, then onto the boat. Her movements were stiff, but she didn't hesitate. "So I'm staying with you." "That's right," Bucharity said. She nodded once. "Then I'll live. That's enough for me right now." Mista grinned. "Welcome to the crew for real, princess." She glared at him. "Stop calling me that." He laughed. Bucharity looked at all of us again. "From this point on, we're fugitives. The boss will send every resource he has to erase us. If anyone regrets this later, you'll have only a narrow window to escape. But if you stay, you'll be in this until the end." Narancia shook his head. "You talk like we aren't already in it." "We've been in it since we took the job." "Yeah," Mista agreed. "We're already all in. No point acting like this is new." Abisho sighed and rubbed his forehead. You really drag us into a lot, Bucharity. Sorry, Bucharity said honestly. Abisho's lips twitched. But it's better than being led by cowards. Fugo looked down at his hands, then up again. We're not the kind of group that walks away from each other. Not now. Giorno nodded. Then we move forward together. I smiled, feeling that familiar warmth settle under my ribs. Works for me. Bucharity exhaled slowly, just once. Then it's decided. We move for Sardinia next. That island is where the boss's past is buried. We'll go there and drag it out. Narencia raised a hand. Hey, just one question. Go ahead, Bucharity said. Do we still get food on the way? Narencia asked. Everyone stared at him. Then Mista snorted loudly. You idiot! Fugo exploded. Is that really your question now? Narencia flailed. What? I'm serious. We fight better when we're not hungry. I laughed. He's not wrong. Trish sighed. You people are ridiculous. But there was a hint of something softer in her voice this time. Bucharity's expression relaxed a tiny fraction. We'll eat. Then we plan. Hell yeah, Mista said. Abisho rolled his eyes. You're all children. Giorno looked at Bucharity's face quietly, just a second too long, noting the strange stillness there. He didn't say anything about it, but I could tell he understood that Bucharity wasn't entirely normal anymore. I saw it too. The way his chest rose and fell was just a little too shallow, like breathing was more habit than need. His eyes were bright, but something underneath was unnaturally still. He was moving. He was talking. He was leading. That was enough. The boat rocked gently as we settled into our new reality traders, targets, and still together. Chapter 14, Teeth in the Water. We did not stay in Venezia long. We left the city by boat again, moving along quieter routes until we reached the mainland side where the cars waited. The sunlight was clean and sharp, the air full of salt and exhaust. Everyone moved with a new tension, but the team's rhythm stayed the same: loud, messy, familiar. We had chosen rebellion, but we still argued about snacks. Narencia kicked a small rock as we walked toward the cars. So we're really heading all the way to Sardinia now? That's far. Fugo sighed. Yes, that's what island means. I know what island means, idiot. Narencia snapped. Mista laughed. You sure? Narencia whirled on him. You wanna go? Abisho shoved his hands deeper into his pockets. Already tired of this conversation. Trish walked between all of us, arms folded, chin high. She pretended not to listen, but the way her eyes flicked around showed she heard every word. Bucharity stopped beside the cars. We take the coastal route, he said. We'll pass through a small town before boarding for Sardinia. We need fuel, supplies, and information. Giorno nodded. We should avoid big cities. Easier to track us there. Mista bumped his shoulder against mine lightly. More driving. You excited? I'm just happy we're not on a train, I said cheerfully. Less surprise aging. Narencia shuddered. Don't say that word again. I can still feel my back. We split into seating. Bucharity drove the lead car with Abisho in the front seat, Mista and Fugo in the back. Giorno drove the second car with Trish, Narencia, and me. I slid in behind Giorno. Narencia took the seat beside me, pressed against the window like usual. Trish sat between us, clearly not thrilled about the arrangement. Can I not sit in the middle? She complained. Giorno adjusted the mirror. It's the safest spot if anything hits us from either side. She rolled her eyes but didn't argue. The engine started. We pulled onto the road. For a while, the world was just asphalt, light, and the low hum of engines. The coast rolled past on our left, water glinting beyond short walls and scattered buildings. The two cars kept a steady distance, not too close, not too far. Narancia tapped his foot against the floor. So what do people even eat in Sardinia? Is it all fish? Probably a lot of fish, I said. I like fish, he said. Trish turned slightly. You eat everything. Yeah, he said proudly. That's because I'm growing. Fugo's voice cracked over the small radio from the other car. You're not growing. You're burning brain cells. Shut up. Narancia yelled at the radio. Mista's voice came next, laughing. Don't fight with the radio, man. I leaned my head against the seat, smiling. Even with everything else, the noise helped. It didn't erase what I knew, though. I knew the pattern: train, betrayal, road, coast. The next assassins were already coming. Squallows clash. Tiziano's talking head. A stand in the water and one in the tongue, using words as a weapon. I kept my mood light, but I paid attention to every puddle we passed. Time moved forward. The roads twisted along the coastline until buildings started to thicken. Small signs appeared: gas, food, shops. A modest coastal town came into view, crowded but not packed. Boats bobbed in the near harbor. Cars lined up near a low station building. The radio crackled again. But Charity's voice came through. We'll stop here. We need fuel and information on the next crossing to Sardinia. No one travels alone. We pulled into a gas station lot attached to a cluster of small businesses. The smell of gasoline and fried food hit us as soon as we stepped out. Narancia stretched his arms high. Ugh, finally. My legs were screaming. Your legs do not scream, Fugo said. They do in my soul, Narancia replied. Trish made a face. That doesn't even make sense. Mista laughed. It's Narancia. Don't expect sense. But Charity closed the car door and faced us. We don't know if the boss has set anyone here yet. We'll move carefully. Giorno and I will handle the tickets and information about the crossing. Abisho and Fugo will refuel and check the cars. He turned his eyes toward Narancia. You and Ren will handle food and drinks. Narancia blinked, then brightened. Me? Really? Don't waste money, Abisho said. Don't tell me that, Narancia groaned. Trish pointed at herself. What about me? You stay with the cars, but Charity said. You're the main target. We keep you away from crowded indoor areas when possible. She frowned. So I just sit here. Sit, watch, and stay alive, Abisho said. She scowled, but the logic was firm. She didn't fight it. Narancia turned to me with a grin. Let's go, Ren. We're on food duty. This is a huge responsibility. It really is, I said lightly. If you mess it up, everyone will hate you. Don't jinx me, he yelled, but he was smiling. Giorno touched his shoulder briefly before we left. Narancia. Stay alert. Don't let your guard down. Even for her food. Narancia gave a serious nod. Yeah. I got it. I nodded as well. We'll be careful. But Charity watched us for a moment, then gave one short nod. Don't take long. We headed into town. The place felt like any other small coastal stop shops with cluttered windows, a few parked bikes, locals moving in easy patterns. Nothing screamed assassin, but that never meant much. Narancia stuffed his hands into his pockets as we walked. Think they have pasta here? Probably, I said. And maybe some meatballs. Probably. He grinned. This mission's not so bad. We almost got turned into old men yesterday, I said. I think we earned a good meal. Right, he said, excited again. We turned a corner and found a decent-looking restaurant near the main square. It wasn't fancy, but it was clean, with a TV in the corner and big windows facing the street. People were eating, talking, watching the screen. Narancia pressed his face to the glass. This place looks good. I peered inside. Yeah. Not bad. We stepped in. A waiter waved us to a small table near the window. We sat him facing the TV, me facing the door. I let him have the better view. He cared more about the show on screen anyway. A soccer game played softly on the TV. He focused on it immediately, tapping his fingers lightly against the table in time with the movement. A waiter came by. What'll you have? Narancia didn't even hesitate. Big plate of pasta, tomato sauce, meat. And something to drink. Something sweet. The waiter glanced at me. And you? Same, but with just water, I said. He nodded and left. Narancia leaned back. We should bring something for the others too. Sandwiches or something. Yeah, I said. We'll grab some to go. He drummed his fingers again. Think Bucharity's gonna be okay? I mean, he looks okay, but his hand. He's tougher than he looks, I said. You know that? Yeah, Narancia said, but there was a slight tightness in his voice. Still. That boss guy sounds like a nightmare. Erasing time or whatever. That's crazy. Everyone we've fought so far has been crazy, I said lightly. We're still here. He smiled a little. True. The waiter came back with 2 glasses, 1 water, 1 bright soda. The ice clinked softly. We each took a drink. I took a slow sip, watching the door. The water tasted fine. No odd sensations, no strange aftertaste. I glanced at Narancia's glass. He chugged nearly half at once and let out a happy sigh. Ah, that hits, he said. I smiled. Glad you're easy to please. A few minutes later, our food arrived, 2 steaming plates of pasta, the sauce rich and red, the smell strong enough to cut through road stress. Narancia's eyes lit up. Nice. We dug in. For a moment, things were normal. Just 2 guys on a trip eating a meal before heading back to their loud group. Then something shifted. Narancia stopped mid-bite and blinked slowly. His expression went a little blank, then confused. His jaw moved oddly, like something pulled inside his mouth. You okay? I asked. He frowned. Yeah. Just, felt weird for a second. His tongue moved strangely against his teeth. Then he swallowed and shook his head. It's fine. Must have bit my tongue or something. I watched him closely. My skin prickled. I knew this moment. The timing matched. Water on the table. Pasta. Tongue. Talking head had already attached. I kept my tone casual. You sure? Yeah, he said quickly. Totally fine. Something about the way he said it was off. Too fast. But he looked normal. No visible wounds. No cuts. Just Narancia. I finished my plate, forcing myself not to stare. He shoveled down the rest of his pasta with his usual enthusiasm. When we were done, I signaled the waiter. We'll take some sandwiches and bottled drinks to go, I said. Enough for 6. He nodded and walked off. Narancia wiped his mouth and looked around. His eyes were a little too alert now, scanning corners, edges, shadows. That was more like him on a mission, but there was a weird tension in his jaw. You feel anything off? I asked quietly. He wiped his fork clean with a napkin for no reason, fingers tapping out a restless beat. Nope, he said. The word sounded wrong. Too quick, too flat. I narrowed my eyes. No strange stand feeling? No weirdness in your body? He opened his mouth. Totally normal. Everything's fine. No enemies anywhere. The second half of that sentence came out in a sharper, stiffer rhythm. His eyes widened immediately after, as if he hadn't meant to say it like that. He grabbed his water again and took another gulp. I watched closely. You sure there aren't any enemies? He looked panicked for a split second, then forced a grin. Yeah. None at all. This town is extremely safe. We should wander alone for hours. His face after that looked like he wanted to hit himself. There it was. Talking head. So he could only say the opposite of what he meant. But he was still Narancia under that. That meant he was already trying to warn me and failing. I leaned back, keeping my tone light. Got it. The waiter returned and handed me a bag with wrapped sandwiches and bottles. I paid quickly. Let's go, I said. Yeah, Narancia replied. Let's walk around randomly and not return to the others at all. His shoulders tightened as he said it. He clenched his fists under the table, frustrated. So he wanted to go back quickly. Good. We stepped outside. The air hit a little cooler against my face. Narrow streets, puddles here and there, a clear view of the distant boats. The sound of people talking and car engines created background noise. Narancia walked a little ahead of me, shoulders tense. His eyes moved constantly, sharper now. That was good. He was looking for the enemy, even if his mouth worked against him. I walked beside him. Any idea where they might be? I asked softly. He opened his mouth, obviously trying to say the truth. What came out was, I have absolutely no idea. Nobody's following us. There definitely isn't a stand user nearby. His jaw locked after the words. He bit his lip like he was trying to punish his own tongue. I grinned a little to ease things. All right. So that means there is a stand user nearby and you know it. He blinked at me, startled, then looked relieved. He nodded hard. Nice, I said. We'll work with that. He wanted to talk more, but he pressed his lips together instead. His eyes were saying a lot: nervous, angry, determined. His tongue was an enemy now, literally. We reached a small open square where a fountain bubbled at the center. Water sprayed and flowed down in clear lines. Narancia stumbled slightly, like something tugged at him. He slapped a hand against his throat, eyes wide. Here? I asked quietly. He nodded tightly. Water-based stand, I said. Clash. He jerked his head up at that name. I could tell I'd hit it. Good. He hadn't told me, but his reaction said enough. I handed him the bag of food. Hold this. He took it, still tense. I stepped a little away from the fountain, staying on dry stone. All right. We're not dying to soup today. He snorted once in spite of everything. The surface of the fountain rippled strangely. A small, half-seen shape darted under the water, moving too smoothly, too straight. It wasn't a fish. Narancia saw it too. His body jerked. We should ignore that totally normal fountain and relax, he blurted. So, we definitely should not ignore it, I said. Got it. He nodded anxiously. I stepped forward, raising my hand slightly. Mahoraga. The stand appeared behind me, massive and solid, its presence strong in the air. It didn't like water much, but it didn't need to get fully in. It just needed to react. The thing under the water moved again, darting toward the edge. Back, I said quickly. Narancia jumped away from the fountain. A second later, a toothy jaw emerged from the water, attached to a small aquatic stand body. It snapped at the spot where Narancia had just been, then disappeared under the surface again. Narancia yelled, pointing. That thing is harmless and we should ignore it. So it's very dangerous and we should not ignore it, I said. Great. Clash confirmed. He nodded hard, eyes wide. I kept my tone quick now, not playful. Talking head has your tongue. You can't say what you mean, but you can still move. You focus on tracking it. I'll block whenever it tries to drag you. He exhaled through his nose, trying to calm down. Then he pointed with his chin, eyes locked on the fountain. His body language screamed, "Get ready." Clash moved again, hopping from the fountain to a nearby puddle in the street. It erupted out in a burst of water, lunging at Narancia's leg. Mahoraga's arm came down in front of him, the impact sending water flying. Clash bounced off and retreated into another puddle. Narancia stumbled back. "We should stay here in the open and do nothing," he shouted. "That means we need to move," I said. I grabbed his arm and pulled him away from the fountain, down a narrower street where fewer people were walking. The bag of food swung wildly in his hand. Behind us, a trail of disturbed puddles followed. The water along the stones rippled and shifted as Clash hopped from source to source. We turned a corner. Narancia looked toward a nearby gutter where water pooled. "There?" I asked. He blurted, "There is definitely no stand there at all." "So it's right there," I said. I moved Mahoraga between the gutter and us, letting its mass block the straight path. Clash burst out again, jaw wide, but it couldn't get around the stand's solid form. It snapped at empty air and retreated, leaving deep tooth marks in the stone. I clicked my tongue. Persistent. Narancia breathed fast, then yelled, "We should split up and I'll walk into every puddle on purpose." "So you want us to stay together and avoid every water source," I said. He nodded quickly. "Good," I said. "We'll do that." He inhaled deeply and raised his wrist device with trembling fingers. "I absolutely should not summon Aerosmith," he shouted. "So you should," I said. He hit the trigger. The little fighter plane materialized above us, propellers spinning, its tiny nose gun ready. Its radar pinged sharply, picking up life signs. The screen showed 2 major blips nearby ours and something small moving from water source to water source. But there was also a faint signal farther away, slightly higher up, moving with them. Tiziano watching from a distance, Squalo hidden. Narancia couldn't tell me, but the radar did. I smiled slightly. There we go. Clash darted again, this time attacking from behind. Narancia flinched as water splashed his shoulder. It managed to nick his jacket, but Mahoraga intercepted before it could drag him fully. We backed into another alley, this one narrower, with fewer visible puddles. Clash hesitated, hopping from one small wet patch to another. Narancia aimed Aerosmith. "I should absolutely not shoot anywhere near that dry area," he yelled, pointing toward a somewhat high ledge where no water touched. "So that's where the user was." "You're doing great," I said. "Keep screaming lies for me." He looked oddly proud and desperate at the same time. Aerosmith fired, bullets tearing into the stone ledge. A shouting voice rang out from above, angry, surprised. "Not fatal." So we had their attention now. Water exploded from a cracked pipe as Clash used the new liquid to move faster, hurling itself at Narancia's chest. Mahoraga moved in again, taking the hit. The teeth scraped against its arm harmlessly, but the force shoved me and Narancia back a few steps. He almost slipped. I grabbed his collar and yanked him upright. Don't fall, I said seriously. If you go down, it drags you. He nodded wildly, eyes wide. From somewhere above, a voice shouted Tiziano, sharp and intense, calling out orders to Squalo. We couldn't see them yet, but they were close. Narancia grabbed my sleeve and shook it, eyes pointing toward one wall, then the other, then up. His whole body tried to communicate something fast. He blurted, we should go lower, underground, straight into all the flooding pipes. So they're higher up, avoiding the open, I said. He relaxed a tiny bit. He was glad I understood. We'll clear this, I said. You focus on Clash. Don't let it get into your throat again. He swallowed hard, angry at his own tongue. Yet. Aerosmith flew higher, circling, its radar beeping faster when it passed one particular balcony. There. Clash lunged again, this time coming from a small water streak running down a wall, faster than before. I didn't joke. I didn't smile. I moved Mahoraga with all my focus and let it meet the stand head-on. The impact shook the stones around us. Clash snapped and thrashed, but it couldn't break through. It retreated again, circling. Narancia's breathing was rough, but his eyes were locked in. He yelled, we should totally ignore that balcony and never shoot there. So that balcony is important, I said. He raised Aerosmith, aiming upward. Do it, I said. The plane soared and opened fire. Chapter 15, The Bite of the Shark. Aerosmith's guns flashed, the sound sharp in the narrow alley. Bullets tore into the stone balcony Narancia had told me not to aim at. Chunks of rock broke free and fell. A shadow jerked back out of sight with a curse. Narancia grinned despite the tension. We definitely missed and should give up now, he shouted. So we hit something and should keep going, I said. He nodded quickly, eyes bright. He was scared, but he was also enjoying being able to fight properly, even with his tongue working for the enemy. The fountain behind us gurgled quietly. The puddles in the alley rippled in small waves that didn't match the wind. Clash was still moving, hopping between water like a predator. I stepped forward a little, Mahoraga looming behind me, filling the narrow space with its presence. It didn't mind the cramped environment. The walls meant less room for that shark to dart around. Stay off any wet spots, I said seriously. Narancia looked down at the slick patches and winced. We should run around stomping in every puddle, he yelled. So we avoid them, I said cheerfully. Got it. He made a strained noise that sounded like a laugh. Aerosmith circled higher, its radar screen flickering faint red points. Two larger ones ours. Another flickering somewhere overhead. A smaller, fast-moving one that was Clash. Narancia's eyes tracked the radar carefully. Even if his mouth was compromised, his brain was locked in. The water on our left darkened for a second. Movement. Clash popped up from a drain, jaws wide, teeth hooked sharply. Left. I shouted. Mahoraga swung its arm across the space between us and the wall. The shark stand crashed into it and bounced off like it had hit a solid block of steel. It snarled wordlessly, then slipped back into the nearest crack with a splash. Narancia jumped back. We should stand still and let it take me, he shouted, then looked furious at himself. So we keep moving and don't let it touch you, I said calmly. He nodded tightly. Water trickled down from a cracked pipe overhead, forming a thin line along the wall. Clash zipped up it like a streak of liquid, then disappeared through a gap near the roof. Narancia pointed up with his whole arm, shouting, there is definitely no one hiding above us and we should ignore all rooftops. So someone is on the rooftops, I said. Good to know. He looked relieved again. It was funny in a miserable way him relying on me to translate his nonsense. It kept him from shutting down. We moved deeper into the network of alleys, making sure to stay away from larger water sources. Narrow, dry paths, corners, tucked shop doors. The town felt like a maze at this angle, but the radar kept us oriented. Narancia pressed 2 fingers to his ear. We should absolutely not contact Bucharity at all, and we should completely fail to mention anything going wrong, he yelled. So he wanted backup. I shook my head. If we call them now, the enemy will know where the whole group is. They're after Trish and Bucharity most. We keep it here. He looked torn but then gave a sharp nod. He trusted that. It calmed him a little. The little plane beeped twice. The radar blip that represented the user moved along the top of the map, staying high, using vantage points. Tiziano. He'd be watching everything, guiding Squalo and Clash from a safe angle. Narancia suddenly stiffened. His jaw clenched. He grabbed his own throat, fingers digging into his neck. Hey, I said. Breathe. He looked at me, eyes panicked, then pointed desperately to his tongue, then to the space behind us. You want to tell me something important, I said. But you can't say it right. He stomped his foot in frustration, then hit the side of his own jaw with his fist. Easy, I said quickly, catching his wrist. Don't break your own face. He huffed through his nose. Water splashed behind us. Clash emerged from a puddle we'd just passed, jaws snapping. It lashed toward Narancia's back like a rubber band. I spun Mahoraga around, its massive hand catching the shark's head mid-lunge. For a moment it strained, teeth scraping against an unyielding palm, then it twisted and slid out between spectral fingers, diving into another wet patch. It really wants you, I said. Narancia made a tight sound. Then I should stand still and let it win, he shouted. So we keep making it waste energy, I said. You're fast. Let it chase you while I keep blocking. He lifted his chin a little at that, pride sparking in his eyes. Even if he couldn't say it, he liked being called fast. We broke into a wider alley that opened toward the edge of the harbor district. I could hear water slapping gently against stone, boats bumping, ropes creaking. More water out there. More room for Clash to move. Not ideal. Narancia's eyes widened. We should go straight out there into all that water, he yelled. So we absolutely should not go that way, I said. He nodded quickly, turning toward the drier side streets again. Aerosmith's radar flickered. The enemy user blip moved parallel to us, staying ahead, almost like he was trying to herd us toward the harbor. Tiziano was planning. Narancia's eyes sharpened. He knew it too, even if he couldn't warn me properly. We cut down another side alley, then another. The walls here were higher, sunlight coming in only in strips. The ground was dry except for a few scattered wet patches from old wash buckets. Clash popped out of one of those patches with sudden speed, body thinner now but faster. It went for Narancia's throat, teeth stretching like rubber. Mahoraga stepped in front. Clash bit down, failing to pierce, then contorted, sliding between arm and torso, just barely slipping past. Its teeth grazed Narancia's cheek as it zipped by, leaving a thin red line. He hissed in pain, eyes wide. Hey, I said sharply. Stay with me. He touched his cheek, then jerked his hand away from the blood. We should not be worried at all about how strong it's getting, he yelled. So it's getting stronger, I said. Because it's learning your body. Narancia nodded grimly. We were playing defense. Not my favorite position, but necessary. Clash couldn't get a full bite if Mahoraga kept interfering, but the more it tasted, the better it would adapt. I needed Narancia to end this on his side, not mine. Aerosmith beeped again. A cluster of small blips the harbor. The user signal turned, trying to stay just out of range. Narencia's fingers flexed on his remote. "We should aim completely wrong and waste ammo," he shouted, eyes glaring at a very specific rooftop. "So we aim carefully and don't waste any shots," I said. He exhaled sharply and moved his hands with renewed focus. Aerosmith swooped, flying low between buildings like a real ace pilot, then swung up near the pointed rooftop where the radar blip lingered. Gunfire spat from its nose. We heard a shout from above. A new shape flinched back from the roof edge, slim, agile, hair pulled back, eyes sharp. Tiziano. He dove out of sight again, but now we had a visual. Narencia pointed up wildly. "We should never, ever shoot that guy again," he yelled. "So we absolutely should," I said. He grinned, "Despite everything." He pointed the remote again. Clash lunged out from behind us another time, this time going for my leg. Mahoraga shifted, but the shark moved unpredictably, its path curving mid-air. It clamped down on my calf, and for a half-second, my leg went numb. "Move!" I snapped, stomping down with my other foot. Mahoraga mirrored the motion, slamming its own foot down. The pressure traveled through my stand and into the water-dwelling shark. It yelped and released its bite, sliding back into a thin trickle running along the wall. I flexed my foot. Still worked. No damage that mattered. Narencia looked at me, guilt flickering across his features. He opened his mouth. "I am very happy it bit you and not me," he yelled, then looked horrified at himself. I laughed. "I get what you mean. Don't worry about it." He looked relieved again. A tiny click came through his earpiece. Giorno's voice crackled faintly. "Narencia, report. You've been gone longer than expected." Narencia stiffened. He pressed at the earpiece. "Everything's great," he shouted. "We're just relaxing and hanging out. No enemies anywhere at all." Giorno was quiet for a moment. "Narencia, that doesn't sound like you." Narencia's eyes widened. He looked at me desperately. I leaned close enough for the mic to pick my voice up. "This is Ren," I said calmly. "We've run into a talking head type stand and clash." Narencia can't say what he means. "We're holding them off in the alleys near the harbor. Don't come straight in or you'll get hit blind." The line stayed silent for a second. Then Giorno's voice returned. "Understood. We'll circle from the opposite side. Keep the fight away from open water if possible." "Got it," I said. Narencia's shoulders eased a little. He looked grateful and furious at his tongue all at once. "We've got backup on the way," I said. "You wanna show off a little before they get here?" His eyes lit up. "We should run away and cry," he yelled. "So you want to show off," I translated. He grinned. We moved. I led us through another cut in the alley network, keeping an eye on puddles and drains. Mahoraga hovered at my back, every small shift of its head sending little ripples through the air. Clash followed, but slower now, more cautious. Aerosmith buzzed overhead, tracking both the shark and the user. The blip representing Tiziano was staying near the rooftops, clearly trying to keep his distance and give Squalo instructions. Narencia watched the radar like a hawk. "We should definitely shoot randomly and not aim at the corner of that upper wall," he yelled. So that upper wall was our next target. "Go," I said. He sent Aerosmith weaving around a clothesline and up toward that exact corner. The moment the little plane peered around the edge, it opened fire again. Stone chipped. A spray of dust. A cry. Tiziano stumbled into view for a brief second, clutching his arm where a bullet had grazed him. He looked down into the alley, eyes furious, scanning for the shooter. He couldn't see Aerosmith clearly from that angle, but he could see us. His gaze locked with mine for a moment. Cool, calculating. Then he shouted something we couldn't quite hear, and Clash responded. The water at my feet turned suddenly deep. A small puddle expanded unnaturally, stretching up and around like a vertical sheet. Move, I started. Clash lunged out like a missile, jaws aimed at Narencia's torso. Mahoraga swung, but the shark twisted in midair in a way that didn't respect normal physics. It shaved past the stand's hand and struck Narencia's arm instead, teeth digging into his forearm. Narencia screamed as the world warped around the bite. He and Clash both sank into the puddle that had no right to be that deep. It swallowed him up to the elbow, yanking him half inside. My stomach tightened. I grabbed his other shoulder immediately. Hang on. He was halfway in. Water rose to his chest, even though the puddle on the ground looked shallow from above. Clash was dragging him into some strange subspace, splitting his body between air and water. I'm not letting you go, I said sharply. He yelled, you should let me go and save yourself. So I absolutely will not, I said. Mahoraga stomped down beside us, its foot hitting the warped water. The surface trembled unnaturally but didn't crack. The shark stand had made this place its territory. Narencia's teeth clenched. We should stop fighting and give up everything, he shouted, eyes blazing. So you're not done yet, I said. Good. I tightened my grip on his shoulder and pulled with everything I had. Mahoraga mirrored that motion, its own hands closing around the space where Clash's pressure bent the air. The shark jerked, tugging harder, but this time it was pulling against both Narencia and my stand's power. It let out a distorted, wordless noise, annoyed, strained. Aerosmith's radar beeped wildly. The shark blip and Narencia's blip overlapped. Shoot the water, I said. Do it. Narencia's eyes snapped to the remote. His fingers trembled, but he lifted it, pointing the plane downward. I should definitely not shoot this water at all, he yelled. So you absolutely should, I said calmly. He squeezed the trigger. Aerosmith unleashed a storm of bullets into the warped puddle. The water frothed. Clash screamed a horrible, distorted sound only stand users could hear. It released Narencia, retreating deeper into the liquid dimension. Water spilled back outward, becoming a shallow puddle again. Narencia fell forward, and I caught him by the shoulders, pulling him fully free. He panted heavily, eyes wild. We should run away and hide, he yelled. So you want to finish this, I said. He nodded sharply, sweat running down his temple. His forearm had tooth marks, angry red grooves, but no pieces missing. Good enough. Above us, Tiziano cursed again, shouting something to his partner. Probably telling him to retreat, regroup. Narencia's jaw clenched. He raised Aerosmith again, this time with a steady hand. We should stop aiming at that guy and go home, he screamed. So we keep going, I said. The little plane shot up along the wall, using its small size and speed to dart between gaps and around obstacles. The radar kept pinging. Tiziano moved, trying to stay ahead. Clash lunged again from a leaking pipe, but this time it went for me, not Narencia. It slammed into Mahoraga's chest and bounced off harmlessly, sliding back into an overflowing bucket a few meters away. I stepped forward, planting my feet. You're not getting him, I said, voice hard. Narencia looked at me briefly, then up at the rooftops, eyes blazing. His voice strained as he shouted, you should not die. You shouldn't get shot, you bastards. The words came out twisted, but the intent underneath was clear. Aerosmith found its angle. The plane curved hard around a chimney and fired point blank into Tiziano's side. His shout rang through the alley network, high and shocked. His body pitched forward, stumbling toward the edge of the rooftop. For a second, he almost caught himself. Then Clash's blip on the radar stuttered. Down below, the bucket of water exploded upward as the shark thrashed. Its connection to the user wavered. Bullets had torn through not just Tiziano, but the command link that steadied Squallow's movements. Narencia yelled, "We should show mercy and let them live," as his hand twisted the remote and aimed again. "So you're not done," I translated, voice low. He fired a second time. More bullets tore through the air. This time, they tracked the shark's movement directly. Aerosmith traced the line between water sources, following the path of Clash as it tried to retreat. Blood splashed along the alley from somewhere above and ahead. The shark jerked, its body flickering as it lost control. Somewhere unseen, Squallow screamed. Aerosmith's radar showed the two small blips merge user and stand, then both began to flicker erratically. Narencia's teeth clenched so hard I thought they might crack. "We should let them come back and kill us later," he yelled. "So you want to end them now," I said. He slammed his thumb down on the trigger. Aerosmith fired one continuous, focused line of bullets, chewing through stone, wood, and metal. The recoil shook his arm. He held steady. The radar blips sputtered. Then they went dark. Narencia's breath came in sharp bursts. His arm dropped. Aerosmith hovered for a second longer, then circled back, still scanning out of habit. The alley fell quiet except for our breathing and the distant sounds of the town. Narencia stood there, chest heaving, eyes wide and wet at the corners. "We should be sad and miserable," he shouted, voice cracking. "So you're relieved," I said quietly. He laughed suddenly, half hysterical, half giddy. "Hell yeah, I am." A sharp, tearing sensation came from his mouth. He clutched his tongue again. Something small, worm-like, and ugly wriggled out from underneath its talking head, finally losing its hold. It fell onto the ground, half-formed, twitching. Aerosmith turned and fired one last shot. The stand's remains burst and vanished. Narencia gasped, reaching for his tongue again, moving it around his mouth. "Ah! It's back. I can talk normally." He almost cried in relief. "I can finally say what I want to say." That was the worst. I grinned, letting my shoulders relax now. "Welcome back." He pointed at me. "You have no idea how bad that sucked. Everything I said was wrong. I wanted to tell you everything and my tongue kept betraying me." "I could tell," I said happily. "You did great anyway." He stared at me, then laughed weakly, wiping at the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. "Man! I thought you'd get mad." "For what?" I said. "You were trying." He looked away, embarrassed and proud at the same time. "I was awesome, though, right? Be honest." "You were very awesome," I said. He puffed up a little. "Damn right." The small radio at his belt crackled. Giorno's voice came through. "Narencia. Ren. Status." Narencia grabbed it quickly. "We're good," he said, and this time the words were his own. "We took out 2 of them. One with water and a freak tongue stand. They're not getting back up." There was a small pause. Then Giorno said, with a very slight relief in his tone, "Well done." Mista's voice cut in excitedly. "You stole the show again, hey? Damn. I wanted to shoot them at least once." Narencia laughed, high and proud. "Too slow, Mista. We handled it." Fugo's voice followed, tension melting. "Just get back here in one piece." Abisho grumbled, "Don't get cocky on the way back and fall into a canal." "I won't." Narencia shouted. I rolled my shoulder out, feeling the echo of Clash's bite in my leg. "Nothing serious." Mahoraga faded into the background, its job done for now. Narancia turned to me. Hey, thanks. For real. If you weren't here, that stupid shark would have dragged me into a puddle and I'd be dead. And I couldn't even tell you what was going on. I shrugged. You did tell me. Just in reverse. Not my fault your tongue was on his side. He snorted. Yet. He looked at the bag of food still in his hand, amazingly not destroyed. Think they still want these? He asked. Definitely, I said. If we bring snacks and a victory, no one can complain. He grinned. Then let's go. We walked back through the alleys, avoiding the worst of the water, passing the places where bullets had chipped stone and what little physical traces the stands had left behind. The town carried on around us like nothing had happened. By the time we reached the gas station lot, the others were already gathered near the cars. But Charity stood near the hood, arms at his sides, eyes sharp. Giorno was beside him, hands light at his pockets. Mista leaned against the car, Fugo near the pump, Abisho watching the road. Trish stood under the shade of the awning, arms folded, but her attention was fixed on us. Narancia waved the bag above his head. We're back, he shouted. Mista waved. Hey! You alive? Obviously. Narancia said. But Charity looked us over once, eyes checking for wounds. His gaze lingered on the marks on Narancia's arm and the dryness of my clothes. Report. Narancia drew himself up, grinning. 2 enemy stand users. 1 water shark thing clash. 1 tongue parasite thing talking head. They tried to get us away from you guys and pull us into the harbor. But we kicked their asses. Fugo pushed his glasses up. So you recognized they were trying to isolate you? I mean, yeah, Narancia said. Didn't stop it from sucking. Giorno's eyes moved to my leg briefly. You're limping, he said. Barely, I answered. Clash bit once. Mahoraga took the brunt. Nothing important missing. Mista whistled. You tanked a shark stand. Nice. Trish spoke up, studying Narancia. So that's why you were yelling weird things. He froze. You heard that? I heard enough, she said. He scratched his cheek, embarrassed. Yeah, well, tongue stand. Not my fault. She looked at him a moment longer, then said quietly, you still fought anyway. So, good job. He blinked, then puffed up again. Hat. Of course I did. Abisho flicked ashes into a tray. You didn't drag trouble all the way back to us. That alone is impressive. Thanks, I think, Narancia said. But Charity took it all in and gave a short nod. You both did well, he said. I grinned. We try. He stepped closer. From now on, we assume every town is compromised. No unsupervised errands, no long breaks. La Squadra is losing members, but the boss has more resources. Giorno nodded. Agreed. Mista opened the bag in Narancia's hand and peeked in. Hey, you actually got good stuff. Yeah, Narancia said proudly. We're totally eating all of it right now. Oh no, Fugo muttered. We'll eat in the car, but Charity said. We leave immediately. Sardinia is still ahead, and we've lost enough time here. We piled into the cars again. This time, Narancia guarded the food like it was sacred. He sat beside me and kept talking, waving one arm while describing how it felt to have his tongue betray him. His joy at being free of it showed in his voice and his little movements, shoulders looser, face more expressive. Giorno drove. He listened more than he spoke, but there was a hint of a smile when Narancia bragged about landing the final shots. Behind us, the town shrank slowly in the rear-view mirror. Ahead, the road stretched toward the next ferry and the island that held our enemies past. We headed for Sardinia, alive and still loud. Chapter 16, The Thing That Wouldn't Die. The airport they picked was small and tired. It sat near the coast, more like a long strip of concrete with a couple of buildings than a real international hub. The kind of place no one looked at twice. That helped us. The wind pushed at my jacket as we walked across the lot toward the hangar. The air smelled of fuel and old metal. A few workers moved between planes slowly, not paying us much attention. But Charity led as usual. Giorno walked near him with that calm focus, hands in his pockets. Mista trailed behind them, spinning a bullet across his knuckles as if we were going to a movie instead of hijacking a plane. Narancia bounced on his feet, energy already high. Trish stayed a little behind, arms folded, expression guarded. I stayed near the back, watching everyone and everything. Abisho muttered, "This is ridiculous." Fugo pushed up his glasses. "We won't get to Sardinia fast enough any other way." Mista grinned. "Relax. We just borrow the plane for a bit. We'll bring it back in one piece." "You won't," Abisho said. Narancia snorted. "If anyone breaks it, it'll be you, Mista." "Shut it, kid," Mista said, but he was smiling. We reached the hangar. Inside, a mid-sized private jet rested on the tarmac, polished and quiet. A pilot in sunglasses stood near the stairs, checking a clipboard. He glanced up at us, mildly confused. "Can I help you?" But Charity's hand flicked. Sticky fingers. A zipper tore open the man's uniform. In a smooth motion, Charity zipped him into the side of the parked car we'd used to get here, trapping him inside without leaving a mess. Narancia's eyes went wide. "You just put him in the door." "He'll be fine," Charity said. "As long as no one opens it." Mista laughed. "Nice." We boarded quickly. Inside, the plane's cabin was narrow but clean, rows of seats, small luggage compartments, overhead lights dim. It felt almost too normal. But Charity turned to us. "Narancia, Ren, Mista, Giorno, and Trish will be on this plane. I'll join Abisho and Fugo by sea. We rendezvous in Sardinia." Narancia's face fell. "You're not coming with us." "I can't leave the others uncovered," Charity said. "You'll be fine. Giorno is with you. So is Ren." Narancia glanced at me. "You better not slack off, Ren." I smiled. "I'll do my best." Trish shifted, unimpressed. "So I'm stuck in a plane with these people." "You'll be safer up there," Charity said. "Stay together. Don't separate in flight. If something feels off, you contact us." Giorno nodded. "Understood." Mista twirled the bullet once more and pocketed it. "We got it from here, boss." But Charity's eyes moved from each of us to Trish. There was that steady, quiet weight again. "I'm counting on you all." Narancia grinned. "We won't mess up." Abisho gave us a look that said he was expecting the opposite, then turned away. Fugo just shook his head and followed. They left us there. I watched them walk back toward the exit. The door closed. The hangar felt louder once they were gone. Mista clapped his hands. "All right, let's get this thing in the air." We moved to the cockpit. The pilot inside turned, confused at the sight of us. "Who are we?" Mista aimed his gun without hesitation. "Sex Pistols." The small stand units popped out, ready, but Giorno stepped forward instead. "Don't kill him," he said calmly. "We can restrain him." He touched the man's shoulder. Gold experience glowed. The pilot's body went slack as Giorno manipulated his nerves. The man slumped into the seat. "He'll stay unconscious," Giorno said. "We'll handle takeoff." Mista slid into the co-pilot seat like he owned it. "Good thing I've played flight games." Narancia shouted, "You don't know how to fly a plane." Giorno sat in the pilot chair, hands moving across controls with surprising certainty. "It isn't exactly like a car, but it follows logic," he said. Trish stayed in the cabin, arms crossed, looking irritated but not surprised. I leaned against the cockpit doorway. "If we crash, I'm blaming both of you." "We're not crashing," Mista said, slightly less confident than usual. The engines started with a deep rumble. The whole plane vibrated. Outside, the hangar doors rolled open slowly, letting in light. Soon we were moving down the runway. The world outside blurred. Narancia pressed his face to the window. "We're actually doing this," he said. "Hold on," Giorno said calmly. A second later, the plane lifted. The runway dropped away. Buildings shrank. The sea spread out underneath us like a clean sheet. My stomach flipped once, then settled. I'd had worse rides. Narancia laughed loudly. "This is awesome." Mista grinned, watching the instruments. "See? Easy." Trish sat back, putting on a bored expression, but the way she held the armrest gave away a bit of tension. Giorno adjusted a few levers. "We're stable. Autopilot can handle the cruise for now." We moved back into the cabin. The plane hummed quietly, rocking only slightly through the air current. Narancia dropped into a seat and spun it sideways. "So how long till Sardinia?" "A while," Giorno said. "Try not to get restless." "Too late," Narancia said. Mista opened one of the bags of food from earlier. "Snack time." Trish gave him an annoyed look. "Do you ever stop eating?" "No," Mista said cheerfully. "It keeps me sharp." He tossed a sandwich at Narancia, then one at me. I caught mine easily. I sat near the middle of the cabin. Giorno took the seat across from me. Trish sat a row behind, staring out the window. Narancia swung his legs restlessly. Mista leaned half out of his aisle seat, facing us. For a few minutes, it felt like an ordinary flight. We chewed. Narancia talked about the shark fight again. Mista complained about almost being frozen by ghiaccio. Trish put in dry comments whenever Narancia got too loud. I let myself relax a little. The sky was clear. No other planes near us. The cabin was ours. Then the plane shuddered slightly. Not turbulence. A different kind of vibration, like something scraping the outer shell. A low sound from near the cargo area. Giorno's eyes lifted. "Did you hear that?" "Yeah," I said. Mista frowned. "We're the only ones on here, right?" "We should be," Giorno said. Narancia stood. "I'll check the back." "I'm coming," I said. We walked down the narrow aisle. The cabin door to the rear area rattled softly on its hinges. That was not a good sign. Narancia pushed it open. The cargo bay was dim, lit by a few overhead lamps. Luggage compartments lined the sides. A refrigerator sat strapped against one wall. And a dead body lay on the floor. He must have grabbed onto the plane at the last minute, or been hidden somewhere in the hangar. Karn. I recognized the coat from the files. The one who had a stand that only activated after his death. Mista swore behind us. "What the hell, how did he get in here?" Narancia jumped back. "He's dead." Giorno knelt down, checking quickly. No pulse. No respiration. He's been dead for some time, likely since before takeoff. Mista aimed his gun out of habit. "I'll put a few more in him just to be safe." Narancia yelled, Don't shoot in the plane, you idiot. Relax, I wasn't actually going to, Mista said, lowering the gun slightly. I looked at Karn's arm. The skin looked strange. Parts of it seemed more flexible than they should, like it was ready to move even without his brain. Notorious B.I.G, I said quietly. It triggers after he dies. Narancia blinked. Notorious what? Dead man stand, I said. You can't threaten the user. He's already gone. The stand moves on its own. Giorno's jaw tightened. So this isn't over. The plane shook again, just a small bump. I felt a shift under the corpse's arm. Narancia pointed. His arm. The limb twitched. It bent upward, not like normal muscle movement but like something inside it was stirring. The fingers flexed once, then curled. Mista took a step back. Yeah, that's not good. The forearm suddenly bulged. Flesh swelled unnaturally. The skin split with a wet sound. A mass of shifting tissue poured out, clinging to the floor. It wasn't shaped right. It didn't look like any normal stand. It was like a meat-colored blob with eyes scattered across it, constantly changing shape. I focused. Mahoraga. The stand appeared behind me, filling the cargo space with heavy presence. Its arms hung loosely, ready. The blob twitched, as if it sensed something big nearby. Then it moved. It did not move toward me. It rushed toward the nearest thing that was shifting the most, the refrigerator, vibrating slightly from the plane's motion. In an instant, it surged up the metal, covering it completely. The fridge groaned. The shape twisted, eating into the material. Within seconds, it looked half-melted. Narancia flinched. It's eating the fridge. It's attracted to movement, Giorno said. Anything moving faster than the rest. Mista cursed. That's bad. We're on a plane. Everything is moving. Yes, Giorno said. But some things move more. Engines. Machinery. People. The blob left the fridge, which now looked warped and ruined. It skittered across the floor, faster than before, heading for the nearest fast-moving target. Narancia. Aerosmith's remote trembled in his hand. His heart was racing. The blob felt that vibration and surged directly at him. Down! I shouted. Mahoraga's arm came between them. Notorious B.I.G slammed into it, clinging to the stand's limb for a moment. Then, instead of being knocked away, it flowed around, reforming on the other side, continuing toward Narancia's legs. It did not care about damage. It did not react to the hit at all. So you can't be broken, I muttered. I grabbed Narancia by the shoulders and shoved him behind some stacked crates. Stay low. Don't twitch. He dropped, pressing himself against the floor, trying to stay as still as he could. His breathing was loud and fast. The blob paused, confused for a second as its target stopped moving so much. It turned slightly, feeling for a better vibration. The plane's engine hummed. That hum carried through the frame into the cargo area. The blob twitched. Giorno's eyes widened. If it reaches the engine, it will tear the plane apart. The creature rushed for the wall, moving up the paneling toward the frame. Mahoraga! I barked. The stand slammed its hand down between the blob and the wall, slowing it, but not enough to stop it. The blob split, a part of it sliding under the stand's arm, oozing along a seam in the metal. Damn, I said. Giorno darted forward, gold experience flickering at his side. We need to redirect it, he said. Not destroy it. He touched the floor. Life energy surged. The metal under the blob turned into living tissue, flesh and muscle that twitched like an animal. The stand paused, reacting to the sudden change. It lunged at the new life, eating it instead, gnawing through the patch of animated material. That buys us a few seconds, Giorno said. No more. Mista shouted from the cabin, what's going on back there? The plane's shaking. Stay in your seat. I yelled back. The creature finished consuming the patch and slid on, searching again. It rushed to one of the luggage pieces, which rattled slightly in place. It ate through it in seconds, tearing fabric and plastic apart. Narencia peeked over the crate edge. It's getting faster. Don't move more than you have to, I said. The more you panic, the more it wants you. Mista stumbled in from the cabin, bracing himself against the wall. You guys need help. Stay near the doorway, Giorno said. Too many moving targets will make it worse. The blob turned again, sensing fresh vibrations from Mista's arrival. It surged toward him now. He raised his gun. I'll shoot it. Bullets won't kill it, Giorno said quickly. They'll just give it more motion to chase. Mista swore. Great. A stand that doesn't die and loves planes. The thing advanced toward him, faster than before. Stop moving, I said sharply. Mista froze, forcing himself to hold still. The blob slowed. It quivered, sniffing at the air in its own strange way. Then it turned again, orienting toward the front of the plane. The cockpit. The engines beyond. Giorno's eyes tightened. If it reaches the front, we're finished. He moved forward on purpose, drawing its attention. His steps were lighter than usual, but deliberate. The blob turned toward him immediately. It rushed, accelerating. Gold experience punched the floor again. A section of it turned into writhing vines that whipped around, grabbing at the mass. For a moment, the blob tangled itself, distracted by the living matter. It tore through it, ripping it apart, eating it. Giorno used that second to step back. It learns, he said. The more we try the same trick, the faster it adapts. Then we switch roles, I said. You plan. I block. I stepped up, putting myself between the blob and the front of the plane. Mahoraga stayed close to me, ready. The creature turned toward my chest now. I could feel its intent. No mind, just instinct, destroy anything moving fast enough. Come on, then, I said. It rushed at me. Mahoraga moved in tight coordination with my own body. Each time the blob surged, I shifted weight, throwing just enough force to push it back away from the cockpit. It clung, flowed, reformed, but it didn't find a clear line past the stand. Narencia whispered from behind the crates, "You're actually tanking it." "I'm buying you time," I said. "Get your head straight." He gripped the remote hard. "What can I do? If I fly Aerosmith, it'll just go for it." Giorno's gaze flicked to him. "Exactly. You can lure it." Narencia blinked. "Lure it?" "Yes," Giorno said. "You can bait it away from the engines." Mista frowned. "Is that smart? Put him in the crosshairs." "He's already a target," Giorno said calmly. "But if we control the target's movement, we control the stand's path." Narencia hesitated for a second, then grinned, proud and reckless. "All right. I like that." He stepped out from behind the crates and whistled sharply. "Hey, blob freak! I'm over here." The blob shifted direction immediately. It left Mahoraga and rushed for the faster rhythm of Narencia's movements. "Aerosmith," he shouted. The tiny plane shot out, circling fast. Its engine buzzed. The blob snapped toward it, switching targets mid-rush. It leaped, missing only because Aerosmith changed direction at the last instant. Narencia laughed, despite the danger. "Come get me," He ran toward the back of the cargo bay, making sure to stay away from thinner walls and critical systems. Aerosmith darted in wide arcs, just out of reach of the blob. The stand sprinted across surfaces, climbing up and down like gravity didn't matter. It snapped whenever it got close, but Narencia kept moving unpredictably. Giorno watched, calculating. We can't keep this up for long. He'll tire before it does. Then we end this fast, I said. How? Mista asked. Giorno looked at his own hands. We'll have to remove its priority. Priority? Narencia called, dodging around a crate as the blob slammed into it instead of his leg. It's chasing the fastest, closest thing, Giorno said. If we give it something faster and far away, it will leave the plane to chase it. Narencia ducked another lunge. We're in the air, genius. How do we send anything away? Giorno's eyes moved to the window. The sky outside was bright and open. We break off part of the plane, he said. Mr. recoiled. You wanna what? Not the wings, Giorno said quickly. Interior sections. Something we can throw out that still moves quickly once it falls. Narencia skidded near us for a second, breathing hard. Do you mean, we throw something out and let this thing jump after it? Yes, Giorno said. But it has to see it move and be close enough to reach it. The blob slammed into a crate between us, breaking it apart. Pieces flew. It ate through the fragments, then whipped back toward Narencia's ankles. I stepped in, Mahoraga blocking the path. The blob flowed around and under, but I kept my feet planted, forcing it to push through tighter spaces. I can hold it a little longer, I said. Not forever. Giorno's expression tightened. He looked at his own arm again. Will use me? Mista stared. Use you how? My hands can move faster than the rest of me, Giorno said. And gold experience can make them live even after separation. Narencia swore. Wait. Wait, hold on. You're not cutting your own hands off. Giorno's voice was steady. We don't have many options in the air. Narencia's face twisted. That's crazy. The blob surged again, hitting Mahoraga's side and sliding around in a smear before reforming. I gritted my teeth. If we wait too long, it reaches the engines anyway. We're all dead then. This way, only one of us is in real danger. I refuse to let you be the only one taking the hit, Mista said sharply. You won't be, Giorno said. You'll keep everyone alive after. His gaze met mine. There was no hesitation there. Ren. I need you to keep it pinned just long enough for me to move. I can do that, I said. Narencia shook his head hard. You guys are insane. We're on a borrowed plane with a stand that eats movement, I said. Insane is built in. He barked out a short, helpless laugh. Giorno stepped closer to the cracked window at the far end of the cabin wall. He raised one hand, summoning gold experience just enough to cover it in life energy, making the limb stronger for what he planned. On my signal, he said. The blob ripped through another crate, closing in on Narencia. Now! Giorno shouted. I pushed forward, Mahoraga slamming both hands down on either side of the stand's path, creating a tight corridor of pressure. The blob found itself funneled, unable to spread as wide as before. It thrashed, pressing against the energy field. Giorno brought his covered hand to the window and drove his palm into it with full force. The glass shattered outward. Air roared into the cabin. The pressure change made everyone stagger. Narencia grabbed a pole. Mista clung to a strap. I dug my heels in, Mahoraga anchoring me. Giorno's hand moved quick. Gold experience glowed at his wrist. With one clean motion, he separated his own hand from his arm. Blood flew, but his eyes stayed clear. His severed hand flew out the broken window, fingers still half clenched. Gold Experience's power kept it alive, its muscles flexing, twitching, moving faster as it fell into the sky outside. The blob shrieked, senses locking onto the fastest movement in range. It surged away from my stand, ignoring everything else. It raced for the window, compressing into a tighter mass to slip through the broken frame. In less than a second, it was gone, diving after Giorno's hand into empty air. The cabin suddenly felt huge without it. Narencia panted, eyes wide. "You crazy bastard!" Mista stared at the window, then at Giorno's stump. "Your hand." Giorno winced now that the moment had passed, sweat beading on his forehead. "It's fine," he said. "I can recover." "Sit down," I said, stepping forward. He did. His face had gone a little pale, but his gaze stayed sharp. Gold Experience pulsed at his arm, sealing the worst of the wound. Narencia looked out the window, then back at him. "It's still chasing you out there." "Yes," Giorno said. "That's the point." Mista rubbed the back of his neck. "We really had to throw a part of you out of a plane." "It saved us," Giorno said. The intercom crackled suddenly. The autopilot beeped. The plane shook once. Narencia said slowly. "Is that supposed to happen?" Mista hurried back toward the cockpit. "Let me check." I helped Giorno stand. He swayed once, then steadied. "Go," he said. "Check if the engines took any damage before we sent it away." I nodded and headed for the cockpit behind Mista. The instrument panel flickered, but the readings looked mostly stable. One engine showed a brief drop, but it had recovered. Whatever damage had been done wasn't catastrophic. Mista exhaled loudly. "We're still flying. That's a miracle." I grinned a little. "We're good at bending odds." He glanced at me. "You held that thing off pretty well." "Could have gone worse," I said. He shook his head. "You talk like that wasn't terrifying." "In a fun way," I said. He laughed. "You're crazy too." We went back to the cabin. Giorno had his arm wrapped tightly with a bandage he'd formed from a seat cover using Gold Experience. Trish had moved closer subconsciously, though she still held herself like she didn't want to be caught caring. Narencia sat nearby, still jittery from the all-out chase. Trish's voice was quiet. "You threw your hand away." "It was necessary," Giorno said. She looked at his bandaged stump, then away, jaw tight. Narencia pointed at me. "Ren kept that thing from reaching the front. If it ate the instruments, we'd be dead." He just stood there and took it. I raised my hands. "I had help." "He had a giant scary stand," Narencia added quickly. "But still." Mista flopped into a seat near the aisle. "We're alive, that's what matters." Giorno leaned back, closing his eyes briefly. "We should rest while we can. There will be more once we land." I nodded. "Yeah. No doubt." Narencia sat back too, breathing finally starting to slow. "I hate stands that don't die." "Most of them don't die easily," Fugo's voice crackled faintly through the radio on Giorno's belt. We felt the turbulence. "Everything all right?" Giorno lifted the device. "We were attacked by Notorious Big. It's gone for now. We're airworthy." Bucciarati answered next. "Any casualties?" "No," Giorno said. I glanced at his arm. "Nothing that cannot be reversed," he added. There was a pause. Then Bucciarati said, "Good. Hold on. We'll meet you on Sardinia as planned." The radio went quiet again. Narencia slumped back in his seat with a huge exhale. "I'm never flying again." Mista smirked. You say that now? No, I mean it, Narancia said. Next time I'm taking a bike. In the ocean. I said. He frowned. Details. Trish shook her head. You all treat this like a game. It keeps us from going insane, Mista said. I smiled. It makes it easier to keep moving. She looked at me for a second, then back out the window, lips pressed tight. The plane continued toward Sardinia. The cabin hummed. Giorno rested with his eyes closed, his body still working to fix the damage. Narancia slowly started talking again, softer this time, describing his point of view of the fight to anyone who would listen. Mista argued about which move had been the coolest. Trish stayed quiet, but her shoulders weren't as rigid now. I leaned my head back and let my body rest. My mind stayed alert, but the worst of that particular problem was handled. For now, it was enough that we were still in the air. Chapter 17, Island of Old Ghosts. The rest of the flight passed without anything else trying to eat the plane. That alone felt like a victory. We touched down on a small runway that looked more like a long road cut into the grass than a proper airport. The landing was rough but not dangerous. The wheels hit hard, bounced once, then settled. The engines whined down as the plane rolled toward a modest hangar. Narancia pressed his face to the window, eyes shining. Whoa! So this is Sardinia. The coastline stretched out beyond the airstrip, rocky edges, patches of green, the sea shining beyond it. It looked quiet. Like the kind of place people came to relax. We're not here for tourism, Giorno said calmly. I know, Narancia said, still staring. But it's still cool. The plane finally stopped. The seatbelt light clicked off. Mista popped up immediately. Let's get off this thing before something else wakes up. I second that, I said. Trish unbuckled her belt more calmly, but I saw the way she exhaled when the plane stopped moving. She was relieved too, even if she did not say it. We grabbed what little luggage we had and moved toward the exit. Giorno opened the hatch and the steps lowered. Warm island air hit us, full of salt and faint grass. I stepped onto the stairs, stretching my back as we descended. The sky was clear. The sun wasn't too harsh yet. Narancia jumped the last step and landed with a grin. Ground. Finally. I can't feel that thing gnawing on the plane anymore. Don't jinx it, Mista said. Giorno followed us down, his bandaged arm tucked close to his body. Trish came after, taking each step carefully, like she still didn't fully trust the travel arrangement we'd used to get here. There were no crowds. Just one small building beside the runway and a single, empty fuel truck parked off to the side. Quiet. No security rush. That fit our plan. At the far end of the strip, a car was parked, half in the shade. I recognized the silhouettes near it as we walked closer. Charity. Abisho. Fugo. Narancia waved wildly. Yo! We made it! Mista laughed, raising both arms. Told you we could fly a plane and not die. Abisho rolled his eyes. Barely, he said, but there was relief in his voice. Fugo looked us over quickly. No major injuries. Giorno lifted his wrapped arm slightly. I dealt with it. Charity stepped forward. His calm gaze moved across each of us. You've all done well, he said. His eyes lingered briefly on Giorno's missing hand, then on me. Narancia puffed his chest. We took out some freak stand that only wakes up after the user dies. It ate a fridge. Mista pointed at Giorno. He threw his own hand out of the plane. Abisho stared at Giorno. Of course he did. Giorno just said, it was necessary. Trish came to stand closer to him, but slightly behind. We're here. That's what counts, she said tersely. But Charity nodded once. Good. We need to move quickly before anyone tracks us here. The boss has deep reach in Italy. Sardinia is no exception. Narancia looked around. So what's the plan? We go straight to the place in the photo. Not yet, Giorno said. We don't know exactly where the picture was taken. Only that it was on this island. Then what? Narancia asked. But Charity gestured toward the car. We go to the coastal town nearby. From there, we'll search for the exact location. The boss's true name and face are tied to that spot. Abisho spoke quietly. If we find it before he finds us. Fugo frowned. We're already noticed. After everything that happened, it's only a matter of time. We move anyway, but Charity said. Waiting will only make us slower. We loaded into the cars again. This time, the seating shifted a bit, but Charity driving with Abisho up front and Giorno in the back. I ended up in the other car with Mista, Narancia, Fugo, and Trish. Mista took the wheel. I'm starting to like this job. Plane, cars, boats. All we're missing is a tank. No tanks, Fugo said firmly. You'd crash it. I wouldn't crash it, Mista said, offended. I'd spin it cool. Narancia laughed. I'd ride on top. You'd fall off, Fugo said. Trish sat beside Narancia, arms folded. You two can argue about imaginary tanks later. I leaned back in my seat, watching the scenery as we drove away from the airstrip. Sardinia was greener than I expected. Low hills, patches of trees, distant farmhouses, and the constant presence of the sea at the edge of everything. For a while, the ride was quiet, aside from Narancia's occasional humming and Mista's habit of tapping rhythm on the steering wheel. Then Mista broke the quiet. So, what do you think this place is like for the boss? He used to live here, right? Trish shifted. Apparently. Fugo looked thoughtful. Makes sense he'd hide his identity in the most familiar place. People are least suspicious of what looks like home. Narancia scratched the side of his head. You think he had a normal house? Like, a little bed, a kitchen, annoying neighbors. Mista snorted. Hard to imagine him waiting in line at the bakery. He was a person before he was the boss. Giorno's voice came from the radio calmly, from the other car. He must have lived like one, once. Trish stared out the window, silent at that. We reached the town after a short drive. It wasn't large, maybe a cluster of 2- and 3-story buildings, narrow streets, balconies with laundry hanging out to dry. Scooters rolled past us, locals talked near doorsteps, and the smell of salt air mixed with food from open windows. Mista parked near a small square with a fountain. But Charity's car stopped beside us. We got out and gathered at the corner of the square. A few locals glanced at us, then went back to their day. We looked like a group of travelers at first glance. Passion's reputation hadn't reached everyone here with the same strength. But Charity gestured toward a shaded street leading toward the sea. We'll find lodging first. Then we search. Abisho let out a long breath. And hope we get to our target before he gets to us. Narancia looked around, eyes wide. It's kind of nice here. Trish looked at the sea. It's quiet. Don't trust quiet, Mista said. I never do, she replied. We ended up in a small inn overlooking part of the coast. The lobby was simple, with old wooden furniture and a bored-looking owner behind the counter. Giorno handled the check-in with smooth words and calm demeanor. We were given 2 rooms on the same floor. One for the boys, one for Trish, with an adjoining door from the hall. Upstairs, we gathered in the boys' room first. It was small, 2 beds, a narrow window, a table, and a couple of chairs. Some of us would use the floor. That wasn't new. Narancia grabbed one bed immediately. This one's mine. Fugo smacked him lightly on the back of the head. You can't just call dibs. Too late, Narancia said. Mista flopped onto the other bed with a grin. I call this one. Abisho stared at them both. You two are unbelievable. I'm fine on the chair, I said. It's not the worst. Giorno looked at the layout. We'll rotate shifts. No one gets a full night's sleep if we can help it. We need at least one person on watch at all times. Fugo nodded. I'll take late night. I can work with less sleep. Narancia groaned. Can I take afternoon nap shift instead? There is no afternoon nap shift, Abisho said. Unfair, Narancia muttered. But Charity glanced at the time. We'll rest briefly. Then we move. Giorno and I will start asking about old photos and locations along the coast that match the picture we have. Abisho will be with us. He looked toward me, Mista, Fugo, and Narancia. You four will stay within this town and keep eyes open. Trish stays in the room. We cannot risk moving her around too much. Trish, who had been leaning in the doorway, frowned. So I sit and do nothing again. We're not leaving you because you're useless, but Charity said. We're leaving you because you matter most. She looked away, jaw tight, but she did not argue more. Narancia raised his hand. Can I stay with Trish? I'll keep her safe. No, but Charity said. What? Why not? You're easy to bait, Abisho said. You'll run outside the moment you hear something. Narancia bristled. That's not true. Yesterday, you sprinted toward vending machines like they were calling you by name, Fugo said flatly. Narancia glared at him. That was important. But Charity's tone cut through. Ren and Mista will watch the outside routes. Fugo and Narancia will switch between outside sweeps and staying near Trish's door. Narancia deflated a little. So, half-guarding. Yes, but Charity said. You want to protect her, this is how. Narancia nodded, more serious. All right. But Charity's phone buzzed. He checked it, then tucked it away. We move in 20 minutes. Don't wander. He, Giorno, and Abisho left the room. The moment the door closed, Narancia gave a loud sigh and flopped back on the bed. So much moving. My legs are dying. You said that this morning, Fugo said. Yeah, and it's still true, Narancia replied. Mista stretched his arms over his head. At least the beds don't look like they'll collapse. That's an improvement over half the places we've stayed. I sat on the chair, tilting it back slightly, facing the others. At least there's a window. I like the view. Narancia rolled over and peered through the glass. You can see the water. And the rocks, I said. Far below, the coast curved into small inlets, rock faces, and narrow strips of shore. Somewhere along that coastline, the picture from the boss's past had been taken. Trish lingered at the doorway for a moment longer, then turned away, retreating to her own room. The click of her door sounded sharper than it needed to. Narancia watched her go. She's still mad, hey. Who wouldn't be? Fugo said. Her father tried to kill her, and everyone she meets wants to use her for something. Narancia shifted uncomfortably. We're not using her. I know, Fugo said. I'm saying it makes sense she's angry. Mista sat up. She'll come around. She already trusts Charity more than she lets on. She tolerates me, Narancia said. That's progress. I laughed. She hasn't kicked you yet. That's big progress. Narancia smiled a little, pleased. Exactly. Time passed slowly. We stayed in the room, listening to the sounds of the staff moving downstairs, doors opening and closing, someone dragging a suitcase down the hall. Nothing sounded like a threat yet. Eventually, Fugo stood. Narancia. You stay here. I'll do a quick sweep outside. Narancia perked up. I wanna go too. Fugo shook his head. You stay by Trish's room this time. If anyone tries anything while we're gone, you're closest. Narancia puffed out his cheeks in annoyance, but then he nodded. All right. I'll go with Fugo, I said. 2 sets of eyes are better. Mista stood too. I'll stay closer to the inn. If something moves weird, I'll see it. Fugo opened the door. Let's go. We left the room. Narancia moved to sit on the floor near Trish's door across the hall, leaning against the wall like a bored guard dog. Don't fall asleep, Fugo said. I won't. Narancia shouted. I grinned at him. If anyone tries to get past you, scream loud. I always do, he said, proud. We headed downstairs. Outside, the town still looked calm. No sudden changes. No dark cars. No suspicious men in full coats in the midday sun. We walked slow loops around the few streets that formed the town's center. Fugo kept a hand near his pocket, where his watch and notes sat. I kept my senses stretched, feeling for that familiar weight of stand energy that wasn't ours. There was something in the distance. Faint. Not in town. A pressure far off, like the feeling of a storm beyond a hill. Not our problem yet, but close enough to pay attention to. Risotto. Not here, not with us. Somewhere else on the island, tracking a different target. Doppio would be moving too. I knew the pattern. Their fight belonged to them. Ours was tied to what came after. Fugo noticed me looking toward the hills. You feel something? Far away, I said. Nothing in town. He nodded once. Good. Let's keep it that way. We circled the inn twice. Nothing came out of place. No one stared at our windows as if measuring. No extra footsteps behind us. After a while, we headed back inside. Upstairs, Narancia was still in the hallway, kicking his feet lightly against the floor. He looked up quickly when we approached. Everything clear? He asked. So far, Fugo said. Anything here? Narancia shook his head. No weird noises. No strangers. Trish got mad when I knocked to see if she was okay, though. Fugo sighed. Of course she did. I was being nice, Narancia said. You were being annoying, Fugo replied. Narancia shrugged. Same thing. We went back into the room. Mista was cleaning his gun, humming softly. Still nothing out the window, he said. No suspicious boats either. Good, Fugo said. We wait. Waiting was always the hardest part. But I had practice. Time stretched. Later in the afternoon, the door opened and Giorno stepped in with Abisho. Both looked tired, but not stressed. Narancia sat up. You guys find anything? A few possible locations, Abisho said. Coastal paths, rocks that match the picture. We'll have to test them directly. Test them how? Fugo asked. Abisho tapped his own chest. With moody blues. Narancia's eyes widened. We get to see the past again. If we reach the right spot, Abisho said. Giorno looked at me briefly. Where is Bucharity? He hasn't come back yet, I said. He's still checking the larger perimeter, Mista added. Giorno nodded. Good. Trish appeared at our door then, leaning on the frame. So you think my father's biggest secret is hidden somewhere down there? Probably, Giorno said. She looked at him quietly. And you think looking at it will help you kill him? Yes, Giorno said simply. She held his gaze, then looked away. Then I want to see it too. Abisho frowned. That's dangerous. That's my life you're digging through, she shot back. I'm coming. Everyone looked to Bucharity as he entered behind her, having reached the floor silently. He took in the room with one quick glance. We found a more precise clue, he said. A fisherman recognized the area in the photo. It's not far along the coastal path. Abisho nodded. Then that's where we go next. Trish took a step forward. I'm going. Bucharity studied her face. She didn't flinch. She really meant it. He sighed quietly. Then you stay close to us at all times. She nodded. Fine. He turned to the rest of us. Abisho, Giorno, and I will go to the site with Trish. Ren, Mista, Fugo, and Narancia will follow at a distance and keep watch for any intruders. Narancia raised his hand immediately. We're coming too. Yes, Bucharity said. But you will not interfere with Abisho's work unless necessary. Understood. Got it, Mista said. Understood, I said. We moved. The coastal path was narrow and edged with scrubby plants and rocks. Below, the sea crashed against the stone in steady waves. The wind had picked up, carrying the spray lightly upward. We walked in a staggered line. Bucharity, Abisho, Giorno, and Trish walked ahead. The rest of us stayed back by several meters, enough to give them space but keep them within range. Narancia walked at my side, hands in his pockets, eyes scanning everything. He wasn't playing now. He was focused. This feels big, he said. It is, I replied. Mista walked with his hands behind his head, though his eyes were sharp, shifting from rock to trail to horizon. This is the place where everything turns, hey. Probably, I said. Fugo glanced toward the distant hills. It feels weird. He was right. The air had a strange tension to it, like two different threats were grinding somewhere out of sight. One of them was our boss. The other was not ours to deal with. Far off, beyond the next rise, something flickered that only stand users would really feel like metal dragging through blood. Risotto's Metallica at work. I didn't look toward it directly. I just registered it and kept my eyes on our own path. Ahead, the group stopped. We caught up enough to see what they were looking at. A rocky outcrop jutted toward the sea. The ground dipped slightly into a shallow depression. There was a flat stretch of stone overlooking the waves, with just enough space for one or two people to stand comfortably. It matched the photo perfectly. Abisho narrowed his eyes. Here. Trish stared at the spot. Her expression tightened. This is it. Yes, Giorno said. Bucharity turned to Abisho. Do it. Abisho cracked his neck slightly, then summoned Moody Blues. The stand appeared, silent and ready. Narancia whispered behind me, we're really gonna see what he looked like. Maybe, I said. If we're fast. Abisho placed a hand on the stone. Rewind, he said. Moody Blues melted briefly, then reshaped. Its form shifted, its surface taking on different textures as it played back the past. The stone around us blurred slightly, just for our vision, as the stand recreated what had been. A young man appeared on the replay, hair, clothes, expression. Holding a baby. Standing with a woman. Laughing. Trish stared, eyes wide. She stepped forward without realizing she was moving. Her hand rose slightly, like she wanted to touch the replay. That's, she said softly. The boss, Giorno said. We all watched quietly. Even Narancia stopped breathing for a moment. I focused on the details. His hairstyle. His posture. The way he held the child. His face in profile in the setting sun. This was the key, he'd kill anyone to hide. Behind us, far off, the pressure in the air shifted again. Something sharp and decisive cut through the background tension. King Crimson had appeared somewhere on this island. A small chill ran down my spine. I knew what that meant for Risato. Their fight had reached its end. But our work here wasn't finished. Abisho pushed Moody Blues further, trying to get a clearer front angle. Come on, he muttered. Turn. The replay shifted. The young man turned more fully toward the replay's point of view, smiling at something we couldn't see. His face came into full view. Giorno leaned forward. There. And then it happened. A sudden, ugly pulse of energy surged through the air. It wasn't visible. It was the feeling of time bending and being cut. Everything jolted out of rhythm. I knew that feeling now. King Crimson had acted. Abisho's body tensed. His eyes widened. Moody Blues flickered like a disrupted signal. Trish gasped. What? Giorno spun around, eyes snapping toward the path behind us. Someone was here. Buccharity's jaw tightened. Abisho, stay focused. Abisho gritted his teeth. I'm trying. Something cut across the moment. We didn't see the boss. Not yet. Not at that exact second. But I knew he was near. He always came when we got too close. Narancia glanced at me nervously. You feel that too, right? Yeah, I said. My voice lost its usual light tone. That was him. Mista's hand hovered near his gun. We've got company. We didn't see Risato's body where it had fallen, far off in another rocky section of the island, lost behind hills and stones. But the echo of that conclusion carried through the stand energy in the air. One enemy gone. A bigger one closer. Bucharity looked at Abisho. Can you get anything else? Abisho's eyes were locked on Moody Blues. Sweat beaded on his forehead. I can try to catch the moment before the disruption again. But if he interfered directly with the past... Giorno's hands tightened at his sides. We'll take anything. Even a partial image. We all stood there on that rock, watching the edge of our enemy's real identity slip in and out of reach. And behind it, I could feel King Crimson's cold confidence moving closer, ready to erase whatever he needed to. Chapter 18, The Price of the Truth. Moody Blues kept shifting in front of us, its surface stretching and twisting as Abisho forced it back through time. The recreated image of the young man on the rock flickered, then sharpened again. He held the baby. He stood with the woman. He turned toward the sea, then toward whoever had once stood here watching him. Each second felt heavy, even with the wind blowing steadily and the sound of waves below. Trish stared at the replay without blinking. Her hand was pressed against her own arm so tightly her knuckles were white. Giorno was beside her, focused on every small line in the man's face. Bucharity stood slightly back, taking in the whole scene and the surroundings at once. Behind them, we waited a little further up the rock path, me, Mista, Narancia, and Fugo. We were close enough to see everything, far enough to give Abisho room to work. Narancia shifted restlessly beside me. He keeps almost turning toward us, he complained quietly. Come on, just look this way already. He's not looking at us, Fugo said stiffly. He's looking at whoever was holding the camera back then. Mista squinted. I just wanna see his face clearly once. That's all I want. Then I'll feel better about shooting him. You already feel good about that, I said calmly. True, Mista agreed, cracking a grin. The wind tugged at our clothes. The waves crashed in dull rhythm below. The recreated young man on the stone turned again, moody blues mirroring the movement like a projection. Abisho's jaw was tight. He kept one hand pressed against the rock, his stand anchored to the surface as it rewound the scene. "Come on," he muttered. "Almost." I let my attention drift between them and the path behind us, just in case. The island felt wrong now. There was something sharp sitting over the horizon, something that made the air feel slightly off, like a ringing just out of hearing. The same presence as in the church tower. Stronger now. Narancia frowned and rubbed his arms. "Why's the air feel weird again?" "Because he's close," I said quietly. "Who?" Narancia asked, even though he already knew. "The boss," I answered. Fugo's eyes flicked around sharply. "You're sure?" "I can feel it," I said. "Like before." Mista's hand drifted down toward his gun. "If he shows up, we shoot first." "You won't see him show up," I said. "Not the way he moves." Narancia swallowed and looked back at Abisho. "Then we better hurry." Down on the rock, Moody Blues replayed the scene a little farther. The young man stopped smiling. He glanced toward the path that led up from the coast. His expression shifted just a bit. "Warrior." His body turned slightly, shielding the baby almost by reflex. "That's it," Giorno said quietly. "Right there. That's how he looks when something's wrong." Trish's lips pulled into a thin line. "He looks normal." "I hate that." Abisho focused harder, his fingers digging against the stone. "Turn. Just a little more. Show your face." Moody Blues flickered at the edges as his concentration pushed it. The hair, the forehead, the shape of the nose were already clear. If we could get a straight-on view, we'd have him. A face to attach to the title of boss. A real identity, not a ghost. The air pulsed lightly. Time bent. I felt it not as a normal sound, not as a visible change, but as a sudden, deep wrongness. The rhythm of everything skipped. My heartbeat lurched. The waves below kept moving, but for me, there was a sudden, blank gap where something was supposed to be. King Crimson had activated. One moment, we were standing there watching Moody Blues replay the past. The next moment, I found myself half a step forward, like I'd almost started to move without noticing. The wind's direction had changed. Mista's hand was already on his gun. Narancia's mouth was half open, as if he had been about to shout. And Abisho was gone from his spot. Narancia blinked rapidly. "Hey!" Giorno snapped his head around, eyes wide. "Abisho!" Bucharity's expression tightened. "Abisho!" Moody Blues stood alone near the rock, its form frozen mid-replay, without its user's hand guiding it. The replay stuttered and faded slowly. My stomach dropped. I scanned around fast. They're further down the stone slope, closer to the cliff edge. We ran. "Abisho!" Narancia shouted, voice cracking. He lay slumped against a half-buried boulder, body twisted slightly, head tilted down as if he'd simply fallen asleep sitting up. His coat was rumpled. His hair fell over his face. At first glance, he looked intact. Giorno dropped to his knees beside him. "Abisho!" Bucharity moved in on the other side, his movements controlled but urgent. "Abisho! Answer me!" He didn't move. For half a second, I really hoped it was something we could fix. That whatever had happened, Giorno could still reach it in time. Then I saw the hole. A clean, brutal wound tore into his torso from behind, out through his chest. The edges were crushed and disrupted like something had punched straight through him and yanked outward. No blood flowed now. The wound was already still. I stopped smiling. Narancia's breath hitched. Hey, come on, he said quickly. That's not funny. Wake up. Mista stared, eyes wide, hands shaking slightly. No way. Fugo's face went pale. He covered his mouth with his hand, shoulders rigid. Giorno pressed his fingers against Abisho's neck, then his chest, checking desperately. Come on, he said under his breath. Come on, come on. He went quiet. But Charity's eyes never left Abisho's face. His hand hovered over his shoulder but didn't quite touch him. Giorno, he said quietly. Your verdict? Giorno's fingers tightened on the fabric of Abisho's shirt. His jaw clenched hard. He's gone, he said softly. There's no pulse. No response at all. This isn't something I can reverse. Trish stood a step away, her expression frozen, eyes wide. She didn't say anything. She just stared. Narancia shook his head violently. That's stupid, he said loudly. Giorno, you can fix anything. Fix him. I can't, Giorno said. His voice wasn't shaking, but everything around it felt heavier. His soul is gone. If there's nothing left to return to the body, my ability can't bring him back. Narancia grabbed Abisho's coat. Abisho. Come on. Yell at me or something. Say I'm an idiot. You always do that. Do it again. He shook him once. Abisho's head lolled forward, limp. But Charity reached out and caught Narancia's wrist. His grip was firm, but his voice stayed controlled. Enough. Narancia tried to pull away. Let me. Enough, but Charity repeated, stronger. Narancia's mouth trembled. He stopped pulling. His eyes shone wetly, and he looked away fast, pressing his lips together hard. Mista swallowed hard and looked up at the rocks around us, gun already in his hand. Where is he? He snapped. Where did that bastard go? He was here, right? He did this. We lost a segment of time, Giorno said. He came during that. Struck and erased his movement from our perception. So he killed Abisho and we didn't even see it. Mista shouted. We were right here. Yes, Giorno said. Then what's the point of any of this? Mista snapped. I exhaled once, slowly. My chest felt tight in a way I didn't like. I liked keeping things light. I liked laughing this stuff off. But there was nothing funny about a hole in Abisho's chest. I looked around, scanning every rock, every sharp angle, any place a man could stand and then erase himself from our view. Nothing. Just open air and stone. He's already gone, I said quietly. We won't find him by staring at rocks. Mista wanted to argue. I saw it in the way his shoulders tensed. But he clenched his teeth and stayed silent. Fugo finally spoke, voice low and stiff. His stand, did it finish? Did he get anything? All eyes turned back toward the place where Moody Blues had been. The stand had returned to its normal shape, standing where Abisho had left it. It looked almost like a ghost now, expression blank, no longer replaying anything. Giorno stood slowly and walked back up to it. If he used his last moments for the mission, he said quietly, then he left something. But Charity stayed kneeling beside Abisho for a moment longer. He smoothed a hand once over Abisho's hair, gentle, then stood and followed. Narancia remained where he was, beside the body, almost like he was guarding it. His hands were fists at his sides. Trish stayed between both groups, not sure where to look. I moved to stand near the middle, where I could see both the corpse and the rock. Mista came up beside me, breathing hard. We'll get him back for this, he muttered. Yeah, I said quietly. We will. Abisho's hand still rested lightly against the stone where he had been directing Moody Blues. Giorno knelt and examined the surface carefully. Here, he said. Everyone gathered around. On the rock, near where Moody Blues's hand had been, the surface had been altered. Abisho must have used the last bits of his strength and time to have his stand carve something into it. A face. Not fully formed, but detailed enough, a rough imprint of the boss's features. Eyes, nose, mouth, hair shape. Beside it, a handprint, detailed with grooves that could be traced as fingerprints. Mista exhaled, sounds mixed with frustration and admiration. That bastard, he said, meaning Abisho in a twisted, affectionate way. He still did it. Narancia looked up from below. He saw the carvings and his eyes widened. He finished it. Giorno ran his fingers along the handprint lightly, careful not to damage anything. He used Moody Blues to press his own blood and stand energy into the stone, he said. It left this behind. A record of the boss's face and prints. But Charity's gaze was steady on the carved features. This is what he died for. Trish stepped closer. Her face was pale, but she forced herself to look at the image. She studied it closely, then nodded once. That's him, she said quietly. I've never seen him. But I know it's him. Giorno looked at her. You're sure? She didn't look away from the carving. That's the kind of face that hides behind a daughter's life, she said. I don't need more proof. We stood there for a moment, just listening to the sea and looking at the markings Abisho had given us with the last of his time. Fugo broke the silence. We should record it. If the boss comes back to destroy this, it can't be our only copy. Giorno nodded. He pulled out a small notepad and pencil, sketching the face quickly but accurately. Every line, every angle. He traced the handprint as best he could. Then he pulled out a little kit and pressed a thin plastic sheet against the stone, capturing whatever detail he could. Mista checked the area again, still itching for any sign of the attacker. Narancia finally stood and walked up the slope toward us. His face was red around the eyes, but he forced a grin that didn't quite land. He really went out like that, hey, he said. Working until the last second. That's so like him, it pisses me off. He did his job, Fugo said softly. And now he's gone, Narancia said, voice cracking. But Charity turned and looked at all of us. His face was calmer than I expected, but his eyes were sharp in a different way now. We're taking him back, he said. We're not leaving him here. Narancia nodded hard. Yet. Trish drew a slow breath and spoke. He didn't even like me, she said. Not really. He thought I was just trouble. But he still did this. He didn't hate you, Mista said. He hated the situation. He hated a lot, Narancia added. He also made us coffee. Bad coffee, Fugo muttered. Narancia laughed roughly. Yet. Terrible coffee. It hurt, but it sounded like him. But Charity went back down, lifted Abisho's body carefully, and hoisted him across his back. His movements were steady and deliberate. He did not flinch at the weight. Ren. Mista. Clear the way ahead, he said. Yeah, I said immediately. Mista nodded, face set. Got it. We moved back along the path we had come, this time with one less voice in the group. The sea kept moving below. The sky stayed bright. That contrast felt sharp in my chest, but I kept my expression relaxed for Narancia's sake. He walked near Charity, close to Abisho's still hand. Every few steps, he'd glance back like he expected him to wake up and call him an idiot. Trish stayed near Giorno and Fugo. Her usual sharp comments were gone. She just walked, looking ahead and occasionally at the sketch in Giorno's hand. When we reached the town again, people glanced up at the group of us moving through the street. They saw a line of men and a woman, tired faces, one of us carrying someone on his back. No one understood what it really meant, and that was probably better for them. We returned to the inn. Inside our room, Bucciarati laid Abisho on one of the beds, straightening his limbs gently. He closed his eyes with a slow, careful motion. Narancia stood by the foot of the bed, fists clenched. "It's weird seeing him quiet like that," he said. Fugo spoke quietly. "He deserves better than being stuck in a random room in Sardinia." "We're not leaving him here," Bucciarati said. "When this is over, we'll make sure he rests somewhere that matters." Narancia nodded quickly. "Yet." Mista sat on the chair, elbows on his knees, staring at the floor. "The boss got another hit in on us," he said. But Abisho tagged him back. Giorno looked at the sketch and plastic sheet in his hands. "Now we know his face," he said. "We can hunt him properly." Trish crossed her arms tighter. "Then we use it. Every bit of it." I leaned against the wall, watching all of them, feeling that tightness in my chest again. I liked keeping things bright. It made things easier to carry. But some things just stayed heavy no matter how many jokes you tried to throw at them. Still, I smiled a little for Narancia when he glanced at me, needing something normal to latch onto. "You did good watching the room," I told him lightly. "You didn't lose your temper or run off." He sniffed and wiped his nose on his sleeve. "Shut up. I can be serious." "I know," I said. Bucciarati stood at the head of the bed. He looked at Abisho one more time, then at us. "We move soon," he said. "We can't stay in one place. Not with the boss aware we're on the island." Narancia stared at him. "We're still going after him? After this?" "Yes," Bucciarati said. Narancia nodded once, firmly. "Good." The room stayed quiet for a little longer, everyone sinking into their own thoughts, their own way of processing the loss and the new piece of information we'd gained. We had Abisho's final work in Giorno's hands. We had a face for the enemy. And we had one fewer person to share the noise of the group. I didn't say anything about that out loud. I just stayed there, arms folded, ready to move again when Bucciarati asked. Chapter 19, A New Target in Rome. We left Sardinia quieter than we arrived. The inn-room stayed still for a long moment after Bucciarati ordered us to pack. Abisho's body lay on the bed, neat and still. The sheets were smooth. His hair had been arranged away from his face. No one wanted to move first. Bucciarati did. He took a breath, stepped forward, and summoned sticky fingers. A zipper opened in the mattress. He eased Abisho's body inside like he was tucking him away from the rest of the world. He closed it carefully. The bed looked normal again from a distance. Narancia watched with wet eyes, jaw clenched. "Feels wrong," he said softly. "Hiding him in a bed." Bucciarati's voice stayed steady. "This is temporary. Coco Jumbo will carry him more safely." We went down to the lobby in a loose line. Outside, the sky was turning late. The light was softer. The town looked normal. People walked their usual routes. No one knew what had just happened up the hill. The turtle was waiting by the car. Mista picked it up gently. "Sorry, little guy," he said. "More guests for you." We entered the turtle's room one by one. Inside Coco Jumbo's space, the atmosphere felt strangely calm. The little living room, the couch, the bed. Abisho's body appeared there once Bucciarati unzipped the air above the bed and slid him out. He lay there, coat still on, eyes closed. Narancia looked like he wanted to say something. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Instead, he went to the other side of the room and dropped into a chair, elbows on his knees. But Charity covered Abisho with a blanket up to his shoulders. Simple, neat. Rest well, he said quietly. We didn't stay inside the turtle long. It was too small for all that weight. Back outside, the car engines started. We drove back to the port in 2 cars, Coco Jumbo riding with us as always. Narancia sat beside me, staring out the window. He wasn't bouncing or whining for once. He rested his chin on his fist, eyes distant. You okay? I asked. He gave a short breath that might have been a laugh. No. But I'll keep moving. That's all we can do, I said. He glanced at me. You're still smiling. I smile a lot, I said cheerfully. Doesn't mean I don't care. He studied my face for a second, then looked away, a small, tired smirk on his lips. Yeah. I know. The port was small, like the rest of the island. Some fishing boats, a ferry dock, a couple of storage sheds. We didn't go near the normal passenger routes. But Charity led us to a quiet dock on the side, where a modest motorboat was tied. He talked briefly with a contact there, voice low and sure. Money and a few simple phrases changed hands. The man nodded and left quickly. We're taking this to the mainland, but Charity said. No more flights for now. Narancia shivered slightly. Good. We boarded. The boat rocked as we stepped on, then steadied under our weight. Giorno made sure Coco Jumbo was secure near the center bench. Trish sat near him, her eyes shifting between the water and the distant shoreline. Mista stood at the edge for a moment, looking back toward the island's interior. So we're just leaving him here, he muttered. The boss. We can't reach him right now, Fugo said. Not without losing everyone. Mista clicked his tongue. I know. But Charity started the engine. The sound rumbled through the hull and into our bones. We pulled away from the dock, leaving the island to shrink behind us. The ride was steady. The sea wasn't rough. Waves slapped against the boat's sides in regular rhythm. For a while, no one talked. The air carried salt, fuel, and quiet. Narancia eventually broke the silence. So, what now? He asked. We have his face and his fingerprints. What do we do with them? Put them on posters. Giorno answered. We have a face, but not a name. We have prints, but not a database. We need someone who can connect what we found to the deeper parts of the organization's records. Someone like the old guard, Fugo said. Someone who knows more than a street capo. Pericolo is dead, Trish said evenly. He killed himself after giving you my protection order. I heard about it on the news. Yeah, Mista said. So we can't exactly call him. But Charity's gaze stayed on the horizon. We won't call him. But we can still use the same channels he used. The boss can't block every route at once. Giorno nodded. If there's someone in Pass Ione who's already turned against the boss, they might be watching those channels. Narancia blinked. So, we're calling traitors with traitor evidence? That sounds kind of fun. Mista laughed weakly. If they're useful traitors, I don't mind. I leaned back, letting the wind hit my face. We just need one person with the right knowledge and the right grudge. Fugo glanced at me. You say that like you already know there is one. I shrugged. Guys like the boss don't rise without someone surviving the mess under them. We'll find that someone. The sea rolled under us. The island behind us shrank until it became a darker shape under the sky. Ahead, the mainland slowly grew. By the time we docked at a smaller coastal city, the sun was already leaning toward late afternoon. We tied the boat off and climbed onto the stone dock. The town was busier than the last one, more people, more buildings, more cars. A row of phone booths stood near the ferry office. But Charity looked at Giorno. "Bring Coco Jumbo," he said. "We'll make the call inside. Less chance of being overheard." Giorno nodded, picked up the turtle, and we moved together toward a quieter corner of the dock. We entered a public phone booth, all of us crowding close. It was cramped, but we fit, barely. The glass walls fogged slightly from our combined breath. Narencia complained immediately. "It's hot in here." "Deal with it," Abisho would normally say. Mr. rolled his eyes like he heard his voice anyway. None of us said it out loud. But Charity lifted the receiver. He dialed a number from memory, a secure Pass Ioni channel that Pericolo had used earlier. It rang twice. 3 times. A click. A man's voice came through the line, low and cautious. "Pericolo is no longer available." The tone was formal. "Identify yourselves using a signed phrase." But Charity looked at us once, then spoke. "Capo Bucharity," he said. Phrase, "A calm sea hides deep waters." There was a pause on the other end. Then the voice replied, "Phrase accepted." "State your business." "We have information on the boss," Bucharity said plainly. "His face and fingerprints. We need someone who can verify and act on it without relaying to him." Another pause. "This one longer." Narencia whispered, "Do we trust this guy?" I shrugged. "We don't trust anyone. We just use them." The voice returned. "Hold." The line went silent, but not dead. Faint static hummed. We waited. Mista whispered, "If the boss picks up, I'm hanging up." Fugo muttered, "That won't help." I grinned a little. "It'll make him mad, though." Trish shot me an unimpressed look. "Don't joke about that." I gave her a small nod. "Fair point." The line clicked again. This time, the voice was different. Deeper, older, but smoother. It carried a strange familiarity, even though I knew none of us had heard it before. "You're the ones who betrayed him," the man said. "The team protecting the girl." Bucharity's group. Bucharity stayed steady. "Who is this?" "A man who has fought your boss before and survived," the voice said. "You may not know my name. But I know his." Giorno's eyes narrowed. "You recognize the data we sent?" "Part of it," the voice said. "His features match a record I've been tracking for a long time. But a face alone isn't enough to kill him. You'll need more than that." Narencia frowned. "Then why answer?" "Because you have something else I want," the man said. "The key Pericolo gave you. The one hidden in the car. It leads to a certain arrow." Giorno glanced at Coco Jumbo. "The key was still with us, of course. Tied to the old locker and what it stored." "The arrow," Bucharity repeated. "Explain." The man's voice stayed even. "It is an object that pierces stand users and awakens new abilities inside them. Your boss's power comes from it, directly or indirectly. If you want to defeat him, you'll need its secret." Narencia's eyes widened. "Wait. You mean we can get stronger?" The man answered calmly. "Yes. But that arrow is in Rome. With me." Mista leaned forward. "Rome, hey. That's specific." Fugo frowned. "You expect us to just walk into Rome carrying your target?" "I expect you to choose whether you want to keep running until he hunts you down, or gain something that can actually threaten him," the voice replied. Trish spoke up, tone tight. "You say you know his name. Tell us." A small silence. Then, "Not yet. Names are heavy things. Meet me in Rome, and I'll give you everything." Narencia growled. Why are all these guys dramatic? I kept my tone careful. How do we know you're not another one of his traps? Because if I worked for him, you'd already be dead, the man said plainly. I know his killing style very well. I've carried the scars for years. The line crackled softly. I could imagine him sitting somewhere with a map, staring hard at it while he talked. Giorno spoke, voice firm. We're in Rome. The Colosseum, the man said. Tomorrow night. Bring the girl and the key. I'll be watching for you. If I see any sign that the boss is with you, I'll vanish. You'll never find me again. Narencia snorted. He really likes rules. Mista whispered, he sounds serious. Trish looked at Bucharity. We're really going? Bucharity didn't hesitate. Yes. We're going. Giorno followed up. Before we go, tell us at least this, the arrow, what exactly does it do to stands? The man answered without pause. It forces them to evolve under extreme conditions. Not everyone survives. Those who do gain power beyond normal limits. Your boss is one such survivor. So he's already one step ahead, Fugo said. Yes, the voice said. But that doesn't mean he can't be reached. Bucharity nodded once, even though the man couldn't see him. We'll be there. Good, the man said. Don't be late. The line went dead. We all stood there in the cramped booth, the dial tone humming softly in the background. Narencia blew out a breath. Mysterious old guy, secret arrow in Rome, Colosseum meetings. This keeps getting weirder. Mista smirked. At least we're finally going to Rome. I always wanted to see it. We're not sightseeing, Fugo said. We never are, Mista replied. Trish leaned against the glass wall. Someone else has tried to kill him before and failed. Now he's using us to finish the job. Giorno nodded. Which means he's dangerous, but also useful. I smiled slightly. Sounds like everyone we work with. Bucharity hung up the receiver and stepped out of the booth. We leave for Rome as soon as we can find transport. We don't have much time. We followed him out into the open air. The port felt different now. Rome wasn't just a vague direction anymore. It was a solid target. We rented a van using Giorno's practiced charm and some discreet Passioni connections. The vehicle wasn't fancy, but it ran. We piled into it, Coco Jumbo on a seat between Narencia and Trish. Narencia poked the turtle's shell gently. You okay in there, little guy? He asked. Mista laughed. He's tougher than you. Shut up, Narencia said, but he grinned a little. Bucharity took the driver's seat. Giorno sat beside him with a folded map. The rest of us spread out in the back row and middle. As we pulled away from the docks, the sun dipped lower. The road ahead stretched toward the mainland interior and Rome beyond that. The van rumbled. The windows rattled a bit with each bump. Narencia leaned his head back against the seat. Rome, hey. You scared? Mista asked. Narencia snorted. No way. I'm pumped. Liar, Fugo said. Okay, maybe a little scared, Narencia admitted. But I still wanna kick that guy's ass. Good, I said cheerfully. Fear plus aggression is a great combo. Fugo stared at me. No, it's not. For us, it is, I replied. Trish adjusted herself slightly, keeping one hand near Coco Jumbo. So this arrow, it made him what he is. Probably, Giorno said. Which means it can do the same for others. You want that, she said, watching him. He didn't deny it. I want the power to end him. That's all. She looked satisfied with that answer. The ride settled into a weird mix of tension and normal noise. Narancia started complaining about being hungry again. Mista offered him half a sandwich. Fugo lectured him about nutrition. Trish occasionally told them both to shut up. Giorno and Bucciarati kept their eyes on the road and the map, trading quiet comments about routes and timing. I sat near the window, watching the scenery past towns, fields, service stations, the occasional billboard. My mind kept drifting back to Abisho on the bed, to the carving on the rock, to the man's voice on the phone. Things were moving fast now. Faster than even I liked. But everyone on this van mattered to me. If anything came for them on the way to Rome, I'd stop joking and break it as hard as I could. That much was simple. The sky darkened gradually. Street lights came on. The van's interior glowed faintly from the dashboard lights. Narancia dozed off at some point, head tilted back, mouth slightly open. Mista nudged him once just to mess with him, then stopped when he realized Narancia didn't stir. "Let him sleep," I said. "Yeah," Mista said quietly. "He earned it." Bucciarati drove steadily, eyes never leaving the road. His hands on the wheel were calm, even though his chest barely rose and fell. I noticed it again. He moved like a man and something not quite alive at the same time. But he was here, and he was leading. That was enough. Giorno glanced at him from time to time. He saw it too. He didn't say anything either. Rome's direction grew closer with each kilometer. The mystery man with the arrow waited somewhere near the Colosseum. The boss was undoubtedly adjusting his plans as well, now that we had chased his past to the island. We were all heading for the same city. I rested my head against the window, eyes half-lidded, listening to Narancia's breathing, Mista's small hums, Fugo's quiet mutters, Trish's occasional soft sigh, and the engine's constant rumble. However this trip went, we'd hit Rome together. Chapter 20, How We Walk into a Trap. Rome showed up slowly, then all at once. First it was just more lights on the horizon, more cars, more signs. Then old stone mixed with modern roads, and the buildings climbed higher on both sides of the street. The van rolled along a main road that cut through a busy part of the city. People walked in clusters, some dressed sharp, some casual. Neon signs glowed over storefronts. The sky was dark now, but the whole place felt awake. Narancia pressed his forehead against the glass and stared. "So this is Rome," he said. "Looks noisy." "It is noisy," Fugo replied. "That's what a big city is like." Mista leaned between the front seats slightly. "Hey, it's kinda nice though. Lot of places to hide in a city. A lot of places to die, too," Abisho would have said. The silence where his voice should have been pressed at the back of my mind for a second. Bucciarati drove with that calm focus of his, eyes forward, hands relaxed on the wheel. Giorno held the map but also kept glancing outside. He already looked like he was figuring out which streets would be useful later and which ones to avoid. Trish sat beside Narancia, arms folded. She was looking out the window too, but not like a tourist. She scanned faces and corners, checking the way people moved. Coco Jumbo sat in Narancia's lap. He had one arm looped protectively in front of the shell, careful with it even while gawking at Rome. We eventually pulled into an underground parking garage connected to some generic building. Concrete, pillars, yellow lines on the ground. The sound of the city above was muffled but still present. Bucciarati picked a corner spot on the second level, tucked between two support pillars. He parked and turned the engine off. The lights overhead buzzed faintly. "All right," Mista said, stretching his arms. "We camping here?" "For now," Bucciarati said. "This will be our first safe point. We'll move if we see any signs of surveillance." Narancia wrinkled his nose. "It smells like tires." "Better than blood," Fugo said flatly. Narancia softened a little. Yet. We all got out. The concrete underfoot felt solid, the air slightly cooler than outside. A few other cars were parked around, but no one was near us. But Charity looked at Giorno. Bring Coco Jumbo out. Giorno nodded, lifting the turtle. We'll talk inside. The walls have ears out here. Narancia snorted. What walls? It's all concrete. Concrete can have ears too, Mista said lightly. That's not how that works, Narancia muttered. We gathered around Coco Jumbo. One by one, we touched its back and pulled ourselves inside its little world. The familiar small room formed around us. Bed, couch, table, TV. Everything was exactly where it always was. Abisho lay on the bed, still and covered. That sight clipped a bit of the usual warmth from the place, but the familiarity still helped. Narancia moved automatically to a spot near the bed, sitting on the floor with his back against it. He kept his legs tucked up, arms on his knees. Mista dropped onto the couch. Man, I'm beat. Fugo sat at the table, rubbing his temples. We've been moving non-stop. Of course you're beat. Trish leaned against the wall near the TV, arms folded, eyes moving between all of us. Giorno set Coco Jumbo gently on the table. But Charity remained standing. He looked at us in turn. From here on, we'll be watched even more closely. The boss knows we're hunting his past and chasing the arrow. We can't assume any corner is safe. Nothing's been safe for a while, Mista said. Now it's less safe, but Charity replied. Narancia let out a short breath. So what's the move? That old guy on the phone said the Colosseum, right? Yes, Giorno said. Tomorrow night. Trish frowned. You're really going to trust a stranger in Rome who claims he knows my father and wants the arrow? We're not trusting him, Giorno said. We're using him. Mista grinned faintly. Now that's my language. Fugo looked toward Charity. So what's the plan, specifically? We show up at the Colosseum with Trish and the key and hope the boss doesn't get there first. No, Charity said. We assume he'll try to intercept us. We move in a way that leaves him guessing. He turned his head slightly toward me. Ren. Giorno. I want your input on this next part. The more perspectives, the better. Narancia looked at me, then grinned a little. Oh, you got promoted. Cheer for me later, I said lightly. Trish snorted quietly, but there was a hint of amusement in her eyes. But Charity raised a hand slightly. For now, rest. Eat. Then we'll discuss details. We still have some time before morning. The group relaxed a bit. Mista grabbed snacks from one of the bags we brought in. Narancia took a drink and downed half of it immediately. Trish sat on the edge of the bed, careful not to disturb Abisho's covered form. Fugo took out a notebook and fidgeted with a pen. Giorno approached me. When you're ready, we should talk with Charity. He has a plan, but there are gaps. I'm always ready, I said. Let's fill them in. He gave a short nod. A few minutes passed while everyone settled. The atmosphere lightened slightly. Narancia started complaining about the food again. Mista argued with him about sauce preferences. Fugo told them both they had no taste. Trish rolled her eyes but listened. Then Charity spoke. Giorno. Ren. With me at the table. His tone wasn't harsh, but it had that firm edge that said it was time to work. I stood, stretching my shoulders once, and took a seat opposite him. Giorno sat to my right. Narancia eyed us from the floor. You guys doing a secret meeting? It's not secret, Charity said. You'll all know your parts afterward. This is just the first draft. Narancia relaxed. All right. The rest let us have the space. But Charity placed both hands flat on the table. We're going to meet the man at the Colosseum, he said. He has information and the arrow. The boss will try to stop us before that happens. We need a formation that protects Trish, maintains contact with the informant, and still leaves us able to react when King Crimson moves. Which he will, I said. He will, Giorno agreed. He won't let us get this close to someone who knows him without showing up. But Charity nodded. Exactly. He looked at Giorno. You faced him once already. You and Ren understand his ability better than anyone else here. Explain it in simple terms. Giorno folded his bandaged hand lightly into his lap and spoke calmly. King Crimson works by eliminating pieces of time. During those erased seconds, he can move freely while our actions are carried out automatically. We don't perceive what happens. We only experience the outcome. Like what happened with Abisho, I said, voice flat now. One moment he was standing. The next, he had a hole in his chest. But Charity's jaw tightened slightly. Yes. Giorno continued. We don't see the attack coming. We don't see him move. Even stands that react automatically can't stop him if they rely on normal time perception. Mahoraga can adapt to a lot, I said. But if there's no time to read, even it can't react in a gap that's removed. Giorno nodded. Exactly. We can't block what we can't see or experience. We need to think differently. Instead of trying to react inside his erased moments, we must predict where he'll end up when he comes back. That's how you avoided a full kill strike in the tower, but Charity said. You felt the after and adapted. Giorno agreed. Yes. And in Sardinia, we recognized the cut in time even if we didn't see the attack. From now on, every time there's a sudden shift and unexplained skip we must assume he altered something inside that gap. Which means, I said, we have to act like every little skip is a knife. Giorno looked at me. Exactly. But Charity leaned back slightly. So we can't outdraw him. We have to bait him. Pretty much, I said. We make him think he has a clean opening. When he takes it, we hit him on the exit. Giorno's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. That's the only moment we can affect him. When he returns to normal time to witness his own outcome. But Charity nodded slowly. Which brings us back to Rome. He will not walk into the Colosseum blindly. He'll watch from a distance first. Send someone. Or split his presence. Doppio, Giorno said. His underling. Or something more than that. Someone carrying his other phone, I said. But Charity looked between us. You both sound sure. We've seen how he moves through the organization, Giorno said. He needs a layer between himself and the rest. Someone who can scout, carry orders, and act as a shield. And when that shield breaks, he steps in personally, I said. So, but Charity said slowly, we should assume someone like that will be present at the Colosseum, even if we don't recognize him. Giorno nodded. Yes. The boss may not appear immediately. That doesn't mean he isn't there. But Charity tapped the table once and thought. Good. We'll plan for both. A close-range scout and the real thing watching from the shadows. He looked at me directly. Ren. How far can you keep Mahoraga effective without bringing it fully into sight? I thought about it for a moment. A decent radius. I can keep it close and ready without making it obvious, as long as I'm near the action. Its strength is best when something tries to hit me or someone within that circle. So if we make you part of the escort, but Charity said, you can act as invisible armor. Pretty much, I said. As long as he doesn't try something that completely ignores my position. Giorno folded his arms lightly. The boss doesn't seem the type to fire blind from kilometers away. He likes being close enough to confirm kills. Good, Bucharity said. Then we can use that. He glanced toward the others for a moment, then back. Here's what I propose. Tomorrow, we'll approach the Colosseum in 2 parts. One visible group, one hidden. Giorno nodded slowly. You, Trish, and one escort up front. Yes, Bucharity said. Trish must be there. Our informant made that clear. He needs to see we're serious. I'll be with her. That's not negotiable. Who else? I asked. He met my eyes. You. That made sense. I didn't argue. So I'm walking the main line with you too. Yes, he said. Your stand is the best shield we have against an unseen blow. If King Crimson decides to strike from close range, you'll be the first thing he hits. That will give us a chance to sense the disruption. I'm good with that, I said. You know I don't mind standing in front. Giorno's gaze sharpened. We'll have to be careful with your positioning, he said. If the boss realizes how adaptive your stand is, he'll target you first. Then he'll be too busy with me to hit Trish, I said. I'm okay with that trade. Bucharity's eyes stayed steady on my face for a second longer than usual. Then he nodded once. Thank you. Giorno went on. The others will cover the surroundings. Mista and Narencia as the outside offense, Fugo coordinating positions, Coco Jumbo as our fallback point. We'll need eyes on the higher vantage points, I said. Roofs, windows, arches. The Colosseum has too many angles. He could be anywhere watching. Agreed, Giorno said. That's where Narencia shines. Aerosmith's radar can scan life signs across that whole area. Bucharity frowned. That will make him a visible target. Yes, Giorno said. But if we don't use him, we walk in blind. If we do use him, we at least have a chance to spot the shadow on the edge. I looked back toward Narencia. He was chewing slowly on a snack now, watching us with a curious expression. He knew he was being talked about, but he didn't interrupt. He'll say yes, I said. You know that. We shouldn't rely on that, Giorno said. But yes. He will. Where do you want me when you actually speak to the man at the Colosseum? I asked Bucharity. As close as possible without blocking the line of sight, Bucharity said. If the informant is real and friendly, we don't want to intimidate him. But I want you within arm's reach of both Trish and myself. If time cuts, you move on instinct to cover her first. I can do that, I said. Giorno shifted in his seat. We also need to consider what happens if the boss reaches the informant before us. He might be using him as bait. If that happens, Bucharity said, we may walk into a scene already in motion. We'll have to decide on the spot whether to intervene or observe. I knew where that scene was heading in the big picture. Polnareff on a higher level. King Crimson striking from behind. But I kept that to myself and just played my part. Either way, I said, you don't go alone. Not again. Bucharity acknowledged that with a small tilt of his head. I won't. That was my mistake with the boss at the tower. I won't repeat it. Giorno's voice was calm. So, front group is you, Trish, and Ren. Back group is Mista, Narencia, and Fugo, covering with Aerosmith and ranged fire. Coco Jumbo stays near the approach point. I'll coordinate between both. Why you in the middle? I asked. Because I can move between roles, he said simply. Healing, offense, and adaptation. If the informant is genuine, I'll also be the one best suited to understand what he says about the arrow. It made sense. This was his revolution as much as anyone's. But Charity nodded. That's the skeleton of the plan. We'll refine positions tomorrow based on the layout of the streets around the Colosseum. He looked between us. Any objections? No, Giorno said. I like it, I said. Simple enough to remember, complicated enough to annoy the boss. A faint smile touched Giorno's face at that. But Charity let out a slow breath. Good. Then we rest. Tomorrow will be heavy. He stood and called out to the others. Listen up. I'll summarize. Everyone quieted down. Narancia stuffed the last of his snack into his mouth and sat up straighter. Mista stretched his arms and looked ready. But Charity explained the structure clearly, point by point who would be where, what each person would watch, when we'd engage and when we'd hold back. Narancia listened with more focus than usual. When Charity mentioned Aerosmith's role, he pounded his chest. Leave the sky to me, he said. Don't get too excited, Fugo warned. If you rush and get clipped, we lose our radar. I know, Narancia said. Trish absorbed her own part quietly. When Charity said that she would be walking the main approach with us, near the front, she narrowed her eyes slightly. So I'm bait again, she said. You're necessary, Charity replied. The boss and this informant both want you. That makes you central to this meeting. She exhaled slowly and nodded. Fine. Then I'm not slowing down. She looked at me then, assessing. If he tries anything, you better be between us and him. I flashed her a small, confident smile. I will be. Good, she said softly. When the briefing ended, the tension loosened enough for Narancia to start talking again, this time about how cool it would be to fight near the Colosseum. Mista laughed. Don't get distracted by the scenery. I won't. Narancia said. But come on, it's the Colosseum. Stand fights in the Colosseum sound awesome. Just don't yell about it while we're there, Fugo said. We broke into smaller clusters. Mista fiddled with his guns. Fugo wrote notes. Narancia half-dozed again, this time on the floor. Giorno sat quietly, eyes half-lidded, probably running through scenarios in his head. Trish lay on the bed on the far side, staring at the ceiling while pretending not to be exhausted. But Charity stood alone for a minute, then walked back to the table and sat down again, hands resting lightly in his lap. I moved over and dropped into the chair across from him, keeping my tone light. Heavy day tomorrow. Yes, he said. Still, I added, it'll feel good to punch toward the top for once. He gave me a small, genuine look. You don't fear him. I respect what he can do, I said. But fear just gets in the way for me. I'd rather stay loose. That helps, he said quietly. Your attitude keeps the others from collapsing. I grinned. Glad to be the morale clown. He almost smiled at that, just a tiny bit. Not a clown. Just, different. I leaned back. Different works. We stayed like that for a while, the quiet buzzing softly around us. Not comfortable, but not unbearable either. Then we all settled in as best we could. Some on the bed, some on the floor, some on the couch. No one slept deeply, but everyone rested. Rome waited above us. The Colosseum was only a few streets away, and someone with silver hair and a long, unfinished score was waiting for us there with an arrow in hand. Tomorrow, we'd go meet him. And the boss would come too. Chapter 21, The Man in the Screen. Morning in Rome did not feel like morning. The light came down through cracks in the parking garage ceiling, grey and thin. Cars moved on the street above us, rumbling faintly through concrete. Somewhere distant, horns honked and people shouted. Down here, it was just us, our van, and the smell of oil and dust. I blinked awake on the turtle room floor, neck stiff from the angle I'd slept in. Narancia was sprawled half on a cushion, half on the carpet, one arm thrown over his eyes. Mista was snoring lightly on the couch. Fugo had fallen asleep at the table, cheek on his folded arms, pen still in hand. Giorno had taken the chair by the small TV, back straight even in sleep. Trish lay on the far bed, on the empty side away from Abisho, one hand resting near the blanket edge but not touching it. Charity sat against the wall, eyes closed, posture too upright to be truly asleep. I pushed myself up, rolling my shoulder. Ow, I said softly. Floor wins this round. Giorno's eyes opened. You slept, he noted. A little, I said. Enough. Narancia grunted and rolled over. What time is it? He mumbled. Fugo lifted his head slowly like it weighed a ton. Too early, he said. Charity opened his eyes. It's time to move. Mista let out one loud snore, then snapped awake. I was resting my eyes, he said quickly. No one asked, Fugo replied dryly. Trish sat up, pushing her hair back. So today's the day, right? She said. Colosseum, old man, arrow, possible death. Narancia squinted at her. You say that too casually. She shrugged. What else am I supposed to do? Panic. He thought about that. Yeah, he said honestly. That's what I do. That explains a lot, she said. I laughed under my breath. At least you admit it. But Charity stood. Everyone, get ready. We go to the Colosseum area first. We'll check the surroundings, then stay inside Coco Jumbo until the meeting time. Why in the turtle? Narancia asked. Can't we just hang out in the car? Giorno answered. Inside Coco Jumbo, we're harder to detect and harder to ambush. Outside, one sniper shot could end us before we know it. Good point, Mista said. I like not being sniped. We washed up as best we could with what little water and supplies we had. Trish complained about the lack of proper products and towels, but she still moved quickly. Narancia brushed his teeth while humming loudly and spitting too much. Fugo scolded him about hygiene and water usage. It felt almost normal for a few minutes. Then Charity lifted Coco Jumbo from the table and nodded toward the invisible door out. Let's go, he said. One by one, we stepped out of the turtle's world and back into the van. The air in the garage was cooler than inside the turtle. Light leaked in from the ramp leading up. Our van sat alone in the corner, dust on its hood, looking like it belonged there. We climbed into our seats. Charity took the wheel again. Giorno slotted into the front passenger seat with the map. The rest of us sat in the back rows. Coco Jumbo rested between Trish and Narancia. The engine rumbled to life. We rolled out of the corner, past pillars and other parked cars, until the ramp opened ahead and daylight washed over us. The streets near the Colosseum were busier than I expected this early. Tourists with cameras, locals heading to work, street vendors setting up carts. Old stone arches rose ahead, the Colosseum's curved wall dominating the view. Narancia leaned forward between the front seats. There it is, he said, eyes wide. Looks old. It is old, Fugo said. That's what I said, Narancia replied. Mista whistled. Nice. If we weren't about to walk into a possible death trap, I'd say this was a good trip. You still can, I said. Two thoughts can exist at once. He laughed. True. Charity drove us around the outer ring once, not stopping. He scanned sidewalks, rooftops, parked vehicles. Giorno did the same. Any obvious tales? Mista asked. None that stand out, JoJo's said. But this area is busy. If he's watching, he'll blend in. Trish stared at the Colosseum quietly. I could see her shoulders stiffen a little. So that's where this man expects us, she said. Yes, but Charity answered. We finally ducked into a side street and rolled down into a smaller underground parking area closer to the Colosseum. This one was more cramped, older. Narrow spaces. A few parked cars. But Charity chose a spot near a pillar with a decent view of the ramp entrance. He turned the engine off. We stay here, he said. From now on, we act assuming the boss has eyes on this zone. Narancia frowned. Even down here. Especially down here, Fugo said. Mista looked around. No one's here now, at least. That can change, JoJo said. We stayed in the van for a moment longer, listening. No extra footsteps. No voices. Just the muffled city above. But Charity finally said, everyone inside Coco Jumbo. We'll set up the TV and wait for the informant's signal. We put our hands on the turtle again and slipped back into its little room. It felt almost like returning to a cramped hideout between missions. The TV sat in the corner, dark. The bed, the table, the couch same as before. The weight of Abisho's presence, still and quiet, anchored the space. Narancia flopped onto the floor with his back to the couch. So how's this old dude gonna contact us? He asked. Through the TV? That sounds weird. It's possible, JoJo said. Some stands interact with electronics. Mista perked up. You think he can hack channels? That'd be kind of cool. Fugo pinched his nose. That's not the point. Trish sat on the bed, hands on her knees, looking more tense than she let show. Her eyes kept flicking to the TV and the turtle entrance. But Charity moved to the cabinet and checked the TV's connection. A small cord trailed from the back to a simple power outlet in the turtle's space. He turned the dial. The TV screen flickered to life with a small buzz. Static for a moment. Then a fuzzy local channel with some morning show. People talking, laughing, holding up products. Narancia looked disappointed. That's it? Just regular TV. Wait, JoJo said quietly. We left it on. Time crawled. It was still early. The meeting was set for later, but Polnareff was supposed to reach out in advance. Narancia's leg bounced. I hate waiting. Everyone knows, Fugo said. I really hate it, Narancia repeated. Everyone really knows, Mista added. I smiled. Think of it this way. The longer we wait, the more dramatic the entrance. Narancia thought about it. Okay, that's a little cool. Minutes stretched. The show on the TV changed to a weather report. Then to something else. Then back to commercials. My eyes didn't leave the screen. I knew what was coming, but seeing it still pressed a strange tension up my spine. Then, in the middle of a commercial, the picture glitched. The image cut for half a second. The sound went sharply silent. The screen flickered back not to the channel we were on, but to a static, empty frame. A man appeared in the center of it. Silver hair, long, now messy and uneven. An eye patch covered one eye. The other eye was sharp and clear. Vertical scar on his face. He wore a coat with a high collar. He looked older, worn, but his posture was still solid. Jean-Pierre Polnareff. Mista leaned forward on the couch. Whoa! Narancia's eyes practically bugged out. Who is that? Fugo frowned. He doesn't look like Passione. Trish stared. He looks tired. Giorno's gaze hardened. You're the one who called us. The man in the TV looked around the small room like he could see through the screen. His gaze moved across us, measured and calm. Then he spoke. So you're the ones who turned on him, he said. His accent carried clearly even through the little speaker. But Charity's team. But Charity stepped closer to the TV. That's right, he said. You're the man from before. Polnareff gave a short nod. I am Jean-Pierre Polnareff. I fought your boss years ago. I survived. Barely. Mista squinted. Years ago? Like, how many years? Long enough that my hair used to be prettier, Polnareff said dryly. Narencia snorted. It looks fine. I'm not here to discuss my hair, Polnareff said. I liked him instantly. Giorno spoke. You said you know his name. You know his history. And you have the arrow. Polnareff's expression turned serious. Yes. The arrow is here in Rome. And the man you're hunting, your boss, has spent years trying to erase anyone who knew him as he once was. That's how I ended up like this. His eye narrowed slightly. What's your goal? But Charity answered without hesitation. To defeat him and end his control over Passione. To stop him from hurting anyone else, especially Trish. Polnareff's gaze shifted briefly to Trish on the bed. He studied her face. Trishuna, he said slowly. You look like your mother. She stiffened. You knew her. I saw her once, Polnareff said. Before he cut all ties. Trish's jaw clenched. You still haven't said his name. I will, Polnareff said. But I'm not giving you a name without giving you the means to survive knowing it. That's where the arrow comes in. Narencia scratched his head. Okay, so what's the big deal with this arrow anyway? Your voice on the phone guy said it makes stands stronger, but he didn't explain. Polnareff looked at him. Your team has strong stands. But your boss is on a different level. His ability to manipulate time is not something most stands can touch. You've already seen that. Giorno's hand flexed slightly. We have. You won't beat him in a straight clash with your current power, Polnareff said. You need something more. The arrow triggers potential hidden inside certain stands. It doesn't just give power at random. It pushes them to a new stage. Like evolution, Fugo said. Something like that, Polnareff replied. If a stand is worthy, pierced by the arrow, it awakens a new ability, a requiem form. If it isn't, the user dies. Narencia's eyes widened. So it's like a gamble. Yes, Polnareff said. A dangerous one. But you don't have the luxury of playing it safe. If you want any chance against him, your stands must go beyond what they are now. Mista whistled. Requiem, hey. That sounds fancy. It's not about a name, Polnareff said. It's about function. A Requiem stand can overwrite rules. That's the level you'll need. Giorno's eyes sharpened. And this arrow is in your possession. Yes, Polnareff said. Locked away where he can't reach it. But that won't last forever. He's still searching. That's why I contacted you. You pushed him harder than most. You brought Trish this far. You got his prints and face. You're not just running, you're cornering him. Trish watched him intently, shoulders tense. So you want to use us? I want us to use each other, Polnareff corrected. You get the arrow and the chance to stand against him. I get allies who can finish a job I failed to complete. But Charity's gaze stayed steady. Then tell us how to reach you. Polnareff nodded once. I'm in the Colosseum. I'll stay in the upper levels, hidden. I can see the square outside from where I am. When you approach, I'll guide you with this TV connection. He lifted what was clearly a remote stand ability that let him control electronics. His fingers moved, and our TV image shifted slightly. "I'll tell you where to go, which stairs to take," he said. "But you must be careful. If the boss realizes I'm here, he'll come himself. And he's faster than you think." Giorno's voice was calm. "We already expect that." Polnareff looked at him. "You're the one who threw your hand out of the plane," he said. "Smart move." Giorno blinked once. "You were watching." "I've been watching a lot," Polnareff said. "Your group interests me. Especially you." Narencia moved closer to the TV. "Hey, what about me?" he asked. "We beat those shark and tongue guys without dying." Polnareff's lips twitched slightly. "I heard about that too. You did well. Your stand is versatile." Narencia grinned wildly. "Damn right." Polnareff's gaze shifted to me then. His single eye narrowed slightly, curious. "And you," he said. "You weren't listed in the early reports about Bucharity's team. You're a newer addition." "I slip through cracks," I said lightly. "What can your stand do?" he asked, bluntly. "Break things that try to break us," I answered, still keeping it light. Giorno added, "Ren's stand is highly adaptive. It learns from attacks and covers wide areas. It's our best defense when we can't see what's coming." Polnareff absorbed that. "Good," he said. "You'll need that when he starts cutting time again." Trish leaned forward slightly. "You said you know his name," she said. "You keep dodging around it. Say it." Polnareff's eye moved back to her. He held her gaze for a moment. "Diavolo," he said. "That is the name he tried to bury. The name he used when he was just a man." The word settled in the room like a stone. Trish repeated it quietly, tasting it. "Diavolo." Giorno's expression didn't change much, but his eyes darkened slightly. Narencia said the name once under his breath, then made a face. "Yeah, I don't like it." Mista cracked his knuckles. "So that's the name I'll be cursing when I shoot at him." "Names don't kill men," Polnareff said. "But they help you aim your hate." He moved on. "Listen closely. The arrow is in a certain place inside the Colosseum. I can't move it freely anymore. My mobility is limited. You'll have to reach it yourselves." "Describe it," Giorno said. "I'll guide you step by step when you're closer," Polnareff answered. "If I give you everything now and the boss intercepts this signal, he'll beat you there and destroy it." Fugo frowned. "He can intercept this." "He's very resourceful," Polnareff said. "I'm being careful. But this connection isn't perfect. He may feel something is off today." Giorno nodded. "You're right." Polnareff continued. "Your formation idea is sound. I've been watching you move. Bucharity, Trish, and the adaptive stand user up front. The others providing support and covering angles. Use the turtle as a moving base. Keep your stands ready the entire time." "That's the plan," Bucharity said. Polnareff's gaze sharpened. "One more important thing. The arrow is not something to wave around. Once you get it, do not let it out of sight. The boss will feel it the moment it changes hands. His desire for it runs deep. Because it gave him his power in the first place," Giorno said. "Yes," Polnareff said. "And because he's afraid of what it could give others." Narencia lifted a hand. "So how do we actually use it? Just stab ourselves?" "In a manner of speaking," Polnareff said. "You don't just poke skin. You must pierce a stand directly. The arrow responds to that connection. If the stand has the potential, it will change. If not, the backlash can kill the user." Mista hissed. That's rough. Nothing about this fight is gentle, Polnareff said. I stayed quiet, watching his face, the way he held himself, the way he spoke about Diavolo. There was old anger there, steady and cold, but not noisy like Narencia's. It felt like something that had burned for a long time and settled into a permanent mark. Bucciarati bowed his head slightly. We understand. We'll move according to your instructions. Polnareff nodded once. Good. Now, leave the turtle. Get into position near the Colosseum. When you're ready to approach, I'll call you again and guide you up. We'll be using a car, Giorno said. We can hide inside Coco Jumbo while they drive. That's fine, Polnareff said. Park somewhere with a clear line of sight to the arena. The boss will be watching for movement. The less time you spend visible, the better. Narencia cracked his neck. Aerosmith's ready. Be careful with it, Polnareff warned. His time erasure can make it disappear without warning if you push too far into his space. Narencia swallowed, then nodded. Got it. Polnareff's face softened just a touch as he glanced over all of us again. I've seen a lot of people try to stand against monsters, he said. Most fall. You're still standing. That matters. We plan to keep standing, I said with a small smile. He looked at me and huffed quietly. Then don't get killed today. We'll do our best, I said. The screen flickered once. I'll be waiting, Polnareff said. Don't be late. And watch for anyone with two phones. Then the image cut. The TV snapped back to an ordinary commercial, loud and irritating. Narencia sagged a little. Man. That guy is intense. Mista nodded. But he seems solid. Fugo frowned thoughtfully. He's been at this a long time. That's useful. And dangerous. Trish repeated the name again under her breath. Diavolo, she said. So that's what he wanted to erase. Bucciarati turned away from the TV. Everyone. Ready positions. Narencia sprang up. Finally. Mista stood, spinning his bullet calmly. Rome battle arc, hey. Fugo grabbed his notes and tucked them away. Stay focused. Giorno picked up Coco Jumbo and looked at Bucciarati. We'll drive closer, then go back inside. From there, you take the front group out. Exactly, Bucciarati said. He looked at me. Ren. Stay within arm's reach when we step out. Don't leave Trish's side. I nodded, cheerful tone gone. Understood. Trish looked at me, reading how my voice changed. She gave a small, short nod. I'm trusting you, she said. I'll earn it, I replied. We left the turtle room again and slipped back into the van in the dim garage. The city's noise filtered down from above. Bucciarati started the engine. We moved to the perimeter, he said. Everyone stay ready. From this point on, any missing second might be him. I kept my eyes on the world outside and let Mahoraga hover just beneath the surface, ready. Rome was about to get louder. Chapter 22, stepping out first. The van's engine echoed in the parking garage as we rolled up the ramp and out into Rome again. The light hit my eyes harder after the dim concrete. People moved everywhere, crosswalks full, scooters weaving between cars, tourists lifting phones toward the Colosseum. We were headed straight toward that big stone ring. Narencia leaned forward between the front seats again, eyes wide. Man, it looks even bigger now. It has been standing for centuries, Fugo said tiredly. Of course it's big. Yet, history, whatever, Narencia said. I'm still saying it looks cool. Mista looked out his window. It's a nice stage. For what? Narencia asked. For whatever happens next, Mista replied. But Charity didn't join the banter. His gaze flicked between the road, mirrors, and sidewalks. Giorno did the same from the passenger seat, map folded but unused in his lap. He was just watching now. We looped around the Colosseum once more. Up close, its arches looked like a row of open mouths. People went in and out through the lower entrances. Street vendors shouted about tickets, toys, overpriced drinks. Trish watched all of it through half-lowered lashes. Her hands were closed around her own knees, knuckles pale. Narancia glanced at her. "You nervous?" She shot him a quick look. "Are you?" He grinned. "Hell yeah." She gave a small huff that might have been a laugh. We turned off the main circle and headed down a narrower side street, away from the busiest entrances. This one was lined with old stone walls, a few shops, and a stretch of parked cars. Giorno pointed. "There. That spot near the corner. We'll have line of sight to part of the outer wall and still be out of the main flow." But Charity nodded and eased the van into a space between a compact car and a low wall. The Colosseum loomed beyond the buildings, half hidden, still obvious. The engine shut off. The interior went quiet except for muffled city noise. But Charity turned in his seat. "From here, we move as planned." Narancia clapped his hands together once. "Coco Jumbo time." "Yes," Giorno said. He brought the turtle up from where it had rested near his feet. Its shell gleamed dully under the van's interior light. "Everyone inside," but Charity said. "We'll wait for Polnareff's next contact before stepping out." Narancia reached out and placed his palm on the shell. "All right, let's go, little house." One by one, we did the same. The air shifted. The van disappeared and the turtle room formed around us again. Same bed. Same couch. Same TV. Same weight in the covered bed on one side. We didn't spread out this time. Everyone stayed closer, tension making the small space feel even smaller. Narancia dropped down cross-legged on the floor. "So now we just sit here until he calls again?" "Yes," Giorno said. He set Coco Jumbo on the table and reached for the TV dial. The screen was still on from earlier, still on some random channel. For a minute, we watched a boring commercial. No one spoke. Then the image cut. Static flashed for half a heartbeat. The picture snapped back to Polnareff's face. His one visible eye scanned the room again, like he was checking to make sure we hadn't all changed since last time. "You're in position," he said. But Charity stepped closer. "Yes," he said. "We're in a car near the Colosseum. Turtle room inside." "Good," Polnareff said. "From my vantage point, I can see most of the outside approaches. The boss hasn't shown himself yet, but his presence is near. I can feel it." Giorno's eyes narrowed. "How close?" "Close enough that I'd rather not wait long," Polnareff replied. "We move ahead with the plan now." He looked at Charity. "You, the girl, and your defensive stand user approach. The others cover. I'll guide you once you're outside." Charity nodded. "Understood." Narancia leaned forward. "Got any updates on weird people around there? Like, anyone look extra suspicious?" Polnareff's mouth twitched. "Everyone looks suspicious when you've lived as long as I have in this mess," he said. "But there is one thing. There's a man near the outer ring, talking on a phone. He's been there longer than most tourists would stand in one spot. He's important." Giorno's gaze sharpened. "A dual existence?" Trish looked at him. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Someone who doesn't look like our boss," Giorno said, "but carries his will." Polnareff nodded. "I've seen that trick before. It's him, in a way. Or enough of him that we treat it the same. Doppio, I said. Polnareff tilted his head slightly. So you've heard the name. We've heard pieces, I said. Then you know not to underestimate him, Polnareff replied. He'll be between you and the boss. And he may reach me before you do if we're not careful. Bucciarati tightened his jaw slightly. We'll move fast. You'll move smart, Polnareff corrected. Fast alone gets you killed when time itself isn't yours. He tapped something off screen. The picture shook slightly as he shifted position wherever he actually was inside the Colosseum. All right, he said. Front group, be ready to step out. I'll give you directions once you're at street level. Support group, take positions around the car when necessary, but don't cluster together. Make his job harder. Mista nodded. Sounds good to me. Narancia cracked his knuckles. Aerosmith's itching. Fugo took a breath. I'll track your positions and watch for irregular movements. Good, Polnareff said. His eye moved to me. And you? Yet. I said. You stay calm, he said. You'll feel it when he erases time. Don't freeze. Protect the girl first. I smiled just a little. I know my job. He gave a short nod. I'll see you up here, if we're lucky, he said. The screen flickered again. When the image returned, it was back to some dumb game show. Polnareff was gone. Bucciarati turned from the TV. You heard him, he said. We move. Everything in me shifted from relaxed to tight focus in one smooth slide. Joking time off, protection mode on. He looked at specific faces. Giorno. Take control of the car and keep it ready to move if things go wrong. Mista and Fugo, you support Giorno and Narancia from mid-range. Trish, Ren, with me. Trish drew a breath, slow and steady. Her hands tightened slightly on her knees, then eased. All right, she said. Let's go. Narancia shot me a quick look. Hey! Don't die. You too, I said cheerfully. He grinned despite himself. We filed back out of the turtle. The van's interior returned around us. Light streamed through the windows. The muffled city sound came back in. We shuffled into our positions immediately. Giorno moved into the driver's seat. Bucciarati opened the side door and gestured for me and Trish. Front group, outside, he said. Mista flipped a bullet between his fingers. We'll be right behind you. Narancia pressed his palm to the window. Signal if anything looks off. Everything already looks off, I said. That's why we're here. He snorted. Trish slid toward the open door. I stepped out first, boots hitting the concrete floor of the garage ramp area. The air was cooler here, shadowed but carrying the scent of exhaust and faint food from the street level above. Mahoraga stirred quietly in my range, not visible, but awake. Trish stepped down beside me. She adjusted her jacket and set her jaw. Bucciarati stepped out last, closing the van door behind him with a solid click. For a second, it was just the three of us standing by a random car in an underground garage, like some normal group of people meeting before going up. Then Bucciarati pointed toward the ramp. We go up, he said. Stay close. We walked. Our footsteps echoed lightly off the concrete walls. Overhead, the square of light at the ramp's top grew bigger. The hum of the city got louder. As we neared the exit, my shoulders tightened automatically. This was the moment we were most blind. This was the moment he could already be watching. We reached the street. The world opened again. The Colosseum loomed to our left, partly blocked by another building, its arches visible above the rooftops. Cars rolled past slowly. People walked in small groups. No one was paying us special attention, just 3 more figures stepping out of a garage. Good. Hidden in Giorno's pocket, Coco Jumbo stayed quiet. My eyes scanned the area without moving my head much. Right, a row of parked cars, a few scooters, a narrow alley between buildings. Left, a small square with a few benches and a kiosk, the curve of the Colosseum visible beyond them. Ahead, a crosswalk and another street that hugged the outer structure. But Charity's phone buzzed. He answered instantly, lifting it halfway to his ear. "But Charity," he said. Polnareff's voice came from the speaker, faint but clear. "You're on the surface." "Yes," but Charity said. "Where are you?" "Upper Ring, facing the side street you're on," Polnareff said. "I see you. Don't look up. Just walk." I resisted the urge to tilt my head. Trish also kept her eyes forward. "Listen carefully," Polnareff continued. "You'll walk along the sidewalk toward the Colosseum, then take the second set of stairs you see on your right. Do not use the first one. He may have eyes on that." "Second stairs," but Charity repeated calmly. Trish shifted closer to me by an inch. I moved just enough to keep myself between her and the open street. Polnareff's voice lowered a bit. "There's a man near the souvenir stall up ahead with a phone to his ear. He's talking to no one." "That's him. That's your Doppio." Trish's fingers twitched. "I want to see his face." "You will," Polnareff said. "Just don't stare." We started walking, blending into the flow of pedestrians. A group of tourists passed by with cameras. A couple argued softly over a map. A vendor shuffled postcards on his stand. I kept my pace casual and my eyes half lowered, but I saw him. Near a stall with cheap Colosseum models and keychains, a young man with orange hair stood with his back half turned to us. A jacket too light for the season. One hand holding a phone to his ear. His posture looked nervous, but it felt tight, not loose. He spoke to the air. "Yes, boss. I'm here," he said softly. "I understand. I'm not doing anything strange." No, they haven't noticed me." To anyone else, he would look like a guy just talking too quietly on the phone. We kept moving. Trish's gaze slid sideways, giving him the quickest glance she could manage without being obvious. Her jaw flexed. "That's him," she murmured. "Yes," but Charity said under his breath. "Don't engage." "Not yet." We walked past. He didn't turn to look at us. He kept facing the stall, nodding at whatever voice he heard on the other end of his call. Polnareff spoke in our ear. "Good. Keep going. You're almost at the first stairway. Ignore it." The first set of stairs leading up into the Colosseum's interior came into view, stone steps with a sign, "Tourists going up and down." We walked right past it. No one stopped us. No one grabbed us. The air still felt charged, but nothing had struck yet. Polnareff continued calmly. "The second stairway is just ahead, near a pillar with graffiti on it. Take that one. Fewer people. Better angle." We reached it. There was graffiti scribbles and names. These steps were less crowded, just a couple starting up, talking quietly. But Charity turned. "Here." We started up. My hand moved slightly away from my side, ready at any second to call Mahoraga fully. Trish's shoulders were stiff but she walked with steady steps. But Charity led with that same unshakable gait. From below, the sounds of traffic and voices softened. The stone underfoot was worn smooth by centuries. The air was a bit cooler inside the Colosseum's structure. We reached the first landing. An open arch gave a partial view of the arena interior, a ring of seating, the central area below. People wandered, took pictures, listened to guides. None of that was our concern. Polnareff's voice came again. Good. Up one more level. I'll meet you from above with instructions. But Charity kept going. We followed. At the next level, the hallway branched. Left and right, arched openings dotted the wall, giving views of the interior and exterior. The stone corridor stretched in a curve. We paused. Stop there, Polnareff said. You're close enough. I can see you clearly now. Trish looked at Bucharity. Where is he exactly? Higher up, Polnareff said. On the opposite side of the ring. If you keep going the way you're pointed, you'll reach me. But do not march straight to me yet. We need to be sure the boss isn't already here ahead of you. Bucharity's eyes scanned the corridor. Understood. I glanced back down the stairs we'd come from. No one followed. Just normal visitors moving around, nothing locked on us. Still, the entire space felt like it was watching. Polnareff continued, voice steady. Here's the situation. I've seen no sign of your boss's true body yet. But I've lost sight of Doppio. He left the stall. Trish's eyes narrowed. He saw us. Possibly, Polnareff said. Or he received new orders. Either way, he's moving. Giorno's voice crackled faintly in Bucharity's ear from the other side of the connection. This is Giorno. We're monitoring outside. Narencia has launched Aerosmith at low altitude to track life signals. Polnareff replied, good. Use him carefully. He's your best sensor. Trish shifted a little closer to me again. Do we keep going? She asked. Bucharity thought for only a moment. Yes, he said. If we stop, we give him room. If we move, we can reach Polnareff and the arrow faster. I nodded. Forward is better than standing still here. Polnareff gave a short sound that might have been agreement. Keep to the inner side of the corridor, he advised. Closer to the arena view. Less chance of being pushed over the edge if someone attacks from behind. We moved along the interior wall. My senses stretched out as far as I could manage without losing focus. Every footstep echoed. Every tourist voice sounded either too loud or too quiet. Mahoraga's presence tracked my nerves, ready. We walked past an opening where a group of students were taking a group photo. Past another where an older couple stood arm in arm. Past a third with a guide explaining something to bored-looking kids. Somewhere beyond that curve, Polnareff waited. Trish glanced sideways, toward one of the openings facing out. Do you see him? She asked quietly. Not yet, I said. Bucharity's phone buzzed again. Polnareff's voice returned, sharper now. He's moving inside. He's in the Colosseum. I can feel it. Giorno cut in. Narencia's radar just picked up an erratic signal inside the structure. It matches Doppio's pattern from earlier. I felt my heart pick up a notch. So he's here, I said. He's somewhere along the ring, Polnareff said. Close to you. Too close for comfort. Trish's jaw clenched. Let him come. I want to see what kind of person my father keeps near him. Careful what you wish for, Polnareff said. This one is more dangerous than he looks. We kept moving, one measured step at a time, along that curved interior walkway. From here, the arena looked both big and simple, just stone and height and air. My hand twitched. Mahoraga pressed a little closer, unseen. We were almost within sight of where Polnareff would appear. Almost at the point where everything would tip. We just had to make it those last few meters. Chapter 23, The Upper Ring. We kept walking the inner corridor, one careful step at a time. The stone under my shoes was smooth from use. The wall on my left opened every few meters into large arches that looked out over the arena interior. On my right, more stone, closed, curved. People still wandered nearby, but they blurred into background. Trish walked between me and the inner wall. Her shoulders were tight, but she kept her chin level. But Charity stayed slightly ahead, leading with that steady, even pace. His phone was still at his ear. Polnareff's voice came through, calm and controlled. "You're close now," Polnareff said. "I can see you from my position. Don't stop, but don't rush. Keep the same rhythm." "How far?" Charity asked. "Roughly 1/4 of the ring ahead," Polnareff replied. "You'll see a section where there are fewer tourists and a broken rail on the inner side. That is near my position." I glanced at the arches on our left. Broken rail was easy enough to remember. But Charity's eyes flickered around quietly. "Any changes on your side?" he asked. "Yes," Polnareff said. "The man from outside, Doppio, has entered the structure. His path is irregular. Sometimes he walks, sometimes he stops. He appears conflicted. That usually means he's talking to someone only he can hear." Trish frowned slightly. "Diavolo." "Most likely," Polnareff said. "They are discussing something." Giorno's voice cut in through the line, coming from the van outside. "Narencia's radar confirms it. A life signal with sudden spikes and shifts. It moved from the stall area into the Colosseum several minutes ago. Now it's tracking along the ring." "How close is he to our position?" Charity asked. "Not close yet," Giorno said. "He's circling from a different entrance. If he continues on this path, he'll reach the same level as you from the opposite side. It will take time." Narencia's voice slipped in, urgent but trying to sound casual. "I've got Aerosmith running circles around this place. I can keep eyes on him as long as he doesn't cut into a blind spot too hard." "Don't expose yourself too much," Giorno warned him. "If he notices the plane, he might change tactics." Yeah, I know," Narencia said. "I'm being careful. For once." I smiled a little under my breath. Even in this, the pattern stayed familiar. We kept moving. Tourists thinned out a bit the farther we went. The corridor felt less noisy. The arena interior stretched below, calm. After a short while, I saw at a section of the inner rail where the stone had crumbled, leaving a slightly jagged edge. It was roped off, but the break was obvious. "Broken rail up ahead," I said quietly. "I see it," Charity replied. Trish's gaze went there too. Her fingers brushed against the rough wall as we walked, grounding herself. Polnareff's voice sharpened. "Good. When you reach that rail, stop at the arch beside it and look toward the third level above you. You'll see me." We reached the spot. Charity slowed to a stop, just beside the marked-off section. I stepped in closer to Trish, shielding her with my body from the more open side. People walked past us, not paying attention. We turned our faces toward the arena interior. Stairs, stone seats, walkways, tourists, guides. And higher up, along the opposite curve, a figure in a long coat, standing in shadow between two pillars. Silver hair. Eye patch. Watching us. Polnareff. Even from this distance, I felt his focus locking on our group. He lifted something in his hand, a small object that caught the light. A phone, linked to the one at Charity's ear. "I see you," Polnareff said. "Hold your position there for a moment. Don't move closer to me yet. We'll talk like this." Trish looked up directly at him, eyes narrowed. "So that's you," she said quietly. "Yes," Polnareff replied. "And you're Trish?" "Yeah," she said. I'm the daughter he tried to erase. Polnareff's mouth tightened. He always feared that the past would surface. He was right to fear it. But Charity shifted his weight. We're here, he said. Tell us about the arrow and what we have to do. Polnareff nodded slightly. Listen carefully. The arrow I have is not just any arrow. It is one of the originals. The same type that created your boss's stand. I have studied it for years. I know what it wants. Giorno spoke through the line. What it wants? It doesn't respond to everyone, Polnareff said. You don't just stab someone and get results. It awakens something that is already inside a stand, but only if that stand is at the edge of its own limit. There has to be a condition. A moment where the user's will and the stand's purpose align perfectly. So it's picky, I said. Yes, Polnareff replied. And that is important. If we use it carelessly, we lose people for nothing. Narencia's voice came from the background on Giorno's end. So what, we just take turns poking ourselves until something happens. Polnareff made a short noise. No. That would be suicide. In the best case, one of you might evolve and the rest would die. In the worst case, you'd all die without waking a single requiem. Fugo said, so what do we do? The arrow must be used on the person whose stand is most ready to move beyond itself, Polnareff explained. You'll feel it when the time comes. The stand itself will tell you. But we're not there yet. First you have to get the arrow. He shifted slightly in his spot up above, one hand resting on the rail at his level. His voice stayed steady. The arrow is in a turtle similar to the one you carry, he said. I keep it sealed in a small hidden space to keep it away from him. Giorno's eyes widened slightly where he sat in the van, listening. Another animal stand. Yes, Polnareff said. But this one doesn't move around. It's anchored. Think of it as a living vault. The boss has searched for it before and failed. Trish asked, where exactly is it? In this Colosseum, Polnareff replied. Inside a small storage area under one of the upper platforms. I will guide you there once we regroup physically. I can't move very fast anymore, but I can send my stand to open the way. Silver Chariot, Charity said. Polnareff gave the faintest hint of a smile. You know the name. I've heard it once, Charity said. Then you know it is fast and precise, Polnareff said. It will handle the lock. You handle everything else. Giorno's voice cut in quietly. What about the boss's reaction when we actually take the arrow? You said he can feel it. He doesn't feel the arrow exactly, Polnareff said. He feels changes in fate. When the arrow shifts hands or prepares to awaken something, the world around him stops making sense for a second. That's when he will move personally. So when we get it, he'll come, Mista said from the van. Yes, Polnareff said. You should assume that. That is why we need your defensive stands ready. King Crimson will erase time to reach the arrow or the one who will use it. He won't hesitate. My hand curled slightly. Then we'll be ready to hit him the moment he drops back in. Polnareff looked toward me across the distance. You talk like you've stood near him before. I kept my voice cheerful. Once was enough, believe me. He studied me for a second, then nodded. He moved a little, as if adjusting his stance. There's more, he said. Once Requiem awakens in a stand, the rules change. That stand is no longer under the same control it once was. Its purpose becomes absolute. It will carry out its user's deepest desire without compromise. Giorno absorbed that quietly. So if the user doesn't understand their own wish, things can get dangerous, Polnareff added. That sounds annoying, I said. It is, he answered. But without that level of power, King Crimson will always stay ahead of you. He will cut away every moment that matters. We need something that can override even that. He looked over the arena again. You understand? Yes, but Charity said. We understand. Trish's fingers curled slightly at her sides. So we use this arrow to break him, she said. That's the idea, Polnareff said. But Charity's phone crackled suddenly. Narencia's voice pushed through, tense. Guys. Narencia said. The weird signal's acting up again. Giorno shifted in the driver's seat. Report. I had Doppio's signal on the lower level, Narencia said quickly. Then it spiked, dropped, and came back closer to the upper ring. It keeps stuttering. The radar's not reading him smoothly anymore. It's more than one pattern in the same spot. Fugo murmured, so he's switching between himself and Diavolo, Giorno finished. Yes, Polnareff said sharply. He's close to changing over completely. That means your time is almost up. You must choose your next moves now. But Charity glanced around the corridor. We're on the inner side. Should we approach you directly? Not yet, Polnareff said. If you come straight to me, you'll drag him to my position while I'm still exposed. I need to secure the arrow first, then draw him alone if it comes to that. Trish's eyes widened. Alone? I've survived him once, Polnareff said. I can slow him. That may be enough to give you an opening. But Charity's expression hardened. We didn't come here to let you fight him alone. We don't have time to argue, Polnareff said. Listen. I'll give you the exact location of the arrow vault. Once I move to retrieve it, you will circle along the opposite side of the ring and head there. We will meet at that point if I'm still mobile. If I'm not, your goal does not change. You get the arrow. Where is the vault? Giorno asked. Polnareff explained quickly. Upper inner level, Sector 23. There is a maintenance hatch behind a row of reserved seats. It looks like a normal service panel. My turtle is sealed inside a compartment beneath it. Silver Chariot can open it in seconds. Without my stand, it would take much longer. Sector 23, but Charity repeated. I will start moving there now, Polnareff said. You stay put for the next few minutes. Let me test his reaction. If he comes straight for me, you'll have a clear path to the arrow while he's distracted. That's too risky, Trish said. He'll kill you. He may, Polnareff said simply. But if his attention is on me, it won't be on you or the arrow. That's the point. Her hands trembled before she steadied them. That's stupid. Maybe, he said. But I'm older and more stubborn than he is. This is my decision. But Charity's phone crackled again. Giorno's tone was cool but urgent. We can't protect both you and the arrow at the same time, he said. If you can move him away from the vault position, that increases our chances. You understand, then, Polnareff said. Giorno didn't argue. I watched Polnareff up there. He stood in that narrow space, weight settled, one hand on the rail. He looked small against the Colosseum's size, but his presence carried clearly across the distance. He lifted his free hand in a brief, sharp gesture. Stay alive if you can, he said. If you can't, make it worth it. Trish pressed her lips together, eyes burning. Polnareff moved away from the opening. He disappeared from our direct line of sight, walking deeper into the upper structure. For a few seconds, nothing changed. The tourists kept talking. The air stayed the same. Then Narencia's voice came through again. Radar update, he said. That weird signal just jumped up again. It's heading toward the inner upper path now. Fast. Faster than before. It's him, Polnareff said. He's feeling something. He's coming this way. Giorno said, repositioning outside to cover possible exits. Narencia, keep tracking without getting too close. Got it, Narencia said. In our corridor, Bucharity exhaled slowly. We can't stand here doing nothing, he said. If the boss reaches Polnareff before he secures the arrow, we lose both the informant and the key. Polnareff cut in sharply. You move when I tell you to move, he said. If you rush in blind, he'll hit you from a blind angle. Let me draw his focus first. I have one advantage. I know his style. Trish whispered, so you're using yourself as bait? Yes, he said. I've been running for years. It's time to stop. Another pause. Then Polnareff's voice lowered slightly, as if he had shifted the phone or his connection. He's on this level now, he said softly. I can feel it. The air changes when he steps in. Even without seeing him. You felt that once, didn't you? I remembered that gap at the tower with Bucharity. The missing seconds. The way the body didn't move but the result changed. Yeah, I said quietly. I felt it. Then be ready for it again, Polnareff said. When it happens, hold on to the girl. Don't try to punch the empty air. You'll just waste strength. I know, I said. My voice lost its playfulness. I'll keep her anchored. Trish looked up at me, then gave a small nod. Polnareff's breathing came through faintly. He's closer, he said. I'm going to disconnect. If this line stays open while I face him, he'll use it against us. Bucharity clenched his jaw. Polnareff. Listen to me, Polnareff cut in. If you feel time skip and then Narencia's radar blips go strange again, assume I've engaged him. Use that moment to move toward Sector 23. That is all. The line crackled. Then went dead. Bucharity lowered the phone slowly. The screen was blank. Trish stared at the upper level. He just hung up, she said softly. Yeah, I said. Giorno's voice came faintly through Bucharity's other connection, to the van. We lost him on this line, he confirmed. The TV went back to normal. He's cut the link. Narencia spoke quickly. Radar's going nuts. That weird signal at the upper ring is jittering all over the place. It's like it's splitting into two and merging again over and over. Fugo said, so both Doppio and Diavolo are in play there. Mista muttered, that's bad. Bucharity looked at Trish, then at me. We hold our position until we feel the skip, he said. Once we do, we move. The moment he acts, we act. Agreed, I said. Trish drew herself up, shoulders square. So we stand here and wait for time to tear, she said. Yes, Bucharity said. Just for a moment. The three of us stood at that inner arch, near the broken rail section, facing the arena. People walked around us, unaware. A tourist couple took a photo nearby. A child asked for a snack. A guide pointed at some old stone. The normal world carried on around our small, tense circle. Giorno spoke quietly through the line. I'll signal you if Narencia's radar drops or jumps suddenly. That will be your cue. Narencia's voice came back, more focused than usual. I've got my eyes glued to this thing. That pattern is wrong. It's not moving like a normal person at all. That's because it isn't, Giorno said. I shut out the extra noise and listened for something else. The first time I'd felt King Crimson's ability up close, it had been confusing. My body told me something had happened, but my brain had no record of it. It was like missing a piece of sound in a word. This time, I was ready to notice that exact absence. I focused on my own breathing. On Trish's, close to my left. On Bucharity's presence, steady and strange. The air in the corridor remained the same. Then Narencia's voice cut through with a different tone. Hey, what the hell? The radar just... The line crackled. The world lurched. It was not something I saw. There was no flash. It was a feeling. My awareness stepped across a gap. My heart beat once, then the next beat came too soon. My balance shifted, even though I hadn't moved my feet. Time had skipped. I tightened my grip on my own control and moved on instinct. I stepped closer to Trish, placing my hand on her shoulder, anchoring her. Mahoraga pressed in, ready to react to any physical change after the cut. Bucharity's eyes widened slightly. There, he said under his breath. Giorno's voice rushed back through the line, tight. The radar blinked out for an instant, he said. Then came back with a spike in the upper ring. He's taken a step. Something just happened. Trish's fingers dug into my arm. Polnareff, she said. I looked up at the place we'd last seen him, even though I knew we wouldn't see the fight from here. Polnareff was somewhere above, facing King Crimson. We had just felt the first cut. Chapter 24, Running for the Arrow. The world snapped back into place after the skip. My balance shifted even though my feet had not moved. The air felt the same, but something underneath it had changed. It was the same feeling as in the tower and on Sardinia. Time had been cut and stitched again, and we had been dragged across the gap without seeing what happened. Trish's fingers dug into my arm. She was breathing faster. That was it, she said quietly. Yes, Bucharity replied. His voice stayed level. He made his first move. Giorno's voice came through the phone, tense and controlled. Narencia's radar cut out for less than a second, he said. When it came back, the signal from the upper ring was suddenly weaker and in a different position. Something happened where Polnareff is. Narencia's voice followed quickly. Yet. It was like the blip got sliced and shoved. It dropped, then kind of, stuttered. I can't see everything from out here, but it looks bad. Mista muttered in the background, of course it does. Bucharity's jaw tightened. He did not look up toward the higher level. He faced the arena calmly. We move, he said. Sector 23. Now. Trish turned to him. He could be dead already, she said stiffly. Maybe, Bucharity said. But the arrow's location didn't vanish. Our objective is the same. If we reach it, his effort is not wasted. She pressed her lips together, then nodded. Fine. He looked at me. Stay on her right. I'll take her left. If time skips again, don't move your feet unless you have to. Let your stand read the aftermath. Got it, I said. My tone lost its usual lightness. I'm ready. He started walking. We followed. We moved along the inner corridor again, now with more purpose. Tourists and locals blurred around us. I heard their voices but did not listen to the words. My focus stayed on the stone, the arches, the rhythm of our steps. Giorno's voice guided us. Sector numbers are marked subtly along the inner ring, he said. You won't see big signs, but there are small plagues near the arches. You're currently near Sector 18. You need to reach 23. I see them, Bucharity said, eyes searching. I looked too. Small metal plates were fixed near some openings, stamped with numbers. They were easy to miss if you weren't looking. We passed one, 19. Another, 20. The crowd here was thinner. Fewer tourists, more empty stone. The corridor felt wider. Trish walked solidly between us. I stayed on her right, body slightly angled so I could block either side in a second. Mahoraga's presence hovered at my back, one step behind my stance. Narancia sounded in our ear again. The weird signal's still on the upper ring, he reported. But it's not moving like a normal guy. It keeps stopping, then jumping a few meters. And it feels heavier, I guess. Heavier how? Giorno asked. Like something big's there instead of the smaller blip from before, Narancia said. It's hard to explain, but the radar feels fuller when it passes over that spot now. And there's a smaller blip near it that keeps fading and coming back. The smaller one is probably Polnareff, Fugo said quietly from the van. The larger one is Diavolo. Trish's hand curled into a fist. So he found him. Giorno's tone stayed calm. We can't help him directly right now. If we turn around and climb, we'll just hand Diavolo more targets. Mista clicked his tongue. We go for the arrow. That's what he wanted. Yes, Giorno said. We passed Sector 21. My skin prickled again. Not from another time skip yet, just from nerves. I kept scanning every doorway we passed, every shadow. So far, nothing strange moved in our direct path. But Charity spoke softly. Sector 23 will be ahead on the curve, he said. Stay focused. Trish exhaled slowly. I am focused, she said. I know, he replied. We walked past Sector 22. The next arch had a small plaque, worn a little more than the others. Here, but Charity said. We stopped near that arch, looking out over the arena. From this angle, I saw nothing unusual. Just stone, tourists, the sky. Polnareff had said the vault was under a platform behind reserved seats on the upper inner level. That meant stairs. Access points. And a maintenance hatch that did not look special at first glance. Giorno spoke. From my memory of the Colosseum's layout and Polnareff's description, you'll need to move to an upper balcony from there. There should be a stairway a little farther along the inner corridor in the direction you were walking. But Charity nodded. Understood. We'll look for it. We pressed on, just a little farther. A side passage appeared on our right, narrower, leading upward. No tourist sign pointed to it. It was roped with a simple chain, easy to step over. This? I asked. That fits, Giorno said. Service access. But Charity stepped over the chain without hesitation. Trish followed. I took one last scan of the main corridor, then stepped over as well. The passage was tighter, made of rougher stone, less polished than the main walkways. A faint smell of dust and something metallic lingered. We climbed. Mahoraga edged closer in my awareness, tightening around us. If anything jumped from above or below, I wanted it to hit me first. Halfway up, the air shifted again. This time it was sharper. Less subtle. My heart jolted. My foot hit a stair and then, without noticing the in-between, it hit the next one. My body didn't remember taking the step. My mind had a blank space where a second should be. Another time skip. Trish stumbled slightly. I grabbed her shoulder and steadied her. Careful, I said. Her eyes were wide. Again, she said quietly. Yes, but Charity answered. He's attacking in earnest now. Giorno's voice came back into our ear fast. Narancia, report. Narancia sounded shaken. The small blip, it dropped, he said. It was at upper ring height and then it just fell. Not sideways. Down. It's lower now. The bigger blip moved right through it when the radar glitched. Fugo said, so he cut through Polnareff and knocked him down a level. Mista swore loudly. Damn it. Trish clenched her jaw. Is he? We don't know, Giorno said. We can't see that fight from here. But the signals changed. That's all we have. I swallowed once. I pictured Polnareff on those upper steps, the air around him sliced apart, King Crimson stepping past his guard. It sat heavy in my chest, but there was nothing I could do for him from here. But Charity did not stop. Keep climbing, he said. We reached the vault. We pushed on. The passage turned slightly, then opened into a higher inner ring. This level had fewer people still, more railings, less foot traffic. A row of seats for special viewing lined the inner side, set a little higher than the regular stone benches. Giorno spoke. You should be near the target, he said. Polnareff described a maintenance hatch behind the reserved seats in Sector 23. Check behind the row there. We moved to the inner rail and looked around. A short fence separated the special seating from the walkway. The seats themselves were more polished, with metal armrests. Behind them, along the wall, were a series of rectangular panels. Most were dull. One had a slightly different texture and a small, almost hidden lock. I see it, I said, pointing. That one. But Charity nodded. Good eye. We hopped the low fence easily. Trish followed more carefully, balancing herself with one hand on the back of a seat. Up close, the panel looked like any normal service hatch. If you weren't looking for it, you'd walk past. This is it? Trish asked. It matches what he said, I replied. But Charity placed his fingers along the edge. Sticky fingers, he said. Zippers appeared along the panel's border. The stone and metal separated cleanly. He peeled it back like a lid, revealing a narrow compartment inside the wall. Empty. Trish's eyes went wide. It's not here. Giorno's voice came through the phone. Describe what you see. An empty compartment, but Charity said. The space where Polnareff's turtle should be is empty. Then he moved it, Giorno said. Either he reached it before Diavolo and took it somewhere else, or Diavolo got here first. No, Narencia argued quickly. The big weird blip's still more on the other side. He didn't pass this spot on radar. Not yet. That suggests Polnareff retrieved the turtle successfully, Fugo said. Trish looked around, scanning the seats, the floor, the walls. So where is it? A dull thump echoed faintly from nearby. Not a casual sound. Something heavy hitting stone. We all looked in the direction it came from along the ring, just a bit farther around. There was a stairway down about 20 meters away, leading to the lower level. Something lay at the bottom of those steps. My chest tightened. We moved. We jumped the fence again and hurried along the inner walkway. Our footsteps hit faster now. A guide looked up, annoyed, then dismissed us. As we reached the top of the stairway, the figure at the bottom came into full view. White hair. Long coat. Body twisted at a wrong angle. Blood on the stone. Polnareff. Trish inhaled sharply. That's... Yeah, I said quietly. He lay on his back near the lower landing, one leg bent under him improperly, one arm flung out. His eye patch was still in place. His other eye was half-lidded and unfocused. There was a deep wound in his torso, and one leg was mangled nearly beyond use. He was not moving. Giorno's voice went heavy. That radar drop we saw, that was this, he said. Narencia's voice was small for once. Damn. We started down the stairs. Careful, but Charity said. The boss could still be nearby. I kept Mahoraga tight around us, its presence focused on absorbing any hit that came from a blind spot. Every step I took felt like a risk, but stopping felt worse. By the time we reached the bottom, the tourists had drifted away. This nook of the structure was out of their path. It was just us and the fallen man on the stones. We surrounded him from 3 directions, me, Trish, but Charity. Up close, the damage was worse. His lower body was crushed. There were signs he had been slammed or thrown down the steps, not just dropped. His chest wound was wide and deep, clean in a way weapons don't usually leave without stand interference. King Crimson's hand. Polnareff's remaining eye shifted slightly when our shadows fell over him. It focused with effort. "You made it," he said weakly. His voice cracked but still held some of that dry tone. Trish knelt beside him without thinking, her face tight. "You idiot," she said. "You went at him alone." He gave a faint, pained smile. "Better me than you." But Charity knelt on his other side. "Can you move?" he asked, even though the answer was obvious. Polnareff let out a low breath that might have been a laugh. "Not in the usual way," he said. "He got me good this time." Giorno's voice cut in sharply through the phone at Charity's ear. "Is he alive?" "Barely," Charity said. "His legs are destroyed. The chest wound is deep." "I'll come in," Giorno began. "No," Polnareff cut in. His eye turned toward the phone. "Stay back. If you come, you'll just make a bigger target cluster." Giorno fell silent. Polnareff's gaze shifted back to us. "Listen," he said slowly. "I retrieved the turtle. The arrow is safe for now. I dropped it near here when he hit me. It's close." Trish's eyes widened. "Where?" He grit his teeth and lifted his mangled hand a little, pointing past us, toward the landing halfway up the stairs. "There," he said. "Near the broken stone. You'll see it." But Charity moved, but Polnareff grabbed his sleeve with a weak grip. "Wait," he said. "Before that, one more thing." His eye turned toward a spot just past us, as if he was looking not at the world, but at some line deeper inside it. "He'll come for the arrow the second you touch it," Polnareff said. "You know that. When that happens, one of your stands will have to bear the weight. The one that truly wants that power." Trish looked at him. "Which one?" she demanded. "Who?" He smiled faintly again. "You'll see," he said. "The arrow chooses. That's how it's always been." Another subtle tremor went through the stone under our feet. The air thickened for a heartbeat. I felt Mahoraga tense. Polnareff's eye narrowed. "He's still in the building," he said. "He's moving to grab the arrow himself. You can't let him." But Charity stood. "Where did you drop the turtle?" he asked. Polnareff's hand slid weakly down toward his chest again. "Mid-landing," he said. "Left side. Under a chunk of stone. I kicked it there when he knocked me down." He didn't see it. He was too focused on me. Trish's hands shook. "So you did all this just to hide it," she said. He looked at her calmly. "I didn't come this far to let him have it. If I had to eat stone to keep him away from it, I would." I straightened. "I'll get it," I said. "No," but Charity said. "I will." He turned to me. "You stay with Trish and Polnareff. If something hits, you cover them. The boss wants the arrow, but he also wants her." I nodded once. "Got it. I'll keep them breathing." Trish pressed her lips together and nodded. She did not argue. But Charity moved back up the stairs, step by careful step. I knelt near Polnareff's side, keeping my body between him, Trish, and any open angle. He looked at me oddly. "You're calm," he said. "I'm working," I said. He chuckled weakly. "Fair enough." Trish watched him, eyes bright but not letting tears fall. "You really picked a dramatic place to do this," she said. He smiled a little. "It fits," he said simply. She sniffed once. I still think it's stupid. I know, he replied. But Charity reached the middle landing. He scanned quickly, then crouched near a broken section of stone along the side. With one smooth movement, he lifted a chunk of debris. Underneath, a small turtle lay on the dusty stone. Its shell looked unremarkable at first glance, like any pet someone might carry. But I could feel something coiled inside it. But Charity picked it up carefully. The turtle, he said. This must be the one. You found it, Polnareff said. Good. Trish stared. That thing has the arrow. Yes, Polnareff said. Inside its stand. Just like your Coco Jumbo, it holds a room. The arrow is in that room. I've kept it there for years. Away from him. But Charity descended the steps back to us, turtle in hand. He set it gently on the stone between us. I looked at it closely. It looked like any ordinary turtle, but the air around it felt slightly heavier. Giorno's voice came through the phone, steady. So that's it, he said. The arrow that can create Requiem. Yes, Polnareff said. You must decide who will touch it and when. But you can't do that while he's breathing down your neck. First, keep it away from him. Trish kept her eyes on the turtle. He's not taking it, she said quietly. Not after all this. No, I agreed. Polnareff pushed against the stone, trying to shift himself. His body barely moved. I wanted to walk you through this step by step, he said. Guess I'm out of time for that. But Charity said, you've done more than enough. Polnareff shook his head slightly. Don't start that. Just listen. One last thing. When Requiem wakes, the normal rules of stands won't apply anymore. Be ready for that. Don't cling to what you think you know. Trish frowned. You're not making this easier. I know, he said. But I'd rather you be irritated and alive. Narencia's voice cut in sharply. Giorno, the radar just did another weird thing. The big blip vanished for a second, then came back closer to where they are. He's heading that way. He's realized where the arrow is, Giorno said. He's converging on Sector 23. Mista said, you guys need to move now. Polnareff took a shallow breath. It's starting, he said. He'll erase everything he needs to erase to reach that turtle. If he touches the arrow before you use it correctly, you're finished. I looked at Charity. We can't stay in this open stairwell, I said. Too many angles. Agreed, he said. He bent and picked up the turtle again, cradling it like something fragile and heavy at the same time. Ren, he said. Stay in front of us when we move. If time cuts again, brace and protect them. I'll hold the turtle. Trish stays between us. Understood, I said. Trish stood. She looked down at Polnareff for a second. You coming? She asked bluntly, even though his body told the story. He smiled faintly. Not in any way that matters, he said. But I'll still be around. She held his gaze for a second longer, then nodded once, sharp. Fine. But Charity turned to head back up the stairs. We'll get this arrow out of his reach, he said. Polnareff watched us, his expression strange, tired, but satisfied in a quiet way. Go, he said. You're the ones who can still walk. We started moving. I went first, stepping upward, muscles coiled. Trish followed, closer than before, practically at my back. But Charity came last, holding the turtle in both hands. As we climbed, the air thickened again. That feeling returned. The subtle wrongness. The heartbeat that didn't line up with my steps. The world flickered not in light, but in sense. Another gap. Time erased. I felt Mahoraga brace. I forced my legs to lock and not scramble for footing. Trish stumbled, but my hand shot back and caught her forearm before she could slip. But Charity's weight shifted behind us, but he kept his grip on the turtle steady. The skip ended. We were 1 or 2 steps higher than I remembered. The sounds in the corridor above had changed. A few shouts that had been mid-sentence were now gone, replaced by different echoes. Polnareff was still behind us, at the bottom, but something in that space felt emptier. Giorno's voice came through, tight. The small radar blip just dropped completely, he said. Only the larger one remains. Polnareff's signal is gone. Narencia's voice was quiet for once. So he's... Yes, Giorno said. Trish closed her eyes for half a second. Her grip on my arm tightened almost painfully, then eased. But Charity did not comment. He just said, "Keep moving," and we did. We reached the upper landing again. The reserved seats. The empty compartment in the wall. The curve of the inner ring. The turtle in Charity's hands. Somewhere in the Colosseum, unseen from here, Silver Chariot was making its last move with the arrow. Somewhere beyond our sight, steel and wool pushed against Diavolo's power for one last second. Then something new stirred in the air. The sound in the building changed. Stands have their own presence, and this one was different. Heavy, clear, and focused. It spread across the structure like a slow push. Narencia gasped over the line. "What the hell is that?" The radar just lit up all weird. "I've never seen it do that." Giorno said, "He did it." Polnareff used the arrow. I felt it too. Chariot Requiem had woken up. And everything in Rome shifted around that new center. Chapter 25, the stand behind everyone. The air felt wrong. Not like King Crimson's cuts. Those were gaps, missing chunks. This was the opposite. It felt like something new had been layered over everything. A presence pressed down from all directions at once, slow and heavy. Even Mahoraga reacted. It didn't flinch, but its quiet weight shifted like it was adjusting to some invisible pressure. That alone told me a lot. Trish shivered once. "What is that?" she asked. Giorno's voice came through the phone at Charity's ear. "Narencia's radar is going crazy," he said. "I've never seen this pattern. It isn't just 1 or 2 signals. It's like everything in the area is being read differently." Narencia sounded rattled. "It's like the whole map just got scrambled," he said. "All the blips are still there, but they don't feel like they're where they should be." Fugo murmured, "That would be Requiem." But Charity looked around our level of the Colosseum. "We need a visual on Chariot Requiem," he said. "If we can see how it moves, we can plan around it." Trish stared up at the higher arches. "Will it come here?" "It's tied to the arrow," I said. "Wherever the arrow goes, it'll be close." But Charity still held the turtle Polnareff had given us, cradled carefully in his hands. The shell looked normal, but the air around it felt heavy. He hesitated, then spoke. "We don't know if the arrow's energy is making it react," he said. "If we open this turtle now, we might draw Requiem straight to us." "Good," I said. "Better we see it than lose track of it." Trish shot me an annoyed look. "You say that too casually," she said. "I'd rather see the thing trying to kill us than let it sneak," I replied. Giorno cut in calmly. "We should locate Chariot Requiem before we decide anything with the turtle," he said. "Polnareff said it doesn't act like a normal stand. If its behavior centers on the arrow, we can expect it to come toward us anyway." Mista added from outside, "We're heading your way." The second the world did that weird thing, we knew it was bad. "We'll link up inside." "No," but Charity said immediately. Wait for my signal. If you rush in without understanding Requiem's range, we could all be caught in something worse than a time erase. Narancia complained, sitting and waiting sucks. It keeps you alive, Fugo said. I looked toward the inner corridor. First step is seeing it, I said. If we stand here by the reserved seats forever, nothing changes. But Charity nodded. We go back to the main ring, he decided. From there, we'll have more open sight lines. He handed the turtle to me. Carry it, he said. I need my hands free. I took it carefully. It felt heavier than it looked, but not physically. More like holding a problem that everyone in the world suddenly wanted. Got it, I said. Trish stayed close as we moved back the way we came. We went down from the upper reserved section, along the inner ring again, toward the busier corridor. The sounds of tourists were stranger now. Some voices were louder, others softer, like they were moving in and out of a muffled space. When we reached the main corridor, I saw the first obvious sign that something had changed. A man in a casual shirt lay on the floor near one of the arches, on his side, eyes closed. Another person nearby was slumped against the wall. A bag lay overturned, contents spilled, no one caring. Trish's eyes widened. They're all asleep. Looks like it, I said. We moved a little further. More bodies. A child slumped half on a seat, parent drooping beside them. A tour guide lying in the middle of the hall, microphone still in hand. Narancia's voice came through the line, high and tense. Same thing outside, he said. All the people in the street, half of them just fell over. But they're breathing. I think. It's like they all zonked out at once. That lines up with an area-wide stand effect, Giorno said. Requiem is affecting everyone in range. Fugo added, if it's centered on the arrow, then the closer you are, the stronger the effect. Mista muttered, and you guys are carrying the arrow's turtle. Great. We stepped around a few sleepers. I checked one briefly, 2 fingers to the neck. Pulse, steady. Just unconscious. No wounds. This is wide, I said. He really pulled the whole game board into this. Trish looked down at the people on the ground. They don't even know what's happening, she said quietly. They're lucky, Mista's voice replied faintly from the phone. They don't have to fight through it. We reached a wider part of the ring where the arch opened into a large viewing platform. From there, you could see both the arena interior and part of the opposite inner corridor. And we saw it. Down on one of the interior paths, moving with slow, steady steps, was a stand that wasn't like the ones we were used to seeing. A tall figure in segmented armor, dark, almost black, with rounded pieces overlapping each other. Its helmet had no expressive face, just a blank surface with dark holes. Its cape moved slightly without any wind touching it. In one of its hands, it held a small object carefully. Even from here, I recognized the shape of a turtle shell. Chariot Requiem. Trish grabbed the rail and leaned forward slightly. That's Silver Chariot, she asked. It looks different. That's the Requiem state, I said. Polnareff wasn't kidding about it being something else. But Charity's eyes narrowed. It's holding the turtle, he said. The arrow is in there. Requiem walked slowly along the lower ring, not reacting to any of the sleeping bodies it passed. Its head turned occasionally, as if checking that the turtle was secure. Giorno's voice came through the phone. Describe it, he said. What is it doing exactly? Walking, I said. Carrying the turtle. It doesn't seem to care about anyone lying near it. It's just moving like it has its own route. Trish watched carefully. It's not attacking anyone. Requiem has its own will, Fugo said. It's following a purpose, not responding to us directly. Narancia piped in, "From out here, it feels like something huge is walking around. The radar's picking up everyone weird, but that thing, it doesn't show like a normal blip at all. It's like the device can't pin it down." "That's what I'd expect from a Requiem stand," Giorno said. "It exists at a different level than what our tools can easily read." Mista added, "So we can't just shoot it and hope." "Probably not," I said lightly. "It doesn't look like the type to fall over from a bullet to the knee." Trish gave me an exasperated look. "Can you be serious for 5 seconds?" "I can," I said. "I just don't like it." She huffed once, but there was a small, tense smile at the corner of her mouth. We watched Requiem for another minute. Its pace never changed. Its posture never shifted. It guarded the turtle like a guard dog walking a perimeter it had chosen. "So what does it want?" Trish asked. "Just to walk around holding that thing forever." Polnareff said Requiem stands act according to the user's deepest wish, Giorno said. His wish was to keep the arrow away from Diavolo at any cost. So Chariot Requiem will keep it away from everyone. Even us. Mista groaned. "So it's our enemy too." "In a way," Fugo said. "Enemy or not," Bucharity said, "we need that arrow. We can't beat Diavolo without it." I watched Requiem's rhythm closely. "Right now, it's just walking," I said. "It's not reacting to us. That means we're not a threat to its objective yet. But the moment we try to take the turtle, that will change," Giorno said. Trish's stare didn't leave the stand. "So we need a way to separate it from the arrow without making it turn on us immediately," she said. "We also need to understand what else it's doing," Fugo said. "This can't just be sleep. There has to be more to it." As if on cue, something shifted inside my chest. At first, it felt like a normal dizzy spell, light pressure behind my eyes, a slight sway. Then it went deeper. My stomach flipped. My vision sharpened for a second, then blurred at the edges. Mahoraga rippled. Not outward, inward. It felt like my stand's weight moved 2 inches to the left inside me. It wasn't the kind of physical motion I was used to. "Okay," I said slowly. "That's not good." Trish grabbed the rail with both hands. "My body feels weird," she said. "Like my limbs aren't lining up right." Bucharity's expression tightened. "Same," he said. "There's some kind of pull." Giorno's voice came urgently. "Everyone, report any strange sensations." Narancia just yelled that he feels like his arms are too long. Narancia's voice burst through. "They do feel too long. And my legs too short. And my voice sounds..." He cut off. Mista shouted, "Hey, what the why do I sound like this?" Trish froze. That sounded like... The phone sputtered as multiple voices talked over each other, layered, confused. Giorno tried to cut through it. "Quiet," he said sharply. "One at a time." Narancia's voice came again, but it sounded different. Higher. Cleaner. "Giorno, what's happening?" he demanded. "Why is my voice, why do I sound like this?" "Calm down," Giorno said. "Tell me what you feel." "I feel taller," Narancia said. "My hands look, what the hell is with these veins? These aren't mine." I shut my eyes for a second. I didn't need to see it to know what just happened. Trish staggered away from the rail. "My center of gravity just shifted," she said. These aren't my legs." Her voice was still hers for the moment, but panic edged it. On my side, the dizzy sensation ramped up. For a heartbeat, I felt like my body and my stand were out of sync. Mahoraga's presence slid sideways like it was being pulled into a different alignment. Then it snapped back. I blinked hard. My fingers still looked like mine. My height was the same. My voice, when I spoke, sounded like it always did. I'm still me, I said carefully. I think. Trish stared at her own hands. I don't think I am, she said. She grabbed her hair with both hands, pulled a lock down in front of her eyes, then froze. This isn't my hair, she said. This is. Mista's voice came through the line, and it was the wrong voice. It was Trish's tone coming from somewhere outside. My hair is long, he yelled. Why is my hair long? Why do I have earrings? Trish inhaled sharply. That's my voice, she said. Narancia yelled again, this time with Giorno's calm tone coming out of his mouth. These aren't my clothes. This isn't my shirt. What the hell? Giorno's voice answered, but it carried Narancia's sharper edge. Relax, he said. Everyone's souls have swapped bodies. That's Requiem's doing. But Charity looked down at his own hands. Flexed them. I seem unchanged, he said. I checked him carefully. Same clothes. Same scars. Same dead calm in his movements. Trish took a shaky breath. Who am I in, then? She asked. Giorno's voice in Narancia's body replied, sounding strained. Based on what I'm hearing from Mista. Trish, your soul is in Mista's body. And Mista's soul is in yours. Trish looked at herself properly for the first time, hands, arms, torso. She went still for a second, then said in disbelief, I am not wearing this. Hey, I like my clothes, Mista's voice, from her body, protested over the line. Be nice. Narancia, from Giorno's body, was still freaking out. My hair is longer. My face is different. Is this permanent? No, Giorno said, from Narancia's smaller frame. It's a stand effect. It can be reversed if we solve the root cause. They swapped, I said. Giorno and Narancia. Trish and Mista. Polnareff's in the turtle. Normal golden wind shuffle. Trish snapped her head toward me. You say that like it's fine, she said. I grinned a little. It's weird, not fine. But you're breathing. She huffed. That's the lowest bar I've ever heard. I checked myself again, just to be sure. Still my clothes. Still my hands. Still Mahoraga responding to my thoughts the way it always did. So why am I not swapped? I asked. But Charity frowned. Perhaps Requiem focused on users closest to the arrow's original conflict, he said. Or it affects only certain bonds. We don't know yet. But don't question being stable. Use it. Yeah, I'm not complaining, I said. Further down the corridor, more civilians lay slumped. Some of them twitched slightly, as if their bodies hadn't settled yet. Trish shook out her arms. Everything feels heavier, she said. Is this how he moves? She glanced down at herself again with a mixture of irritation and reluctant curiosity. I guess it could be worse, she muttered. At least I'm not in Narancia's body. Hey! Narancia yelled, from Giorno's mouth. Even in the middle of chaos, some things stayed the same. But Charity refocused. Regrouping is our priority, he said. We can't act separately while Requiem is active. Giorno, Mista, Narancia, Fugo, make your way into the Colosseum. We'll move to meet you near the mid-level entrance. Giorno in Narancia's body replied, voice still controlled even though it sounded wrong. Understood. We're leaving the van now. Coco Jumbo comes with us. Polnareff's turtle remained by my feet. Our Coco Jumbo was still outside in Giorno's hands. I looked at Chariot Requiem again. It had moved further along the inner ring below us, still walking, still cradling its turtle gently. It had not reacted at all to the soul-swapping madness it had just caused. It doesn't care who's in what body, I said. It just cares about the arrow. That's its purpose, Giorno said. Protecting the arrow from everyone. Including us. Mahoraga's presence stretched out slowly, brushing against the edges of Requiem's influence. It did not like it. I could feel a faint pushback, like two systems almost colliding. If we attack it now, I asked, what happens? Fugo answered over the line. Best case? We irritate it. Worst case, we trigger another effect we don't understand. Mista chimed in Trish's voice, I'd rather not get turned into a frog or something on top of being in the wrong body. Trish muttered, my body is not a joke. Mista replied, I didn't say it was. It's nice. It's just not mine. You better take care of it, she snapped. I am, he said. But Charity cut through their bickering. Enough, he said. Focus. Requiem is active. The boss is still inside somewhere, also affected. His soul could be in any body now. That makes him harder to track, not easier. Giorno sighed quietly. Which means Requiem did exactly what Polnareff wanted, he said. It threw everything into disarray. Even Diavolo's advantage. Trish folded her arms, then stopped, clearly still adjusting to different muscle weight. So we're in a mess, she said. He's in a mess. And that stand is walking around with the arrow like nothing happened. Pretty much, I said. Normal day. She glanced at me, saw that I really wasn't panicking, and calmed just a little. You're impossible, she said. I try, I replied. But Charity looked at Requiem again, then at the turtle in my hands. We'll move to the mid-level entrance and meet the others, he said. We need everyone together before we try to take the arrow. He started moving along the corridor. We followed. As we walked, we passed more sleeping bodies. Some twitched as if dreaming. Some lay still. Their souls had shifted too. Somewhere in Rome, people were waking up in different forms, confused and terrified. We didn't have time to worry about them. Mahoraga stayed close, its presence slightly jagged at the edges, trying to adapt to this new Requiem field. It still obeyed me, but I could feel it learning, adjusting to whatever rules were being rewritten. Giorno and Narencia's body spoke as they entered the Colosseum from below. We're inside now, he said. We see the same thing as you. Chariot Requiem is on the lower ring, walking with a turtle. So that's it, Narencia in Giorno's body said. Doesn't look friendly. Mista in Trish's body muttered, I can't even aim right like this. My fingers feel weird. You'll get used to it, Trish said dryly. But don't scratch anywhere without my permission. I wasn't going to, he yelped. But Charity ignored them and picked up the pace slightly. We're heading toward the central stair, he said. We'll meet you near the middle level. From there, we plan our move on Requiem and the arrow. Giorno nodded, even though we couldn't see it. We're on our way. I watched Requiem through the arches as we moved along. It never sped up. It never slowed down. It seemed content to walk and walk, as if time meant nothing to it. I had a feeling that the moment we reached for that turtle in its hands, everything would get a lot louder. For now, we walked.